check clear for Tony.
Yeah.
So here I go. Sure. I'm only kidding. Boys and girls, I've been paid by nobody. I probably will never be paid by anybody, and that's not the side of what I do for a living. To be paid on this road. A lot of people know what I do. So, but, I guess I don't know. I wish I did.
Yeah. Well, people see you with your shirt off already because of What is going on, guys? Thank you so very much for joining us right here on a special Thursday night. It is Thursday, October 24th, 2024. I'm here.
Yes, mama.
What's up, man? Staying out of the kitchen? Way down. Way down. They can't hear you, buddy. Maybe you mute this. So this is now my show. Fix yourself. I'll say this, guys, while we're
There you
waiting
go.
for that.
Now you can hear me.
Can you hear him?
Now you can hear me. So, thank you guys. Before I'll be there, I'm going mute. Sorry. Thank you guys for joining us on Thursday night. It is October 24th, 2024. And it is a special Thursday night. And obviously, you guys know who this is, Andrew Birtgday. Drew and I have not worked together since March of 2024. And he and I put together TNT. It was a brainchild of us, and Drew had to step away for personal family reasons. And a lot of people made a big deal about absolutely nothing when Drew walked away from the show. And I'm very happy with what the show is doing right now. Obviously, I got Solid Monster on Tuesday night. Everybody loves what Tuesday Night Titans is producing on Tuesday night, but people didn't let it go. A lot of people tried to fabricate something between us, and there just wasn't anything there. So when I threw this out there, as far as you and I working together, people were like, "Oh, why didn't you get him? Man, he's the AEW shill. There's not going to be any real State of the Union discussion here tonight." But you know what? Out of everybody that I know, I don't think there would be anybody else I would want you to see tonight talking about this. But so, thank you for joining us.
I appreciate that. Check through from Tony.
Yeah.
And here I go, show. I'm only kidding. Boys and girls, I was getting paid by nobody. I probably will never be paid by anybody, and that's fine. Besides what I do for a living, the game of disclose. A lot of people know what I do. Don't look it up.
Yeah. Well, people see you with your shirt off already because of laying back. So.
Right. Thank you to one story books. Yeah, listen. You know what? I really haven't checked out the new information of TNT besides a couple of things here and there. You know, I have the utmost respect for Jason. Good dude. You guys are very similar, so hope the show continues its, its rich history with the episodes that we did together. I hope you really love that. Thumbs up, well, everything. That's where I'm at. I don't know what's coming at me tonight. JD has prepared questions. This is how things were on TNT. I never knew what this thing was going to ask me or where he was going to go. And that's why I like the organic flow. JD might have his prepared answers and stuff to questions. I have nothing. This is going to be honest, open, and organic, and I expect the same from JD. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, a lot of what I do, guys, is very out there. I take bullet points on a bunch of different topics, whether I do Monday Night Raw, SmackDown, Dynamite on Wednesday, and I go into it free-flowing. I like to just go into it head-on, and that's exactly what we're going to do tonight here for this special episode. And we're going to talk all AEW. How do we go about correcting the mistakes that AEW has obviously made over the course of the last 6 months? 2024, in my honest opinion, has been their worst year creatively. I know the company's undergoing a lot of changes. They're undergoing a lot of, rebranding. That started back in January. We're going to touch on that to where we see the company here in October and then obviously going into 2025. But I got to shout out two guys in the chat so far with two $100 super chats, David Thiering and Boots. Thank you guys very much for joining us. David Thiering says, let's start this stream off the right way with a bomb for me. Great to see you back on the channel, Mr. Birtgday. Hope you are well. Message to all the AEW tribalists and sickos out there, take notes, and that includes you, Tony Khan, hashtag OTS for life. David, thank you so very much, man. And Boots, But seriously, what the fuck are we drinking? I'm drinking espresso.
Yeah, I have energy drink. That's green tea. I'm giving myself off with espresso late at night. Shout out to all those men and women who like late night coffee. Like Tony's a big late night coffee drinker, so shout out to that. I'm a huge fan of drinking coffee late at night. So I'm never gonna make things personal. So if you're expecting that,
No.
you will not catch me making things personal because at the end of the day, any woman you see on your screen, character. That's not real life people. Don't get that. You'll never see me take a picture of me. So I see the chat. We're gonna have to.
Really want you to take a perfect picture of me?
Let's go.
Where do you want to start, man? Like usual on Tuesday nights, I let Jason start us off, sends us off. I'm going to let you start off. Where do you want to start with this discussion? Do you want to start last night on Dynamite, last week's Dynamite? Because I think a lot of people, and what we've discussed, I feel like a lot of the bare bones problems that exist at AEW, you could really pinpoint a lot of that coming out of the last 2 weeks of television. So I'll leave it up to you, man. Where do you want this discussion to go first?
I think we can talk about last night. I put out a video, so I will let you kind of open it. Sure. Like I said, I don't know what's coming here, but we can open with last night's Dynamite and what you thought of the ending.
The ending, well, I guess it involves a little bit more than the ending. I guess for the ending, we'd have to go back to Wrestle Dream, because Wrestle Dream, we saw Bryan Danielson stretch it out, and Bryan Danielson was suffocated by Wheeler Yuta as he turned on Bryan Danielson, and against his will, he did not want to do it, but he was forced by Jon Moxley to do it, suffocated Bryan Danielson with the plastic bagging, and then they stretched him out. And that visual of Danny Garcia, Hook, Private Party, Orange Cassidy, Darby Allin, all at the end of the show as the potential saviors of this new Jon Moxley world order that's overtaking AEW. The ending of Wrestle Dream bleeding into the Dynamite that week, I was very excited for, because that was a big way to go off the show.
Wait a minute. I gotta first fix.
Yeah.
Those 4 men, and then shot that way.
Yes, it was. Absolutely. Yeah. I think it means that AEW is trying to position all of that talent as the talent that they are going to brand as the future of the company.
The new generation.
The new pillars, per se, yes. Yeah. So we saw that. I was very excited to see where that led into the Dynamite Fallout show after Wrestle Dream. And then when we got to Dynamite, Drew, we got a very well done video package. AEW has no problems doing a Jon Moxley video package or a video package for so-and-so. They do very good work as far as that. The visuals, the cinematic feel, the lighting, the vibe. It all is great. But Jon Moxley, again, more cryptic promo, more cryptic statements with little, glimmers of Bryan Danielson being stretched out. The one thing that I really focused on is like, all right, we see a little glimpse of Bryan Danielson being stretched out, but we didn't get any promo or any statement, any emotional statement from any of those men on that Wednesday's Dynamite. We didn't get anything as far as Tony Khan coming out and giving a written statement or a statement in general about what had happened in the terrible acts that just happened to Bryan Danielson.
Hold on. Here's the problem I have with it. Because you love them or you're on a payroll.
This is why you're here. Yeah.
No. All of you guys and girls, bitch. Tony, why is he on television? He's terrible. He's this, he's that. The owner of the company should never be on TV. They look the star shot. Now all of a sudden, you guys want an explanation for him, a written statement where you want him to make that, I want him on TV, I want him on film. Make up your goddamn mind. You have to. Because this is one of the problems. Just because something doesn't go your way, it doesn't go the way you thought it should, because you put this imaginary storyline in your head, if you thought this is the way it should go, then it doesn't, and all of a sudden you guys go mad. That's not how this works. Do you know how hard it is to write television? You have no idea. For any of the people watching, I should say that, I don't know who's watching. It is so hard to write television, let alone 9 weeks. Normally they write 9 weeks out. Maybe it's a different creative process, I don't know. If you're writing television, you're writing for a specific talent or talent. You write, you execute, and then they have to go out and execute what you wrote and the stories you want to tell. And once they leave that curtain, it's on them. And if they don't execute it the way you want it to, you're in trouble. You got to fix it, or we got to pivot, or we got to go here, we got to go there. So for people to sit back and command or want this or want that because it doesn't go a certain way, let things play out. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, all I said was we needed some emotion. We got zero emotion. We didn't get nothing from Darby. Darby hasn't been on the show in 2 weeks. We got nothing from Hook. We got nothing from Byron Party. Nothing from Danny Garcia. Nothing about what happened to Bryan Danielson. This is the most important figure in the entire company, losing the championship at their pay-per-view the previous weekend. Tony Khan had no problem coming out on television and reinstating Jack Perry back in April for absolutely fucking ridiculous reasons. I mean, so this, he couldn't find himself as a character on TV, at least to give a fucking brief statement about, man, fucking John Moxley's suffocating my fucking world champion. I mean,
But
is
every
that
time,
outlandish to think of?
yeah, because Tony has nothing to do with it. We did the whole elite thing, and it just they quickly buried that. Now, I know there's a lot of start and stop in AEW. I'm with you there. That is part of traveling.
You don't work for me anymore. It has nothing to do with Tony Khan.
Well, I mean, we don't know what that is. That's the big thing. We have to figure that one out. Everyone thought it was Shane, all this other shit. I think people worked themselves into a Shane McMahon shoot, like James coming in. I don't know where that got started, just because they were pictures. You know, I think everything happens for a reason. I have no idea who John's working for. If you want my honest opinion, I think John is, what he's trying to do is pull things out of these AEW stars that have played through, or they've been complacent for so many years. Look at the people that were shown besides him. I mean, Hook really doesn't do promos besides the stuff you see backstage or he shoots vignettes out in New York City. So maybe they're trying to pull some edge out of Hook. You know, you have Darby. Darby's kind of been, you know, here, there. The only time he had real success was Sting. And we haven't seen anything out of him. But maybe Moxley is trying to save the company from itself. That's the only thing that I could put two and two together. I have no idea if there's a quote-unquote higher power. But for everybody to say that Shane's coming in and they're disappointed with Wrestle Dream because Shane didn't come in, that's on you.
Oh yeah,
That's
I
on you.
said that. Everybody anticipated him coming in, and then they ended up disappointed because he didn't show up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, are there storyline logic gaps? No doubt about it. I mean, I said it today, last night's episode. You waited 2.5 hours. I have a lot of respect for Chuck Taylor. Know what it means to cast. Not a big deal. There was no mention of Chuck Taylor and Orange Cassidy for the past 4 weeks. They could have done so many different things to make people emotionally invest.
Well, I mean,
in a Chuck Taylor beatdown.
I get it. We'll get there. There's been no emotional investment at all in any of these characters that they're rebranding as the future of the company. We didn't hear about what they felt with Bryan Danielson yet in 2 weeks. And even going into last night's show, they didn't really do much of anything. So going through that Wednesday show following Wrestle Dream, we didn't get any of that. And then Jon Moxley and crew, they pick a fight, or I should say the backup was Dark Order and Top Flight. So from a first-hand point of view, when you're watching them put down Bryan Danielson on the pay-per-view and then you showcase all that talent, the future of the company, and then you go into Wednesday's show and we get Dark Order and Top Flight, how could you not feel disappointed with the fact that Moxley just took out Bryan, we got those guys at the end of the show, and then they go on to Wednesday and wrestle Dark Order and Top Flight, who have not been on television in a meaningful way. They've been buried on Collision or Rampage, and Dark Order hasn't had anything significant to do since I think they wrestled the Elite, Omega, and the Bucks for the Trios Championships a couple of years ago, going into full gear. Like, what? I mean, as a fan, are you not disappointed by that advancement?
Well, and listen, everything you just said in terms of like how they ended Wrestle Dream where they should have went, I have no argument there. Like, there's a lot of things they could have done better. I could be a better father. I could be a better husband. There's a lot of things I could do better. There's a lot of things you can do better. There's a lot of things they can do better. We're here talking about the state of AEW. What I will say is that any of your favorite television shows, weekly, I'll use Sons of Anarchy, they all made you emotionally invested in the main character, which would be Dax Teller, for example, and then they made you invest emotionally in the secondary character by weekly episode, the weekly episode. And we're not getting that with AEW. It's very much start and stop. What am I doing here with Friday Party? Why are they all of a sudden in this mix? Like, why weren't they built for the past 4 weeks or 5 weeks leading up to this?
4 weeks and 4 years.
Right. And what I'm saying is, to me, it's like, if you want me to emotionally invest in these characters or these teams or even these men and women, you've got to give me a reason. You've got to pick up a meaningful television. You can't just pop them out of nowhere. And the start and stop are with you. very hard to emotionally invest in a character or a storyline when there's nothing that you've gone back to previously making you do this or build that anticipation, that emotion. Wrestling, in its purest professional wrestling, when it's good, it doesn't matter if you have the best entrance music, the best ring gear, the best moves, or the best wrestle. If you can't emotionally connect with the audience, you're done. Whether for good or for bad. If they're not reacting, you're done.
See, that's my problem with this entire storyline. I feel like with what you just said, Private Party, and this has been a point I've been trying to nail home with a lot of people watching the show. It's like Private Party's wrestling the Young Bucks in the Tag Team Championships. They lost their wrestling match. A lot of people, the rumors said, well, the report said that a lot of people pushed for Private Party maybe win the Tag Team Championships and wrestle people. I don't see what good that would do. Now they pinned the Young Bucks last night on Dynamite, and again, they're getting a Tag Team Championship opportunity. Now what the stipulation is, if they don't win, then they disband and they break up forever. But if they do win the championships, what are the championships going to do for Private Party, and what Private Party going to do for those championships? Because they've been basically booked into obscurity for the last 4 years. If Tony wanted to build Private Party as a future piece of the company, he should have started in year one and built them up through the last 4 years to where we see them on year 5. The fact that he's buried them for 4 years, Tony Khan is asking way too much of us as a booker and a creative mastermind to invest in Private Party when they've been nothing but losers for the last 4 years. Same thing with, I don't want to say Danny Garcia has been worse than Private Party, but he hasn't been in anything significant. He's fitting with Jack Perry for the TNT Championship. How am I supposed to be emotionally invested in that? Danny Garcia is not a main event guy. I'm not saying he doesn't have the tools to be, but right now, he's not a main event guy. He's not a top level guy. Orange Cassidy wrestling John Moxley full gear for the championship. That's what they're setting up. He's not going to win the world championship. Drew, where is all this going if all these guys are either or have been losers or they are going to be losers going up against the Blackpool Combat Club? What is the end goal for all this talent if they're only going to be the same way that we see them now after they feud with Blackpool Combat?
Yeah, in my opinion, this is one of the biggest problems with AEW because I understand that they're trying to go with the 4 gentlemen and Private Party, 4 gentlemen on the show against the rest of the on Private Party. And I would have liked this build, this emotional investment to happen weeks prior to WrestleMania. It has to be. That's the thing. I think AEW tries to tell a ton of stories at once. And sometimes a lot of stuff gets lost in the shuffle. And the other big thing here is that not everybody has the wrestling mind that Tony Khan and other people have to remember. A lot of people do not remember what they had for dinner on Monday. A lot of people don't remember what happened in wrestling 3 weeks ago. You got to constantly remind them and put it on your television or your programming. And for AEW at this point in time right now, there's a lot of things that they are doing right in terms of incoming storyline advancement. Their major angle right now, in my opinion, is falling flat because all of these men currently, besides maybe Book, I have any emotional investment. I know they're trying, but
now you mentioned what you mentioned, Game of Thrones. I think
Sons of Anarchy.
Sons of Anarchy. You mentioned Sons of Anarchy. We discussed this the last 2 weeks on my end. That potentially, maybe fans are jumping the gun. And maybe fans aren't willing to let it play out because of the certain feelings that they do have for this type of talent. Like I just mentioned, they don't believe in them. Tony's kind of booked them creatively wrong over the last several years. Is it a case, or what we're seeing, is it a case of, I don't know, like a leveling up system? I used the Lord of the Rings reference. You know, when the bad guys are on the battlefield and you got your little grunts and your little minions up front, you know, at the beginning stages of the battlefield, and then you go to your grunts and then your lieutenants, your commanders, then your big guys, your big bosses. Or you're playing a video game, you go through level 1's kind of easy, level 2 kind of easy, and then it gets progressively harder. Is that what we're going for with this storyline? Is this Dark Order top flight narrative just the beginning stages until Blackpool Combat Club really gets to the meat of the AEW roster?
I don't think so. I think we took out the biggest guy in that AEW roster, and that's Brian Daniels.
So why aren't we seeing Swerve Strickland? Why aren't we seeing Will Ospreay? Why aren't we seeing Big MJF would have every fucking reason to want to defend AEW? Why aren't we seeing names like that go against the Blackpool Combat Club? Because that is the type of talent that is going to get the people to tune in, not Dark Order, not Danny Garcia, not Orange Cassidy. I feel like the fans already feel defeated before we even get into any of the story.
Well, Swerve's in a program that it seems like MVP Chuck convention. So, I mean, that's probably why he's not immediately pressing this. Again, I think we're telling other stories with some of the top talent, which by your question's valid. Might it be a mistake? Sure, you kind of want your heavy hitters to go against some heavy hitters. I get it. Haven't they told that story already? Haven't they told that story? And Swerve's already been to the mountaintop. He's already been the man. These are four men, if you look at them, who have never really done anything in terms of like main event level stuff. Cook's been your FTW championship, and he's got a hell of a run, and I dig him. Darby's never won the world championship. Cassidy's never won the world championship. And Danny Garcia, for the most part, was a dancing buffoon. That's what the fans thought of him. Not lean, but that's what the fans thought of him. The internet wrestling fans, everything else like that. So maybe what this is doing is getting the character changes and having these men take what they do more seriously so that they can become world champions. Maybe that's what Moxley's trying to do. But you can't do that with a Swerve Strickland, and you can't do that with a Hangman Page, because they're already main event former world champions. That's why they're not going after it.
So don't you feel that after all this is over and someone eventually takes down the Blackpool Combat Club, if the idea is to build this talent up, these guys up, and then they eventually take down the Blackpool Combat Club, don't you have a feeling that we're just going to be right back to square one, nobody's going to care, and how different are they going to feel after they take down the Blackpool Combat Club, and how are they going to feel to everybody at the end of the storyline? Everybody's just going to feel basically the same, you know?
Well, it all depends on how they make you invest in these four men, and whoever else is going to be a part of it. That's the beauty of professional wrestling. As much as people want to call this real life sporting and everywhere else, these men are going to put their bodies on the line day in and day out, and they are some of the most athletic people in the world, and they're athletes. But at the end of the day, this isn't a team versus a team, and a win and a loss matters. This is professional wrestling. You have to make the crowd emotionally invest, and they've got the TV time to do it, so they're going to do it. WWE went through this in the new generation because of what they had to do because of the steroid trial, and they started putting championships on different looking talent. Now, I think Tony truly is trying to do something different because everybody wanted a alternative. That was the narrative. A lot of you were full of shit. You didn't want an alternative. You just wanted WWE to get better. And now WWE's got better. It's gone. Triple H, Savior, who I think does a really good job as well, is in. And now you all want to sit back and grip and say how bad AEW is. Well, when they put the championship on former WWE talent, you guys bitched about that too. Man, they don't ever put the talent on, or they don't ever put the championship on new talent. They're not making any stars. Now they're trying to, and y'all, I almost said that, y'all sons of bitches are still complaining. So there's no wins with y'all. There isn't, and that's fine. I get it. Are your storylines better? Yes. Will they be better? Yes. Can they make things make more sense? Yes. But trying to please all of you is impossible. Because one day you want Tony on TV, the next day you won't. One day you want them to push new talent, the next day, why are they going after the world champion? Why is it Swerve champion? Why is it Hangman Page champion? They've already been champion.
There's a lot of what you said in that little mini rant that I want to pick apart, and a lot of it has to pertain to what we're going to discuss. And I guess we'll go into what I thought would be ending now of Dynamite last night. Like you, I saw your tweet. I said the same thing on my live stream last night. They advertised John Moxley. John Moxley is here. And then they got the Jobber Brigade standing outside, and they're waiting outside, waiting for the Blackpool Combat Club to come in. And then all of a sudden, Marina Shafir gets out of the Jeep, and the Blackpool Combat Club is already in the building, and they outsmarted them. So they basically wasted all of those guys' time, and then it made them look like geeks. And then the attack happened at the end of the show, where Chuck Taylor got his ass beat, and then that kind of brought out this different Orange Cassidy. Now he's angry, and now he's got a reason to go after John Moxley, which he hasn't really explained why he's targeting John Moxley, why he's targeting Orange Cassidy. I hope we get an explanation for that instead of us trying to decipher it on our own. I'd like to hear a verbal explanation, which is something they are not very good at. But the ending, Drew, is we got Chuck Taylor being dragged out there. And you said it, we wasted 2 hours for someone who I don't think many people even knew was an AEW producer. So why was that the angle that they decided on? And how were you left wanting to watch next week's show after what we got last night?
That's a really good point. I think if you really the fact that I think Orange, Trent, and Chuck Taylor should have been shown backstage for weeks hanging out, whatever. However you want to put this, however you want to do it. Maybe, Chuck Taylor and Trent giving Orange some advice and telling him, hey, let's give it a true and tell him, but realistically, like, if you don't know that Chuck Taylor's in that producer role, you have no idea who the hell that is. You have no idea who the hell that is. So for me, that's where I draw the line too. Is like you gotta tell better backstories, and that is a big problem with AEW. AEW needs to make sure that you're not just look. I know you want to book for the sickos, and that's fine. That's fine, but you're only going to continue to attract the sickos. You need to be, in my opinion, trying to attract casuals, and attacking Chuck Taylor is something. But realistically, like you waited 2 hours for that, there's no disrespect to Chuck, but he had no backstory on any of that besides what they had done 3, 4, 5 years ago. I get it, they're best friends, they came up together, they hung out, all the things like all over AEW television. But realistically, do a lot of fans really remember that? And if they do, like, why should we care? Your buddies? Like, when Moxley was, I don't know if they're going to do this, but Moxley attacks Sting, that's got some juice to it, right?
I would say so if that's where the end goal is for Darby to eventually take down Moxley. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why he would leave, though.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I didn't have a problem with the heels outsmarting faces by pulling in, and obviously the well, decided to really should be. I have to do it. I want something to get done. You know what? It happens. But yeah, the end is very anticlimactic, and a lot of people that's like, okay, so what's happening next week? It's only beatdowns are only gonna have to go up from here, right?
Well, there's 4 weeks to go until full gear. I mean, something's got to be kind of leveled up here, no?
Well, yeah, but it's also interesting, like, which father was taken out by Christian, supposedly, right? So you've had Chuck Taylor and Taz kind of taking Danis and kind of taken out. The Hook and the Taz thing is interesting. Hook's kind of different for men to talk about. There's that, that's pushing really the attacker and pushing the box. I don't think that makes any sense. So, again, a lot of questions, and I think that the booking in terms of that sort of development.
You mentioned something in your rant about fans not knowing what they want, and I want to go into the ratings because last night we got the ending angle, and the AW ratings have been kind of stagnant for a very long time now. And last night's rating proved that a lot of people are not very interested in what's going on right now. Dynamite drew 637,000 viewers, which obviously starts online discourse with the AEW fans, with the WWE fans, and people now are keeping tabs on, NXT's developmental system is beating AEW's $550 million AEW Dynamite on Wednesday nights, which is kind of embarrassing. Last week, I think they kind of did the same rating, but last year, they did 901,000, and a demo of 8, and the 1849 demo is 0.31. Last night they did 637 with a demo of 0.9. Why do people make ratings out to be such a big deal? And is this according to what we hear online, and in your genuine and honest opinion, is the company worried about the free fall of the ratings? Because the demo and the overall viewership is definitely down. If there's not a red flag within AEW right now, I don't really understand why not.
I think two things. One, I think it's bullshit, truthfully, that I see a lot of people blaming certain people, including yourself, for what, or I should say, why the ratings are down. Like, blaming certain writers, people. And we have no idea what segment is run by what. I think that's a bunch of shit. And I think making that personal is a mistake. Because you don't know who's booking what, truthfully. The other thing I would say about the ratings is we wouldn't be in this situation, truthfully. Now, this is, stir the pot a little bit, but I do believe at least, AEW made a big deal about the ratings in the demo. So, now we're in a different situation, but we're in 2024. I think the Nielsen ratings are passe. I think that is a bygone way to measure, truthfully, what's going on, unless you want to sell and all this other stuff. We're in a different era, JD. We are looking at an streaming platform, an streaming era. I laughed at when I said the NFL was going to be big into the streaming platforms, right on YouTube TV, here we are, Amazon, there's no way, there's too much money in cable, and where are we at now? So I think the ratings is such a ridiculous argument that you basically tribalistic fans going on social media and saying, look, here's a win, here's a loss. When realistically, it doesn't matter to anybody really watching, whether you enjoy the product or not. Enjoy the product or don't. Turn it the hell off and keep it on.
But Tony Khan himself used to make a big deal about the ratings, citing the increase in the demo and the increase in the viewership over a previous week when things were going right. We got certain journalists from Forbes, who I will not name, who get access to the overnight ratings for Rampage, the Fast Nationals, and they go up when things are bad, but when things are kind of normalized, you never hear a fucking peep out of those kinds of people. Is it Tony Khan who has exacerbated the online tribalistic nature of what's going on between WWE and AEW to a point where it is right now? Because I know you mentioned Jericho, and Jericho said that give us a couple years, we'll be beating Monday Night Raw in the demographics, which obviously is not the case. And he said that during a pandemic era, which is not really here or there nowadays. But is it Tony Khan who really is to blame for the online tribalism when it comes to this type of discourse with the ratings between WWE and NXT?
I don't think Tony Khan's necessarily like end all be all in terms of blame, but I think it was AEW and I think it was Jericho, again, has done some insanely recognizable things in the wrestling industry in this election. I believe they were always talking about the demos and everything else like that. So obviously now things are different. I don't know why fans and journalists and everything else want to harp on the ratings. It's part of something they have to report on, and so be it. But you'll never catch me sitting back in 2023, 2024, or in 2025 and on talking about the ratings because I believe it's a past way to measure things. It's Stone Age. But is AEW to blame for this discussion? I think there's a part of it, but they definitely need to be held accountable because they started this whole quote unquote like if we did the demo and we're smoking WWE NXT and it's like okay, I believe that was 2019, 2020, and maybe even 2021. But realistically, if you want to look at things, you need to look at gates, you need to look at merch, you need to look at impressions, you need to look at ticket sales, and at times it's troubling for AEW television. But I think they're trying to fix it, and I think AEW's in a transitional period. JD, I really think.
Does Warner Brothers Discovery look at all these things that you just mentioned? They take all these different aspects of AEW, the live gate, the merchandise, the ratings. They see what they do as far as online engagement and how people are interested in their product. All these things are not really all that good right now, and they are I wouldn't say they're in trouble, but it is definitely eye-opening. It is very troublesome, and it's definitely a red flag that I do think AEW and their management team should really take notice of, and I feel like they are not. How much of this negativity and how much of this decline is eventually going to be looked at Warner Brothers Discovery? Because I would assume, I'm not really versed in the TV rights discussions, and I don't know why they got as much money as they did. But obviously they got as much money as they did because Warner Brothers believes in what Tony Khan is doing, and the ratings, I'm assuming, are in the ballpark of where Warner Brothers wants them to be. Otherwise, they would have gotten close to $600 million over 4 years. If they continue to go down and decline, does that TV deal, is that in jeopardy? Is there something that could happen there with Warner Brothers and AEW over the next 3 years?
Well, we don't know the contract. I think the numbers have been reported by some trusted media outlets, but I don't think we've ever seen an actual press release of the numbers of the terms and conditions, and I don't know the end of the attendance numbers are very concerning. I think AEW is going to fix that. I think they've started to show signs of it that they're talking about their touring department. So for the attendance, I'm right there with you. That's a growing issue. Do I think that why AEW gets a big deal for Warner Brothers Discovery? It's live 52 weeks out of a 52-week year. I mean, there's really nothing else in the world that's live like professional wrestling sports entertainment. I don't know another form of entertainment or live television that's live 52 weeks out of the year. So there's ways to generate revenue off of that, and the streaming platform that AEW is headed to, which is Max and simulcasting, is going to be huge for them. So again, the attendance is an issue. They're going to fix it. If they don't, it's going to get very, very bad. And again, I believe the media rights bill, I believe the numbers were, I think they were pretty fair in terms of what AEW should have done. I mean, if you compare them to WWE, it's not even in the same ballpark, guys. I don't know why people are in such disarray of what to give it to AEW. It's really tough.
We'll get back to the ratings and what could increase the ratings in a little bit. We're going to stay. We're going to stay with the live attendance and the live gate numbers because this is where Drew thrives. This is his forte. How do we fix this, Drew? Because from what you see, from a fan's point of view, and I'm being open and honest with all 3,000 in here, I watched Dynamite from year one. And the energy, even year one going into year two, even during the pandemic era, obviously it's tough to watch that now, and it was tough to watch it then, but I felt like the creative juices were a little bit more out there. I felt like they wanted to really give the fans something to really sink their teeth into because everybody was grounded at home. They moved away from that. We're going into year one. The energy surrounding the show, the talent that we've seen compared to the talent that we were seeing on WWE was fresh and new. The lights were turned on. The energy was there. There was just an overwhelming boom of excitement watching Dynamite. Now you watch Dynamite in year five. I can't tell. I can't tell who's in attendance. It sounds like a couple of hundred people. The lights are off. You look at WrestleTips, who does a very good job. They put out the numbers. I mean, I looked at a tweet that they put out earlier for Collision this coming weekend, and they sold only 1,500 tickets with like 2 days left to go. Yeah, and I'm looking at that, and I'm like, that is fucking bad, bro. Like, how do we fix the live gig? Because the energy of these shows is lacking. There's a certain boredom to these shows because of that. There's a certain depression that you feel watching this show because of that. What does AEW have to do to get back to that energy? Do they got to scale down the venues that they're running? Because you and I talked about this, and you give a very good reason as to why they don't run the smaller venues as opposed to the larger venues. But for anybody that hasn't watched that and heard you say that, what do they have to do? Do they need to scale down? Do they need to fit certain buildings to the amount of people that are willing to come out and see these shows? Like, does the creative need to get better because nobody's coming out to watch these shows? And maybe if they felt emotionally invested, they would want to come out and watch this shit live? What do they need to do?
I think they need to, which I think they're starting to do, just by from what I've looked at, what I've seen. So I'm in the, particularly in the apartment rather than in the street. I believe that AEW and what they've done is taking a hard look at the numbers that sell and what they don't sell in terms of ticket prices, and they need to scale down the venues. I think they are. They're tightening up the live event production and touring schedule with buildings and venues that are more, I would say, friendlier to them. They're going to World's End in Orlando, and they didn't put, the big bad building that the Panthers play in. They're not going to which is the Amway Center, I believe, where the Magic play. I don't know if the Panthers play there, but where the Magic play. So they're going to smaller venues, 10,000 seat venues. I think that's what they need to do. I also think that if AEW really wants to be the alternative, you see what's going on with WWE, setting record prices here, there, and there, record gigs. Make your shows more affordable. Because WWE is white hot, and they're demanding a certain number and a certain price for their tickets. And for me, it's expensive to take, like 3 tickets to a WWE show. Have you done it? Yes, we have. But what I will say there is that, when your buildings are full, it makes you better television. So if you got to sell some tickets for 15 bucks, you got to level, you can fill the building up cheap. Because an ass every 18 inches should be the show. And how you get that is the price right, products right now. AEW is not making people emotionally invest so that they're coming out in droves to the show. If they change it.
Creative certainly has a lot to do with that. I think if people were definitely more emotionally invested, they would see an increase in people attending their live shows, for sure. We'll get into that aspect of it as well. Is there anything else that they could possibly do to fill these venues? I know we talked about the creative aspect of it. How do you feel about how AEW, because I think they have done a very poor job, especially this year, about advertising the show weeks in advance, getting people with good creative, where we start to see Tony announce matches for next week's show, or maybe announce 2 weeks from Wednesday on a Dynamite that's happening later in the month. He's done that before in the past and seemingly moved away from it. And last night, I thought he did a very good job. One of the positives of last night's show is that he announced next week's Dynamite and then Fright Night Dynamite. I think a lot of that really excites fans to get them anticipated about what's to come instead of going in blind. Do you feel like they need to do a better job at that end? I saw them last night as well. They had a vignette or a promo package about certain dates and certain cities that they're coming to, and they lined up all of November and the rest of October. It's like, all right, so people know where you're going to be. Let's start advertising. What about talent doing media rounds in the city that they're in? I don't really hear anything about that unless it's a major pay-per-view. Do they need to do better at these certain aspects?
I think they are. That's the thing. A lot of people are in the chat or in my, mentions, and they're like, "Hey, how do you know they're taking the right steps?" Well, you got to pay attention. You got to pay attention not to what's stand right in front of you. Like Tony has and AW has advertised things for the following weeks, and they're also doing localized media market ads. They're running those commercials, and some of the talent is doing local media to help sell tickets. Again, you can do all that. But if you don't build anticipation of the stories that make people want to attend your shows, you're not going to come out anyway. You can put the tickets at $5. It doesn't matter. If you don't have good storylines and you don't have attraction or a want or a desire for people to come out outside of the sickos, you're not going to have full houses. That's just how it is. And let me tell you, that show before All In, there was, I don't remember the city or the country, there was.
That was
Park, Wales. What a crowd!
that was amazing, and they filled the
What a
building with
show.
4,000 people.
Right, but think about that for a second. Everyone wants to talk about the state of AEW house and shit and everything else like that. If they could capture that energy, I know the United Kingdom is really different. I know overseas is different, but if you could get even a half of that in the States, man, when you have a full building, there's nothing like it. There's absolutely nothing like it. I attended both ECW one night stands at the Hammerstein Ballroom. And GCW could be going there soon. Watch your touch, baby. I think that building only holds about what, 2, 3, 4,000 people, and it's electric when they pack it. That's what AEW needs to do: is pack smaller venues and make the emotion and the feelings from that live crowd come through the television. It's Cardiff. I mean, you could feel that crowd.
That was one of my favorite shows that they've done on Dynamite all year, simply because of the energy. Everyone was over, no matter what you were or who you were. I mean, I remember they went fucking bonkers for Big Bill. I mean, he was as over as anybody else on the entire show. And that's a great thing to see, because it's like, all right, man, I'm excited. It makes me want to watch the show. Last night's show and the week before do not make me want to watch the show. So hopefully they do fix that, and I do think that's a huge glaring problem. I don't know if they are going to continue to get better at that and fix that going into 2025 and continue to scale down. Do you have anything that you can maybe give us about them potentially scaling down? Are they going to continue to scale down going into 25?
I don't have anything I can give you. I don't know for the public, but I can tell you that, like, if you go look at their forms, I mean, they are doing a better job, I believe, of booking different venues that, I know they have the T-Mobile Center coming up against you. That's a big venue. The Nationwide Arena and stuff like that. But I think you're going to see into 2025. Those are 2024 years. I think into 2025 they're going to take a different approach. I think they're going to book, 5,000 to 7,000 seat buildings. At least that's what I would hope. And I think they're going to tighten up the booking schedule. I really do. I think that they've hired some really good hires there from Crochet and everything else like that. I think AEW will get their shit together in terms of the touring entity in the buildings that they go to. I have a question for you though. I've watched you. I know that you watch AEW from the beginning, and for me, I ask this question because you have always been AEW's biggest cheerleader for the past 3-4 years. That past, and now it's not. What changed for you? I know the story's changed, but was it because WWE got better and that's all you cared about, or is it because you really didn't want an alternative? You just wanted WWE to become black and gold, and now all of a sudden it is kind of black and gold field with the main event stars, and now you don't give a shit about AEW? What is it? What turns you off?
Well, I knew this question was going to be brought up, and I have actually a very well written statement in regards to that. But what changed for me is when AEW first got started, it was very easy for Tony Khan to be looked at as the second coming of our savior in pro wrestling, because he was going up against Vince McMahon. I do think the downfall here that we're seeing with AEW creatively and all other aspects that we've already kind of touched upon here has to do with Vince McMahon going away. It's easy to book against a Vince McMahon that was just completely out of his mind. He was losing his marbles. He did not give a shit about anything they put on TV. He basically booked for himself and himself only. And when Triple H took over, I think everybody kind of had a feeling based off his previous work in NXT and what he did with Black and Gold that WWE was going to be right and they were going to get back on the right track very, very quickly. I don't think people realized how quick it was going to happen, but it certainly did. They still have problems, don't get me wrong. They are not perfect by any stretch. Things feel boring over there. Things feel kind of long, drawn out at times. He is a master at drawing shit out. Sometimes it's way too long, and sometimes we need to kind of tighten that up and leave us with, man, I don't want to wait 6 months for storyline to play out. Maybe we can just kind of tighten this up and have it wrapped up in 3 months. So there are still problems over there, but the thing for me is Tony has lost his two biggest aspects as far as what made him special. Cody Rhodes and CM Punk. And when CM Punk was fired, I thought AEW was going to continue doing what they did when they were there. They have not. And I feel like when Cody left, it was a blow to the heart that was just never going to be recovered. And then when Punk got fired, I felt like that was the nail in the coffin. And I feel like with those two terminations, Cody went to sign with WWE, Punk was fired. I feel like with those two removals, Tony basically said, you know what, this is my show now. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to do what I want on every Dynamite, who I want to see. I'm going to book the way I want. I'm going to be the best matchmaker. And we're going to go out there and have the best wrestler. Meanwhile, all I now see is similarities between Tony and Vince. And I see Tony not becoming the alternative that he used to be anymore. I feel like he's just kind of moving very, very far away from that, and he's becoming more like Vince creatively than he is what brought him to the table and what brought AEW to be exciting. You know, he mentioned stop restoring the feeling, or he's going to start restoring the feeling. I'm like, stop trying to restore something that only existed because people hate watch WWE. They don't hate WWE anymore, and that's the biggest challenge that AEW faces right now. That's the big elephant in the room, per se. Tony had a luxury in having both Cody and CM Punk on his roster. He respected both of them enough to have, their good ideas and their good conscience kind of come through the stupidity. You had two veterans of the old school. Tony's booking as the lead man in charge is showing how bad he really is at this. And AEW's initial hype was because they were an alternative to Vince's dementia and his awful product. Now that Vince is gone, Triple H is in charge, and WWE all of a sudden got hot. AEW has no leverage, and their product speaks for itself. There aren't any storylines. Tony doesn't know how to create new stars. I've said that time and time again. He has no concept of baby faces and heels. If you look at the AEW roster, every champion is a heel. Every champion is a heel. Their two biggest draws, MJF and Will Ospreay, fought over a beyond secondary title in the International Championship, and that was only made important because MJF truly grasps what it means to be a heel and how he approaches going up against the top babyface. John Moxley setting the stage for a World Championship match with Orange Cassidy, someone who went from not talking and not wrestling to wrestling with no real change in his character, and not one single fan believes in him to be the guy, and he's nowhere near the guy. He's only on TV because Tony Khan is in love with Orange Cassidy, and that's where the favoritism comes from. But that's the reason why.
Well, if you had, think about it, if you have any faces running around in the championship, getting their asses beat by Moxley, how does that make them good? There might be a reason why they're all heroes for champions. Now, I'm not going to speak on Mariah May and Mercedes today because they are not involved in this stuff yet. So I hear you there. But I think the championship, the heels for the men's side of them, you can't have your babyface get shifted by Moxley if you want your babyface to become over champion.
But then you got babyfaces chasing us to a championship where fans don't believe in anything.
Well, and I agree there. But I just, again, the thing for me is that you criticize the way you criticize. And sometimes I feel like you want to play the victim game. Hey, don't come at me, but you came at me. So for me, do you think that your criticism of AEW is fair, or do you think that you just wanted WWE to get better, and as soon as that WWE got better, you were done with AEW, so now everything they do for the most part is shit? Or do you really want AEW to be the competitor that WWE that you once wanted them to be without Vince, but you just want Vince to be gone? I know that's a question a lot of people want to answer.
I wanted Vince to be gone, and I also want there not to be a monopoly in pro wrestling. I want AEW to genuinely succeed, and I want AEW to genuinely put on the product that I know everybody knows that they can put on because they have done it once before. I mean, AEW knows how to tell stories. I mean, for everybody saying that AEW doesn't tell stories, AEW tells stories. They need more committed stories, or they need to be more committed to their stories, and that's why people want to watch wrestling. People, when you watch wrestling, what brings you to watch pro wrestling? Some people just love the athletic aspect of it. You know, me and Drew like a story-based, emotional story to get you invested in the pro wrestling itself. That's what I was growing up on. I'm sure Drew's the same way. They need to be more committed to their stories, and that's what buys people into watching the wrestling. The two most compelling stories that they currently had this year, which is based off 2024, Tony Mariah, Swerve, and Paige. Those were great stories. They gave us great moments. They need more of that. And instead of these short-term feuds that go nowhere and that eventually get dropped, these one-off feuds and just quality matches. Because Tony Khan wants to wake up on any given day and say, you know what, man, I'm going to book this match because I want to see this match and I think this is a great match for the circuit. It's not the way that we want to see the company run. I mean, that worked when Vince was there. But man, oh man, Drew, that's not going to work here. Because Triple H is telling long-term booking and telling stories long drawn out, and AEW is not. But meanwhile, we're getting the same thing from WWE that Tony Khan is giving us, but without the stories. That's where the disconnect is.
Yeah, I think for me, the athleticism is something that, at times you're like, whoa, and that'll give you a second to like sit back and be like, what's going on here? The match, holy shit, that was a good move. But the reason I'm drawn to said match or said program is because of the emotional investment and the story they're supposed to get me. Why am I investing my time, money, and effort in things that are gonna make me? The in-ring stuff is an aspect of it, no doubt about it. But for me, it's why who do I want to see win and make that emotional investment. So stories can always have. It's professional wrestling. As much as AEW tried, I have been big part of this since day one. I got wins and losses stuff is complete butterfly.
I know you said that, and I was actually for that, and I thought it could
I know you
work.
were.
But you were 100% spot on, and you were right the whole way because that should never work, and it never was.
No, because it's professional wrestling. You need to tell stories. Wins and losses is a small part of that. At the end of the day, obviously, wins and losses will matter in terms of championships or whatever, but it's a small portion of what professional wrestling is. And I think when you try to make pro wrestling too much of an actual sport, it takes away from the fun.
Now, I want to go back. I want to get your take on this because we're talking about stories and how things kind of sometimes make sense and then most of the time do not make sense. Look at what they did this year with Bryan Danielson and Will Ospreay. They built that story around the Tiger Driver, and Ospreay left Danielson convulsing at the end of that match. I remember like it was yesterday. We all thought it
was that Dynasty.
Yes, yes,
I was there.
it was a situation where everybody thought it was going to lead to a second match between the two because how could you just leave us with one Bryan Danielson and Will Ospreay match? That match was incredible. So 2 weeks later, Bryan Danielson's announced for Anarchy in the Arena as if nothing happened, and they moved on to another story. So it's like you tell this story, and then you move away from it because you want to put him in Anarchy in the Arena, which has nothing to do with, and then you want to continue the Tiger Driver story with Will Ospreay and MJF, but they made it look to be in a way where it was for Bryan Danielson, but then it was more towards Will Ospreay and him not wanting to do the move anymore, but then him having to do the move. But it ended up working out anyway because MJF is going to pull that great moment out of somebody like that. And that Tiger Driver really mattered in the end of that match at Wembley. And Willow Mercedes, look at the storyline that they had earlier in the year. It's a great match. Don't get me wrong, I think Willow's great, I think Mercedes is great. But it's an indie mark storyline. Continued on with AEW, as many casual viewers didn't know what the fucking story was about. Then you bring in Deonna Purrazzo and Toni Storm earlier in the year. Where did that go? They signed Deonna Purrazzo and immediately threw her in a feud with Toni Storm. And where has she been since? I don't even remember when the last time she was actually on TV. They buried her on Collision. Christian Swerve at Double or Nothing. Swerve wins the World Championship, and they had history, sure, between those two. But a main event for Double or Nothing? I don't know about that, bro. Zero Heat. Then we got the Elite Takeover. Dropped. Never to be seen again. We got Anarchy in the Arena, blood and guts, and that story was over. And it only served Swerve and
they got to connect. And sometimes they don't. My biggest problem is the Tony Storm thing. When I and they beats Tony and all in, where the hell is Tony? Here is she.
Well, Tony's on sabbatical.
Oh, great. Where's Tony?
Well, Tony, yeah, where's Tony? I don't think Tony factors into the story anymore. We're not going back to that.
We should.
Why?
Tony lost everything she ever wanted. Why wouldn't she want it back?
What about Jamie Hayter?
Okay, I mean, yeah, they're going to tell that story too, but I'm sorry, where is the former world champion? Doesn't she want to win that?
She's now a retired movie actress. So what do you want? Wants to sell tacos in Mexico. So you would go back to that, huh?
I would have come back to that. I mean, I would have had Tony, come back and try and make the right life for the back. That's what I would have done. Because people were invested in that. They were very invested in that. So, yeah, I would have done that. And a lot of people, like they were invested in Danielson. Danielson got a feel good moment at all in. I mean, we were supposed to wrestle for it. It's like,
What about the creative aspect of it? I know Tony hired a few people. Jimmy Jacobs was obviously one of those people. They let him go. We'll get to that in a little bit. He's hired Will Washington, and we gave him the position of wrestling administration coordinator to tighten up loose ends, which, I mean, we can call out certain things that have a lot of plot holes in it, so I don't know exactly what's going on there. But the creative aspect, honestly, at the end of the day, all runs through Tony Khan. He puts the final say on everything. What do you say? Because I could sit here and say they should hire this guy, they should hire this guy, Tony should take a step back and put someone in charge of this show and that show. We know that's not going to happen, and I'll get into why that's not going to happen in a bit. But what do you think, Drew, when people say, oh, Tony needs to take a step back, or Tony needs to hire, for example, someone like Scott D'Amore to come on in and lead Dynamite, and we can maybe go lead Collision, and then maybe we can get this thing back on the right track? Do they need a new creative team? Do they need Tony to step down? And what do you think when people go out there on social media and utter that?
Yeah, Tony's stepping down is absolutely asinine. Everybody with a camera and a microphone nowadays feels like they have the right to tell people what to do, and then the experts in professional wrestling, none of them have ever done anything in the business. I shouldn't say none of them. The majority of them have never done anything in the business, and they've never been in that foxhole. They've never been in the wars or in the rooms or whatever else. Myself included. That's why I don't get on here and tell you this is what they should and shouldn't do. This is the way I've never read television. I'm not going to tell Scorsese and De Niro how they should have done Casino. Get over it. Sometimes that work great. If you don't even know how to throw a football, that's crazy to me. So, to your point about Tony stepping down, no. You know what? You go inherit or go make $1 billion, and then you go start a wrestling company. And then I want you to step down. Can you hire people to help you? Absolutely. Should he? I think he has. Has he hired all the right people? Probably not. It's going to take some time. Scott D'Amore, some names you want to throw out, great. I don't know if that'll ever come to fruition. But yeah, I think Tony should have, in my opinion, what I would do is I would hire somebody to handle the main event talents, mid-card talents, tag team division, women, and whatever other you want to call them, the low card, the openings, whatever, and separate the talents and have different voices, and then everything funnels through Tony, and then we can have, focus on telling good stories, not having one man write everything. Because if one man's writing everything, I think that's daunting for Tony. And I think it's starting to show with the stories that they're trying to tell and continuity and everything else like that. Like, it is many good working minds, and I emphasize good working minds, on your product, writing for your product, writing for your television. That's what I would do. You're only as good as your team. And if Tony truly, which he seems like he is, Tony has a team mentality, surround yourself with good teammates. That's what you should do. People who are going to challenge you. You don't want yes men. You don't want people who just
that's the problem. That's what he has.
You don't know that. Bro,
I know you got yes men, bro.
I know you got a hard on for certain writers and stuff like that. I don't know why that's going to be something that you have to describe to when we show later on. But for me, I don't get it. I think the calling out of different writers and all sorts of is complete kind of bullshit. You have no idea who's writing what. And I don't have any reason to defend it other than I just don't think that's the approach we should take. I don't know if they're yes men or not. Do I think that some people probably don't want to rock the boat because there's a lot of money in AEW and they're getting a fat check from AD? Maybe. I don't know that to be fact. I don't live in a world where I'm going to report bullshit, where I'm just going to spout off at the mouth and say, yeah, this is the reason, because you don't know. I mean, I live in a factual world. I'm not singling you out. I'm talking about the whole community just wants to blame everybody else, and they want to blame this writer and that writer and all this other stuff. At the end of the day, Tony needs to surround himself with people who are going to challenge him creatively, and help him creatively. Because if they just, yeah, this is a great idea, go for it. That's going to be the demise, if everyone wants to have one, of AEW or any wrestling company or any business. You need people to challenge you, and you need people to make you want to do better.
Drew, I think me and you can do a show on a random Wednesday and plot and pick out all of the plot holes in anything that they do. So clearly, people, and it's gotten worse and worse every single fucking week. It's gotten to a point right now that it's honestly disgusting. And I don't do it for clicks. I don't do it for likes. I don't do it for fucking engagement. This is genuinely how I feel because I did this with Vince. It mirrors exactly what I felt watching Vince do this shit. And if you watch the show, like, listen, I don't want to cite Brian Alvarez and the wrestling circuit because they got a lot more shit wrong this year than they did right. But Brian Alvarez said something in the last few weeks that I genuinely believe is true. And he heard from someone within the company that Tony Khan does not want any long-term booking anymore. He wants to book week to week, and that's what he wants to do. And that's exactly,
You said this?
Brian Alvarez. And I absolutely feel that's the case. If you watch the show, that's exactly what's playing out right before your very eyes. So when you say, we don't know if Tony's got yes men, I don't see him being challenged because if someone was challenging him, then half the shit that we see on the television show that's wrong wouldn't have made it on the show. I don't see anybody challenging Tony.
Well, I mean, but you don't know what, and I don't know what goes on backstage. I think it's very easy for us to sit back and go, again, it's very easy for us to pick apart what we see, on a weekly basis because we're not writing television 8, 9, 10 minutes in advance. Like, I'm hoping some of the writers are. From what I'm hearing from you, the creative team seems week to week. I think that's the recipe for disaster. Like, maybe that's what Tony wants. Do I think it's the right way to go about this? I don't think so. I think you should, make people invest in characters. So week to week is only going to start and stop, start and stop, start and stop. I think that's just me. But I don't know. I don't know. We don't know if people are challenging Tony backstage, and Tony's just like, no, this is what we're doing. I mean, we heard those stories with Vince, didn't we?
Yeah, all the time.
So people were trying to challenge him, and then all of a sudden it was like, no, we're not doing this. It's my show. All right, cool. I mean, I'm going to tell you this too. How do you know that these men and women are being told, go do this, and they're sitting back like, and I'm talking about the talent. And they're like, this stuff. But if the boss wants you to make steak, you make it steak. I don't give a shit that you want to make chicken. I'm writing the checks. We're serving steak tonight. But go make my steak. You don't know this. You could be lying. So to throw these accusations out, it's just wild. Do I think there's a creative problem? At times, absolutely. Is there too much starting stuff? Absolutely. But we don't know all the details. And again, if the guy writes the checks and go make the steak, go make steak. It doesn't matter if you want to make chicken, you make the steak.
Is there a disconnect? Now, obviously, we don't know what happens back because we don't work there, but do you feel like they need to tighten up, I should say, because we don't really know if there's a disconnect from producer, agent to the talent. I hear a lot of times that talent has a lot of free reign in the company, and I don't know how true that is. Certain talent may get a little bit more leeway than some of the other talent, depending on who you are. Is there a disconnect? And should they tighten up the backstage environment? Because I know Big Swole called it out, and several other people throughout the years have called it out. From producer to agent to talent, and hire people specifically, like you said, someone for the main event, someone for the mid-card, someone for the ladies, someone for the tag team. I don't know if that's being done or not, because everything just seems like it's a mixed bag, and it's just thrown up in the air, and wherever it lands, lands. Nothing makes sense on a week-to-week basis. Some things do, most of the things do not. Do they need to tighten that up? And
yeah, I'll give you a perfect example. I'm not trying to get that, but I'll give you a perfect example. I run a sports and entertainment ticket company, okay, with a buddy, and we have different people monitoring different aspects of sports and entertainment because I can't be here very much. So I might handle football and professional wrestling and UFC, but I've got people who are handling Disney on Ice, Monster Jam, concerts, theater. All of a sudden, and I have different people with their eyes and ears and their hands in many different paths and avenues and streams because I can't be here there anymore. I'm only as good as my team. So yes, if I was in control of AEW, I would have somebody working with my main event talent and the stories I want to tell there, my secondary championships, and the stories I want to tell there, my tag team and my winners roster, and then my men, not out of the the main event and secondary. Yes, I would do that. But again, I'm not in control of AEW, and I'm not going to get on a camera and a microphone and sit back and MF everybody because people just do that nowadays. But yes, I would 100% have people handling different aspects of my story. I just want to have them handle different parts of my business right now. That's what you have to do. You have to. I can't be, my eyes and ears cannot be everywhere at all times.
Tony Khan has absolutely no shame in saying who he is and how many hats he wears within the company. I can sit here and tell you exactly what AEW's problem is. You may agree with it. Some people may disagree with it. But at the end of the day, I feel like the problem within AEW is Tony Khan. And do I think he needs to take a step back? Realistically, if I say yes, what good is that going to do? Because it's never going to happen. A lot of people now, I mentioned Scott D'Amore. Scott D'Amore started Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling up again, had a great show.
I told you it's away from this show.
I wouldn't do it.
Baby. Okay, so then stop telling Tony Khan or Triple H.
Let me put it into perspective with what Drew's saying. This is my business. This is what I do on a day-to-day. This is how I supply, my family with what they need, and I make my living doing this. If I gave this channel to Jesse, and I love Jesse. Jesse's my partner on Wednesday night. Jesse, you can take the channel. I gotta take a step back. People don't want me on the channel anymore.
Hope his kids doing great.
They're doing great. He would love it, but I would never do that. I would never do that.
And with all due respect to you, you've worked your brand and you've worked everything you have. Why are we telling other people to step back?
Because he's obviously not doing a good job. He's not doing a good job.
People don't think
I'm going to put you on the spot right now. If there's one problem in AEW, is Tony Khan not the number one reason why things are lacking right now?
Well, it always falls on the leader. There's no doubt about it. But asking the leader to step down and just be like, hey, you need to handle all the things is terrible. And for something, whether he's given the money or not, that's neither here nor there. I think it's a really tough thing and it's a really insane ask for somebody to step away from me. Did Vince ever step away? I mean, listen, Dixie Carter, as bad as she was, right? In the wrestling opinion, in the wrestling viewers' eyes, she was bad. Did she ever step away? No. Jeff Jarrett. Love Jeff. Good dude. Did he ever step away from his stuff? No.
What did you make of the whole Jimmy Jacobs situation when Jimmy Jacobs amicably walked away from AEW Creative? Because I remember, I don't know if I was actually in attendance at the last scrum that I was at. He mentioned Jimmy Jacobs, or I heard him mention something along the lines that I traveled with Jimmy Jacobs as my right-hand man, and Brian Danielson and so-and-so on the jet, and they're always talking about what is going to happen with AEW Creative. Jimmy Jacobs was his right-hand man. What did you make of that? And the online discourse, when he was removed, I mean, I got my say on that. I said my piece online. I think there's a little bit more to that situation. I thought Jimmy Jacobs was fired as a scapegoat because they knew the heat was coming down on him hard and they needed somebody to blame, and it's very Vince McMahon. What did you make of the situation? Everyone's, the shows are going to get better now. Now, all these things that were so wrong, Jimmy Jacobs is not there, so we won't be doing those things anymore. What did you make of that situation?
Well, I mean, you know what? The Jets fired their head coach, and I'm a big Jets fan. The problem is fixed. The problem is fixed. You can fire whoever you want, and if there's a problem creatively, that one person wasn't the absolute reason why the creative shifts. So no, I don't. Jimmy Jacobs being fired is not going to fix all wrestling problems that we believe that there are. I mean, that's ridiculous. One man does not have that much power and control unless you're the owner. And that man is Tony Khan. And no, Tony does not need to step down. Maybe Tony needs help. Vince needed help. Triple H needed help. For all the shit that everybody wanted to give Vince, everybody praised Vince for decades. The Walt Disney, creative genius, all this other stuff. Now, some nasty shit has come to light. And we didn't, a lot of people didn't like what he was booking the past, 5 to 7 years, whatever. But at the end of the day, what he is good is people to surround himself. And Tony needs good people to surround himself with so this company can thrive. And I think we're in a transitional period. I think there's going to be changes. I think there's going to be nasty.
I hope so. A lot of people tend to think that Tony should do less and maybe wear less hats. And I see Scott D'Amore's name thrown around a lot, or someone of that status to run some aspect of AEW to get them back on the right track. The thing is, guys, and this is just my point. This has nothing to do with it. Tony's not going to relinquish any power because he loves the power. Tony's not going to step away from this because this is all he wanted to do for his entire life. This man was part of E-Feds. I was part of the mail-in E-Feds too. Create a character, write storylines, go on the computer and talk to other wrestling fans about, fantasy angles and all this other nonsense. I used to do that. I used to call the hotlines here in New York City. I used to do all of that. And Tony's not going to want to step away from that because this is all he wanted to do. Can you imagine Tony Khan giving any sort of power to Scott D'Amore? And the way that I say that, and the reason why I say that is because look at how much good rapport Scott D'Amore has with what he did to turn around TNA. If Tony brings in someone like Scott D'Amore, don't you think the optics from Tony Khan's point of view is going to be like, well, they like him more than they like me? And they're going to think that I'm the reason why things are not bad. And then if things are getting fixed, then they're going to all praise Scott D'Amore and then even blame me further. So they're not. He's never going to allow that to happen. So we're stuck with Tony Khan, whether you like it or not, honestly. That's just my point of view. That's got nothing to do with Drew. That's not Drew's opinion. That's just my opinion. Oh.
Everything's always good when things are going good. Everything's always bad when things are going bad. And if things weren't quote unquote bad, you wouldn't have content to make. And a lot of other people wouldn't, because all of your content for WWE and AEW was, this is good, this is great, this works, I love it. I don't know how successful that would be. So everybody has ebbs and flows in terms of business. Right now, WWE is white hot. AEW is not producing what it should be because of maybe lack of storylines. Whatever you want to, throw out there. But at the end of the day, if they bring in D'Amore, Cornette, Russo, Bischoff, whoever, it doesn't matter. I mean, they're bringing Bischoff. Does that fix their problems? Does that really fix their problems right now? I don't know.
Nobody knows. I mean, it doesn't hurt them. It doesn't hurt them to bring in those types of names, but they need a better creative team. They need a better creative at the end of the day. No matter what we think of Tony Khan, they need a better creative team.
Didn't Vince bring in Bischoff and Heyman at one point?
I mentioned this on Monday, but they were used as fucking scapegoats because Bruce took over both shows. Paul Heyman lasted a year. But when Paul Heyman wanted to bring a new SmackDown 6 to Monday Night Raw, and he wanted to push Andrade and Austin Theory and Buddy Matthews and Malachi Black, Vince looked at him with 6 fucking heads. It's like, I'm not pushing Buddy fucking Matthews, get the fuck out. And then Eric Bischoff, Drew, he lasted 6 weeks. He didn't get anything to do with the executive producer role.
You know what's interesting about Bruce, though? You have been very vocal about Bruce Pritchard, and Bruce is still there, and you love the shot. What does that say?
I don't think Bruce has a lot to do with anything. I think Bruce is there because of favor to the family. Honestly.
I don't think he did any favors.
Bruce has worked there for 35 years. Where's he got?
But if Bruce was such a major issue, you would have thought that at this point, creatively, that you would have been like, all right, Bruce still sucks, but that's not what we're hearing from you. And I get it, because I enjoy WWE's product too. I do. I think WWE has some really good storylines. I think it's some of the best work they've ever done. They're white hot for a reason. They build stars, they make stars, and they make attraction. Get Roman. Look what they did with Punk, Cody. Punk's return. Cody's back now with WWE for numerous years, and he's one of the biggest stars on the planet. But if Bruce was such an issue, then the creative would still suck. The thing that they're not doing.
No, that's not necessarily true. Bruce had a lot of power when Vince was there. Bruce was basically Vince 2.0. With Triple H in charge and his team in charge, I don't think Bruce has nearly anywhere close to that type of power. He's just another guy. But Bruce was like the second in command. So how do you even compare them?
Well, I mean, I don't know what exactly Bruce did for Triple H. I just wonder if he sits right next to him. Like you see it when they walk through the row out.
Sure. Sure. He also said the docu-series was nothing more than a hit piece and it was complete garbage. But, I mean,
yeah, don't get into that.
No. But yes, I feel like the creative needs to be better. The AEW creative team needs to be a little bit more substantial. Tony's a great matchmaker. Don't get me wrong. He knows how to book a great match. And he knows how great a pay-per-view should be. He's done very well with specific moments. He's not the worst we've seen, but a creative team, he needs a better creative team, and a team that he's not leading. He needs to take a couple of steps back and let someone else take the creative reins. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I love a good match, and I love a good payoff. When
It only gets you so far, man. Good matches only get you so
Yes.
far.
It's the payoff and the good storyline that makes the great pro wrestling match. AEW was at their best when MJF and Punk were feuding, Adam Page and Kenny Omega, MJF and Cody, MJF and Wardlow, which Tony ultimately botched, MJF and Bryan Danielson going the distance. You see a fucking common theme with MJF here. Swerve and Hangman. They really need more of that to keep people tuned in every week. But man, that Kenny Omega Adam Page story, that was in the glory days of AEW, man. We followed that shit week to week. We were picking things apart on being the elite and what Page was doing and him going fucking rogue and breaking away from the elite and Kenny Omega was the belt collector. That was all great. Where's that? Why aren't we doing anything like that? I know Kenny's hurt, but I mean, something like that.
Well, I mean, again, you know, there's a lot of things that the AEW could do better. And there's no doubt about that. I don't like that Cole was just the rusty package. You know, just really kicking, right? There was a lot of momentum with Cole and MJF and the Devil storyline that happened, and then Cole unfortunately had that injury. And for me, I'd like to see Cole stand on his own 2 feet. We'll have to wait and see where that goes. But for me, out of the gate, I'm like, man, really? We're getting back to this? And I'll be honest with you, Buddy Matthews, you want to talk about stories and stuff like that. Buddy Matthews made Adam Cole what I did. He made him look weak. I just think you're frail. You're fragile. If I was Adam Cole, I'd be like, all right, let me show you how fragile I am next week. I'll show you, dude. What did you call me out? What are you nuts? I'm going to beat the holy hell out of you. I just thought it was like,
Bro, Buddy Matthews was 3 times the size of Adam Cole.
but at the end of the day, I think we know that Cole's going to go over, right? But you don't make a babyface look like a bitch. I mean, I would have had Cole been like, why you calling me out? Be like, you think I'm frail? All right, let's see you next week.
So the creative aspect, guys, is a lot. There's a lot that is wrong there, and I'm going to feel the same way leaving this show tonight with Drew. Things need to be better. Things need to be tightened up. I don't think Tony's got the right team in place. I think things just kind of get lost in translation, and a lot of that, you know, obviously we bleed from that into the roster, and there is a very, very bloated roster with 2 shows now, 2 main shows. Dynamite at 2 hours, Collision at 2 hours. Collision's not the best watch during the week. It's largely unimportant. Rampage is getting canceled. Sean Ross Sapp put out a thread about Shockwave, and we don't know when and where that's coming, how long it's going to be. Is it going to be 1 hour? Is it going to be 2 hours? Is it going to be Fox? Is it not going to be Fox? We don't know. So Rampage is getting canceled at the end of the year. So they're just going to have Dynamite, and they're going to have 4 hours of television. Drew, with over, I think the number was somewhere in the vicinity of over 200 talents. Is AEW looking at a bloated roster? Because seemingly it feels like a lot of the talent gets pushed when Tony Khan wakes up one day and decides, hey, you know, I want to use the House of Black last night on AEW Dynamite, and they don't follow any real story at all, and we're just going to use them because the fans have been asking for it. Most of the roster, I would say 75% of the roster, doesn't get used the way that they would want it to be used, and Tony is going to push who he wants. Some talent takes 3 months off, and then Tony says, no, let's cycle back to that talent. Is the roster over bloated, and how does AEW manage that? Because I know you and I talked about some possible scenarios there. Do we go for a draft? Do we have split rosters? What do they do as far as the roster?
For me, I think the roster is well. I think a lot of talents that definitely benefit from the brand split. I think it's a very good idea. We talked about this very early on. I would say over
Wasn't Tony asked that in one of the press conferences or phone calls?
Yes, he was. Yeah, absolutely. You know, for me, I think that Saturday Collision time slot, it's a hard time slot to draw people. I know like the tradition of Saturday, CBS and TNT, you know, but for me, I'm putting Collision on Fridays. You know, that's what I would do, and I would have a split. Well, if it's going to be Shockwave, then have a split. Have a roster split. Have, you know, some talent only exclusive to certain brands. But yeah, I'll be honest with you though, the tough thing for me with the roster for AEW right now is, do they have the star power to have a very well split? You know what I'm saying?
I think they do, and it would open up the opportunity for them to create new stars, because some of these men and women are not being used, and if they're on their own show, not only would they kind of, you know, settle down and really know who to start creatively planning for, but it would also give people reason to show up to these shows on Saturday and on Wednesday. Because they know, because you and I talked about this, they know who they would be going to see.
I agree with that. They need, and I think they've done that. They've done it better now more than ever. But advertising things for certain shows coming up so that fans can be like, okay, I want to see that. I'm going to play. But I asked you this question because I had a point with it. Give me four guys and two girls on each show that you would split that are going to draw numbers, eyeballs, and attention. Think they have. Give me four guys. Who are your four main players right now that are going to make people tune in? Because the big thing here is let's get a roster split. Let's go ahead and do that. Sure. All right. So what guys are on what show? And what girls are on what show? WWE has an abundance of riches right now. They have so much talent and high-level attraction talent. They can do this thing.
Now, if we are going into this with no injuries playing factors at it, I would put Kenny Omega on one show, and I would put MJF on another show, Ospreay on one show, and Adam Cole on another show. I mean, there's talent where we could, if I have it in front of me, I don't have it in front of me, there is a way where we can split these rosters where they have substantial star power at the top, and they have so many different titles, which we'll get into in a little bit, that could definitely benefit from being exclusive to one show, and then the other show gets the other set of titles. There's no reason for two women's championships, and there's nothing going on in either storyline or either division with TBS and women's championships. There's no reason for trios championships, and there's no reason for tag team championships to exist on the same show.
I think there's a lot of championships in professional wrestling and sports entertainment as a whole. I feel like everyone needs a goddamn participation trophy, and for me, it's a lot. Like, it's a lot across the board. But I will say that I think WWE has done a much better job of making their championships and their secondary championships look very deep. I think AEW used to do that. Right now, I think I am very much invested in the international championships with AEW because it's Will and now Birtgday. But other than that, I mean, Okada's the Continental Champion. Like, I know he defended it on that Dynamite against Bryan in that match, but I mean, realistically, like, Okada's a dog. Like, let's use Okada better. Is he hurt or something? Like, let's utilize that star power. That championship.
No, Okada's a shiny toy from New Japan that Tony wanted to pay $4 million a year for because I have no life.
I think Tony gets a, and I don't know if people are like, oh my God, you defended that. You want an owner who's going to go after high-level free agents, right?
But everybody?
Why not? Who the fuck cares? Is it your money? No? I love how people want to play like GM over here.
All right, you know what? Listen, I'm glad this came up because this is going in line where we want to go as far as the topic. Stephanie Kerr was the topic of discussion this week. AEW supposedly, she's great. I didn't know who the fuck she was before she wrestled at Forbidden Door. I'm sold after that match with Mercedes. I'm like, I want to see her more on TV. Believe it or not, we got our wish because now she's with WWE. But the rumor is, and it's only a rumor because we don't know if it's actually instituted yet. AEW and Tony Khan may put policies in place for talent like that. If they want to work AEW New Japan joint shows and WWE comes calling, they can't go to WWE for a certain set of days, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Did they really, I know they want the Stephanie Kerr, but did they need Stephanie Kerr? I mean, I understand that Tony wants everybody and wants to really hype up where the best wrestle, but did they need her for the division? Look at that women's division. Where would Stephanie go, and what would he do with Stephanie if she's in that division on top of everybody else that he's not fucking using over there? So that's my point. Why spend money on someone just to have them when you don't know the first thing about what you want to do with them? Let her go. Why? Why you got to bring in everyone?
The argument is just beyond other words. But Stephanie Kerr, in my opinion, went to a place where she is going to be that diamond. They're gonna shine that sucker up. They're gonna make Stephanie Kerr a star. And I think that she wants to get to that WWE. She wanted that love. She wanted WWE to put their stamp all over her and fine tune everything that she got going on. Because when I saw her on Long Island, I was like, man, if I'm a wrestling company, I'm signing this chick from Long Island. WWE thought the same thing and went out and got it. So good on me. Do I think that with the logic of, well, we shouldn't sign this talent because we're not going to know who it is? I mean, does that happen? Yeah, it does. There's a lot of underutilized talent. Let me ask you a question. Shelton Benjamin, has he been utilized well in AEW right now?
For now.
Okay.
Until the rest of work next week.
maybe Big Bob's coming.
Big Bob is coming. I predict
All right.
Big Bob's he's coming in next week. Sure, yeah.
All right, Big Bob, like big checks. And, yeah. So listen, I mean, but that's the thing. Like, I don't know if we should sign this one because we're not going to know what to do with it.
All right, Mercedes is an anomaly. You're not listen. You're not going to let her sit on the free agent. If she's out there, you go offer her whatever she wants. Has she made a difference? That's up for debate. That's the subjective thing.
Listen, you want to talk about the Mercedes? You want to be open and honest?
Yeah.
Right. I respect Mercedes that made a ton, but I thought Mercedes would be a bigger needle mover than what she has been in terms of like the winning position. And as of right now, I don't really, besides the Stephanie Vaquer stuff with her, and then maybe a little bit of the Willow stuff, I really haven't been impressed or had my, I haven't emotionally attached to taking money cards.
All right. Well. Here's another on the spot for you. Why? What is the problem? And I know this is not the only talent that he brought in this year, Tony. Mercedes and Okada on the same, basically the same month, and then Ospreay. This was their dynasty. All this talent that he paid all this money for, they haven't made a lick of a difference and an impact on the ratings whatsoever. When everybody thought, and he thought that they would. What is the problem?
Well, I think the big problem has always, and it's continuous throughout this whole show, the opposing story. I needed to invest and continue to invest in Mercedes when they program. I don't know whether or not Mercedes has creative control. If she does, I think that's a massive mistake to give any
Well,
talent.
she did tell TMZ.
Oh, so she does have creative control? I mean, good on her for getting it. I'm not going to hate on her for that. But for me, it's like, at the end of the day, I think story is king. I think some of the things that Mercedes was doing, I enjoyed, and then all of a sudden we said, all right, okay, this is, we all know Mercedes is winning this one. Like that's the thing. If I'm gonna watch something, I need to suspend my disbelief. Mercedes done that with anybody she's wrestled? No, she hasn't. Anytime Mercedes gets into a ring or a match against somebody, I know Mercedes is coming out on top right now because they haven't built anybody to actually challenge her. Most of their programs are pretty cold. I think the Willow stuff, and maybe now with Chris Statlander, maybe. I don't know, but I don't believe Statlander takes the championship off of Mercedes.
She's not. No. And even the match, no. I mean, they couldn't even be bothered to tell us why she turned back into a baby. And why she dumped smoke. They didn't even tell that.
But I think it all goes back to like they need to hire people to work with some of the top talent in terms of writers and have Tony assign things of talent and stuff like that. And I think Swerve has been booked very, very well. I love what Swerve has done.
It did not start off that way, but it did get that.
But we all know, why that's like. I think it's been great. I think a guy that you come out a lot. I think he's done a really good job with Swerve.
He's done good.
Yeah. So I mean, some things are going to hit, some things are going to miss. But at the end of the day, like, I think there needs to be more emphasis on some of the talent they bring in. Do I particularly like what they're doing with Ricochet? Not really. But I'm not going to. He's got a 3-year deal or 4-year deal, whatever it's been. So I'm going to let that one, marinate and see what happens. Am I impressed out of the gate? Not really. I wanted them to go back to Pac and Will Ospreay. I thought that was like one of the best matches I've ever seen.
Has AEW moved away from them being what they coined the alternative early on to now just being another place where ex-WWE talent go? We got Ospreay, who, in my opinion, is the best pro wrestler in the world. You got Mercedes, who arguably at one point was the best female wrestler in the entire world. Not anymore, I don't think, with the way she's been working at AEW. Then you got Shelton Benjamin coming on in, Ricochet, you got Adam Copeland there, you got Christian Cage, Bobby Lashley's coming on in, so on and so forth. Malachi's there. Are they resting their laurels too much on ex-WWE talent? How much of that, or if any of that, has driven away the audience? Does this audience want to see that? Are they upset at that fact because AEW isn't the way that it used to be, and now Tony's relying on WWE talent? How much of that has to do with what we're seeing now?
I think that the whole, like, the rest of the laurels on former WWE talent, I think there was the narrative, right? That what they're trying to do now is change that. That's why we're seeing Darby, Cassidy, and the Garcia stuff. Bringing in, Bobby Lashley potentially, and you have Shelton and MVP. I'm grateful these characters and these men were able to get new canvases because they were doing jack shit out of it. And at the end of the day, like the whole Copeland thing, big fan of Copeland. love what he does, and everyone's like, it's the same type of bullshit. It's not. Like, Copeland's doing things he could never do in WWE. He's got new canvases to paint on. Look at Christian Cage. I have a lot of people like, man, the dude's 50, so what?
Best run of his career.
Correct. So I'm thankful that AEW is around so that you can see that. A lot of people just want to sit back and go, here we go, the same old WWE dudes. These are the same people who get behind their microphones and their cameras, and they sit back and they shit on AEW for not giving new talent. Which one is it? Y'all got to make up your mind. Because y'all are so quick to jump on a mic and a camera and bash things. But y'all don't, some of it, we don't need to hear from you, truthfully. Like, that's why I don't dissect everything. Because you don't need to hear from me on everything that's going on.
How do the optics to that look? Because if you're an ex-WWE guy and Tony's bringing in all these ex-WWE guys, you would think the ratings would increase. I mean, Hurt Business was a popular act in WWE, and now they're being reformed and reimagined in AEW. Ricochet never really got a chance in WWE. Tony's going to give him a chance in AEW. Mercedes led a revolution, and she basically started what we see with women's wrestling today with Bayley, and now she's in AEW, and she hasn't really done much of anything. You would think with all her fanfare that she would bring so much more audience. And it goes back to what we said. Why doesn't the company, why doesn't AEW, why doesn't Tony and his team see that with all this sheer talent, that at the end of the day, it's story over everything? Why don't they see that? And when there's criticism, when people call that aspect out, why do they get so much backlash? The people like me and the fans on social media, why do they get so much backlash? But that is the core reason for all their problems.
I think a lot of people are conditioned to a certain way of wrestling has been working for so many years, and I think we're conditioned to a certain way of things are now working with Triple H, where it's not exactly what they want at a certain time they want it, in a certain way. Like I said, everyone's got a camera and microphone now, and they think they're experts, and they shit all over it when they deem it absolute garbage. You know how many people I see say the show's going to suck before even watching it? It's crazy. The story is king. The stories need to be better in AEW. Is Tony responsible for all the stories and what we've been for the majority of them? Yes. Does Tony need better people in the position to help him? Yes, he does. I think everybody could use better, writers and everything else. It seems like WWE, I'll stop right there for a quick second. I think WWE is firing on all cylinders. I think the creative process right now is probably one of the best we've ever seen, truthfully. They have a lot of talent that can do that. People just went from building, signing some talent to do that. But again, we are very much in a this is what I want, give it to me now type of generation. And I think people have the patience they have. And I understand that. Sometimes, you got to let some things play out. Obviously, a transitional period is going to be different. Some people are going to like it, some people are going to hate it. But at the end of the day, still watch it, right? And if you're not, then good for you. But those people I respect, JD. I really do. I respect the people who are like, I don't want to watch this. It's not for me. Turn off the channel. Turn off the channel.
Yeah, but I hear that. I hear that. Well, I hear that flat, and I hear that too. JD just hate watches. JD, why don't you stop watching? But where were these people when and you know me better than a lot of people do. I did this during the WWE days, during the shit days that WWE and Vince gave us terrible love.
No, and your fans called me a WWE show, not an AEW show.
I know, I seen it. But what? Well, like, they tell me stop. They tell me stop watching. I laugh at that. It's like, well, I mean, do people know I did this for years and I built my reputation up? And now you're telling me to stop watching this shit?
Well, what are you? You're going to stop watching the thing that generates revenue? No, you need to have professional wrestling on television. You need to either have a Google or bus period for Google companies for you to generate any revenue. You should. I get it. And listen. You don't come from a place of you're not disingenuous. Do I think you make things personal in your delivery, which I've told you personally?
Yes.
At times,
I've heard that from a lot of people. My delivery needs to be worked on. Sure.
Yeah. All right.
But I also don't want to come off fake or boring either. That's why I kind of accentuate what I do.
And I hear you, but it's not going to be for everybody. You're not for everybody. So be it, whatever. But I do think that you do need one company to be driving and another company to not be driving for your content to be on viewership. So this is where we're at. Maybe AEW fixes it, and maybe they fix it within the next 6 to 12 months. And I've watched some of your stuff, and you do praise the things you like, and you really have the things you don't. But who knows? Maybe WWE's in a different situation creatively in 2 years. And you'll have other content that you can make money off of it, all that other stuff. I get it, man, and I think the fan base gets it too. It's not really hard to understand what you're doing and what other people are doing too. But to sit back and wish demise on any company, which I don't think you're doing, is absolutely asinine. And I don't. There's a lot of bad faith people out there. And for some reason, we've gotten to a point now where it's almost like this political shit. I really don't care who you want to vote for. I judge you by the human that you are, the way you and I don't care that you're either a WWE or AEW fan. And it's crazy to me that I see on the internet, if you're an AEW fan, I can't be friends with you because I'm a WWE fan. That's a company. Do you think the boys and girls backstage, both companies give a shit who you like? No. Or what company you like? No. They want to make sure the check's clear and they want to make sure that you're watching. So watch both. They don't hate each other. If they're not at war with each other, the fans should not be at war with each other. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
A lot of people misinterpret what I do as hate, and I think a lot of people think I do it for clicks and engagement and likes and all this other nonsense. But Drew is correct. If both companies were thriving, that would be great. Because I don't want to sit here and fucking complain. I want to enjoy what I'm watching. But when I'm not, and I find deficiencies or wrong in the product, I think I do a very good job of calling that out, and I would rather be honest. And I always said with Vince, I always had hope, even when Vince was there, that things were going to turn around. Maybe one day things would get better. And if everybody told me, stop watching, and I did, and I didn't watch Monday Night Raw anymore, then all of a sudden it would get better. And then where would I be if I abandoned ship and I missed the good because I gave up on the bad? And I don't want to do that with AEW. I don't want to give up on the bad and then miss out on the good when they do good because I know that there's good there. I know they're capable of good. So why would I do that? Like this would be like me watching a fucking terrible Braves season and then the next year they win the World Series. If I didn't watch that entire bad season, watching them win the World Series would be good, but it wouldn't be fucking great, man. I'm glad I went through that ride. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think, that you bring up that aspect of stuff like that. I think it's very easy for people to relate to the sports aspect of things. And I think people need to humanize not only with talent involved in wrestling, and understand that these are real life human beings. They're not, they're characters on your television screen every Wednesdays or Mondays or Fridays or PLEs or whatever. These are real life human beings. So if you're going to make things personal, you're going to get personal back. So, the sports teams, when you go out and if you're online and you call Ronald Acuna a piece of shit, and then all of a sudden you're sitting in a press conference and Ronald Acuna goes, I know you'd be the company piece of shit. Get the hell out of here. You shouldn't be offended because you attack somebody's character. So be careful with the stuff on social media where you just go after somebody because you don't like what they're doing on television. And to me, it's crazy. It's absolutely, the tribalism in professional wrestling is nuts. It's absolutely nuts.
We'll get to that. We got a couple more topics, and then we'll get to you guys' super chats. We talked about the roster. All right. Does AEW need to reduce the amount of titles on television? Because I have here, obviously, we mentioned Okada's the Continental Champion. I mean, he's defended the championship here and there. I think he wrestled Kyle O'Reilly at Battle of the Belts. He wrestled Bryan Danielson in that match a couple weeks ago on the anniversary show. I mean, outside that, I can't tell you what he's done with the Continental Championship. What has Jack Perry done with the TNT Championship since Forbidden Door? Does anybody even remember who the Trios Champions are? It took me a little bit to even think about who the fuck they were because we got Claudio, we got Pac, we got Wheeler Yuta. They're not doing anything with those titles. We don't need more men's championships. We got a world title, TNT title, tag team titles, trios titles. We definitely don't need to be seeing random title matches no one could care less about. CMLL, New Japan titles. Tag team division's completely dead. Right now, the way that we see it, I mean, the tag team division is probably the worst it's ever been. Meanwhile, you go back to year one, you guys remember the tag team division AEW? Young Bucks, Lucha Brothers, Santana and Ortiz, Jurassic Express, SCU, FTR, The Acclaimed, Private Party.
I mean, the best tag team division.
It was fucking great. Now we have teams split between traditional tag team and trios. We have champions who literally never defend their championships, like the Young Bucks went 4 months without defending the titles. Are there too many titles on TV, Drew? What do they got to do to really make these titles feel important? Whether it's abandon some of them, merge them, consolidate them, what do we got to do?
I think there's a lot of championships. I attended a Ring of Honor pay-per-view at Stadium in Arlington, Texas. I thought it was religion. I thought it was Ring of Honor. That type of venue. but there is a lot of championships in the WWE. And I think what they need to do with the tag team division is we saw, the tag team division in WWE with Vince McMahon at the helm and some others was bad. Remember it? It was bad. It was real bad. They would put together tag team and what the hell am I watching? And I think right now, again, AEW going through the transitional period, but I think the emphasis, if you ever really want people to invest in the product and invest in your champions, your secondary, your tag teams, you need to make them a priority. So yeah, they definitely need to fix the tag team division and make it a priority. I'm a huge FTR guy. I think they're the best tag team, one of the best tag teams that can do it. So I would like to see more emphasis on them. It seems like they're pretty much regulated to collision. If I had to say, I would cut use the collision cowboys, and I'm talking about talent. I would have, as of right now, until you want to do that hard split, I'd have everybody kind of available for both shows, and I'm trying to put out the best product I possibly can for the company. I think it is something that needs to put more emphasis on. Because I was a huge fan of their tag team division before the talent they had.
Yeah, it was a huge staple of that show. The Young Bucks came out and said that tag team wrestling was going to be at the forefront of everything that they did, and they moved away from that, and it has not been the same, and it's gotten worse every year. Give up the pointless revival of Ring of Honor, please. Nobody cares about Ring of Honor 2024. I don't personally care about the history. That may be important to some of you out there. It has absolutely zero place. I promise you, zero place on current AEW television. All it does is introduce even more titles that spill over to AEW programming. It strains Tony Khan's creativity even further because he's got all these extra titles to think about and all this extra talent that he wants to use that nobody's really seeing on the app. And it really deprives the main AEW talent on the roster and major players of Athena and Dalton Castle. Like, Dalton Castle is a huge Ring of Honor name that's still working. He's injured now. Athena, you got some Mark Briscoe. I mean, why isn't Athena on national television? Like, I understand you want to rebuild Ring of Honor to what you think it is and rebuild that division, and they got Billy Starks over there. They want to give that moment to, but Athena should not be hidden away over there. Another thing.
But I think that goes back to your original point, Jiggy. There's a lot of talent. There's a lot of talent not being utilized. I think they need to clean that up. And I think if you really want to do something,
turn it into a developmental brand.
you could with Ring of Honor, but I'm going to call for the Ring of Honor stuff to just be. And I know there's restrictions with the state library and everything else like that. But I would end it, and I would just take all that talent, put it under all these wrestling, and then you can have it just split. That's what I was waiting for you to say. You didn't say it during how they name your guys and how you do it. I think if you combine AEW and Ring of Honor's roster, I think there's a lot of talent you can actually have for their brands. I think that's what I would.
So you would not go the traditional way of rebuilding Ring of Honor as its own entity, give it its own stage show and its own roster, and keep everything separate from the AEW shows.
If they want to use it as a developmental brand, like you said, yeah, I'm all for it. We're going to talk about this as like something where it's like WWE tried to do ECW, and that was kind of like a third brand.
There's a lot of championships. There are three-man titles. There's tag team titles. There's a Continental, TNT, International. Just one thing that really came to me when I was taking my notes for this show. Jon Moxley was at one point the IWGP champion, and in that, I think it was in April, he wrestled Will Hobbs. That was the night Will Hobbs got hurt. He was out for the rest of 2024. He was pushed as the IWGP champion further and more so than Swerve was when he first won the championship on AEW show because they had to feature New Japan titles. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I don't understand why we need to see all the CMLL title. We got the fucking Stardom championship that Mercedes. Who gives a shit? Like, I don't know why this plays onto my show. Like, you don't even book your own championships the way that you need. I got to worry about these other championships I have no recollection of.
I think Tony tries to cultivate many different relationships with many different wrestling organizations, leagues, and promotions, and I do think he needs more emphasis on his brand. Yeah, but I think he tries to make sure that he's that open, welcoming brand for AEW, and I think at times it can be detrimental to your own brand because everyone's trying to get over on everybody, right? Everyone's trying to make their brand the brand. For me, it's interesting, right? You talk about brands on your platform. I'm not trying to take people onto my platform for something I don't have. I don't do YouTube and all that other stuff. So again, that's why when we come together, it's like, okay, I know Drew's got using it. And I think you have to take that mindset with the AEW franchise. CMLL using me, AAA using me. You can give and take, but it's too much take that I'm not here. You know what I'm saying?
Did you watch the Maple Leaf show? Anything? You see clips online about Maple Leaf Forever?
I saw the clips. I love me some Mauro Ronaldo. I saw some clips, and I thought it was, I thought that was very, very well done by Tony where they're going to promote that. You got a lot of our talent. So if you want the talent exchange, I need some promotion. They did that.
No, but my question was, I don't want to put you on the spot, but this is just coming from me specifically. There's nothing to do with Drew. We didn't discuss this beforehand, but I'm going to ask him a question.
We discussed nothing before.
No. I'm watching the show, and I see Mauro, doing his Dynamite rundown. I'm like, this is pretty interesting. I know there was some AEW talent on the show. We got Takesha on the show as the international champion. Ricochet was on the show, and Athena was on the show. Is it at a point that Tony's got his hands in that for any specific reason? Now, I ask this because when Mauro was reading the Dynamite rundown, I'm like, Mauro would fit perfect on Dynamite, which I've said many, many times before. I think he would be the greatest league voice that they could possibly ever go out there and get. But is Tony in bed with Scott D'Amore as far as Maple Leaf? Is it funding Maple Leaf? Is there like a partnership going on there that we don't know? What did you make of that AEW integration on that show? Because it might be a little conspiracy theory, right? But does Tony have anything to do with Maple Leaf at all, or is that just completely Scott D'Amore?
I would say no. I would say that if Scott D'Amore approached Tony, or hey, let me get some of your talent for the show, and Tony's really honest and wants to work with everybody and open, like, sure, but this is what I'm going to need. I think that's Tony kind of making like a trade for the GM. Okay, you want some, I'm using football now, you want this guy and that guy? All right, well, I need you to give me back this. And I think that's what that is. Here's some talent. I want your company to thrive and get off the ground, but I'm going to need you to plug my show on your Facebook. The viewers that are paying to see my guys on your show know where to see them. That's what I think.
There we go. All right. It was a great show. If you guys missed that, definitely worth your time and investment. Final thing here on my list of things to talk about. And I saved this one for last because this is definitely what we get a lot of. Drew gets a lot of flack for it. I get a lot of flack for it. And it's just gone back and forth. One day he was a WWE guy. Now he's an AEW guy. I was a WWE guy, AEW guy, and back and forth. The biggest problem, according to some, Drew, and this was obviously taken from fan voting and polling on my social media. One of the biggest problems that a lot of people tend to go and point the finger at is the fan base, the toxicity on social media, and the shilling from fans, journalists, YouTubers, and everybody in the internet wrestling community aggressively shilling for the company, and it actively turns a lot of people away from the AEW product. How detrimental is all of that to the decline that we are seeing with AEW? And if there is none, does it have nothing to do with it? Does it have everything to do with it or nothing to do with it? Or people just making shit up from them?
No, I do think there's obviously toxicity and tribalistic tendencies from all different fan bases. Both, sit back and talk about AEW because that's what we're out here. But for me, I don't hate watching it. If I don't like something, I don't watch it. So for me, I feel like there's a lot of bad faith people on the internet. I feel like there's a lot of people who don't have any other outlets in their life, and professional wrestling is that outlet for them, so they're going to take this is my team, this is my league, and all this other stuff, and that's fine. You can obviously see the teams behind me, and that's Jets and Islanders fan. Do I root for other teams? No. Do I root for different minds? No, none of us are playing this. But this is not professional sports, So I think that the fan base at times is very toxic. No doubt about it. I don't understand why. At the end of the day, we're all here to watch and hopefully see professional wrestling companies, sports entertainment companies, well. And that's what you should want. And you should want a healthy landscape and then you're in the professional wrestling sports entertainment. I don't want a company to go out of business. I never wanted them to go out of business. Look at my office. My office is littered with WWE stuff because they gave it to me when I was working for WWE. And I mean, I don't want AEW to fail either because I think the competition is good. Competition makes companies better. Right now, AEW is going through a transitional period. It needs to get better. Both fan bases need to get better. I don't understand why we come after each other. Like we own a piece of the goddamn company. Like that's crazy. any sense. If you want to hate on a company because it's your company, I mean, Christ almighty.
I'm going to use me as an example because I think, especially this week, I'm not saying I'm the most picked on guy in the community, but a lot of people seem to target me for whatever reason, and a lot of that
I
stems.
love you. Don't play victim. Don't do it. You bring a lot of shit your way.
I'm not playing victim. I'm saying a lot of people tend to go out on a witch hunt and find something that I said and they just spin it out of context, is what I'm trying to get to. But a lot of people were, well, JD was avidly, a cheerleader for AW for 3 years, and then all of a sudden, over the last 2 years, he doesn't seem to like us anymore. And that's kind of hit a soft spot with the AEW roster and some of the people that work there. Why is it that so many people now, the criticism hits hard than when before nobody said anything when I was praising the show, and nobody reached out to me and said, hey man, thank you, we appreciate your support. Why they go cold then? And now everybody's on my fucking case, or in this case, Cornette's case, or Bischoff's case. Why is everybody going after this type of content now? Because the company is obviously not doing what they're supposed to do. What's the difference there? Why does the company and the talent there just go towards that level of toxicity?
Somebody talk directly about what they do.
In general, it doesn't have to be me. I know what I do, and I know what I start the hornet's nest. I know what I do.
And misery loves company. So you're going to find the people and people who hate are going to hate together, and that's what a lot of things are happening. I think whether it was WWE, you made things personal in a lot of WWE talent. You made things personal in a lot of AEW talent now. So things are going bad for WWE. There's some things that they did, now they're looking at AEW. They said some things that made it personal, so they're going to come at you. That's just life. I was raised with, if you're going to talk shit, you better get ready to get hit. And that's how it is. So I'm on my P's and Q's. If I don't like something, I don't like something. I'll make it personal. So I think a lot of
What do you mean by making it personal? I mean, a lot of what I talk about as far as the AEW stuff is real. If I say show sucks, if I say someone's not good or a main event guy, I mean that's not.
I don't think no, that's not an issue. I think whether it's you or whether it's I will say with Bischoff and Cornette, like they've been in the trenches, they've been in the foxhole. So I think a lot of their opinions and a lot of their points come in validity, but I think a lot of it is from a place that they know themselves. They know that if the product's not good, they're going to hate on it, and it's going to create controversy. And Bischoff wrote a goddamn book about it. Controversy creates cash. So they know what they're doing. At the end of the day, the industry has been in the wrestling business for a very long time, at a very high level, and I have immense amount of respect for them. They know what sells, and they work with the they got together. So at the end of the day, do I think that some of the hate that comes your way from the talent is deserved? Possibly because some of the shit that you said to them. Do I think that the fan bases that constantly attack you, or me, or whomever, do I think that shit needs to stop? Yeah, I think it does. But I think you can't, and it's not just you. You guys can't, and girls can't, come out here and think you're both goddamn thing and play victim. And I'm not telling you whoever. I'm telling everyone. You can't sit back and play victim if you spout off at the mouth. And then all of a sudden somebody wants to spout back and you're mad. You can't run a cage whenever the gorilla gets mad and comes back after you. You can't get mad. Nobody gets a free pass anymore. You can only push me so far. And that's what some people are at right now. Try to be nice to you. Now you're a prick. You're going to get the inside of you. I think that happens here with the IWC and the talent involved because at the end of the day, we just men and women trying to make a living.
Who did the chat says how is JD make things personal? I don't know.
I mean, I'm not gonna get into specific examples, but I think that there was a couple things I think I'll use Dax for example, right? I think that's preference right now.
Yeah.
You call him soft, like he's soft. You can't take criticism, all this other shit. All right, well that's a personal attack on the character of the man. It's not the fucking character that was on television, dude. That's an attack on him personally. Like you're soft, you can't handle criticism. You're emotionally crippled. And then, I guess you guys had a war of words or whatever, and I don't know where that went. But at the end of the day, that's an attack on somebody's character. Who I think
he called me dumb.
This sounds like I gotta set my two kids down. He hit me. Shut up. Don't beat each other up. No. Oh, no.
I mean, listen, we get it. The toxicity obviously leads to people being disinterested in even wanting to talk about it, even wanting to watch it. It all kind of bleeds into one another. But I mean, all these different aspects that we talked about, obviously, led to where AEW is right now. But at the end of the day, I think the one thing that we can really settle on is the week-to-week television and the creative aspect of the company not really giving us what we need on a week-to-week basis. It's all down to creative and the stories that they tell. There's too many potholes, there's too many logic gaps, there's too many questions that we're left asking at the end of these shows. That needs to be tightened up. And if they can do that, then we can go on to what's the next thing. What's the next thing after that? But the story and the storytelling is the biggest aspect. So if you could leave everybody off here before we get to the super chats on what you think the one thing is that AEW needs to do. The one, if you could tell Tony Khan, the one thing that needs to happen to make AEW exciting again, what would it be?
What I think you need to stop just appealing to specifics. I think you need to write stories and have moments and segments that captivate an audience and make people want to come out to your show. However you watch television, however you're going to do that, whoever you're going to reach your audience to, you're going to miss. There's no doubt about it. But you've got to do something that's going to make people want to watch weekly. How are you hooking them? How are you going to drive people to come to your buildings and why? And I think once they get back on track, I think they are in a transitional period. I think once they get back on track, I think we'll see where they're headed. And for some people, they still might not like it. And at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. Right now, the numbers for AEW attendance wise is not where you'd like them to be. And I think that's due to the stories that they're telling. They need to tell them better. I'm not talking about not every story, but they need to tell the beginning, the middle, and the end. And realistically, they need it all together. It's tough. Writing wrestling's tough.
It is tough, and hopefully they do what they need to do. But listen, man, at the end of the day, I'm only going to be honest with you. I'm always going to be honest with everybody in the chat. I don't do anything that comes from a bad place. I don't do anything out of hate. I don't hate anything. I don't hate anybody. But if people don't appreciate the level of honesty and the passion that comes from what I do, then I can't really help it.
I don't think you come from a place of malice, but I've said to you before, so look at these email. You know it.
Yeah. Thank you guys very much for joining us. We had upwards towards 3,100 people here on a random Thursday night. Put this together. I sat the last 2 nights just coming up with topics for us to talk about. Read all your comments and really just kind of nailed down what we wanted to talk about as far as the topics for AEW. But thank you guys very much, man. You definitely make this well worth our time. Follow us on social media. You see the apps right there on the screen. Drew does some good stuff on Twitter, man. He's always uploading something as far as AEW or WWE, giving you his in real-time thoughts. So make sure you guys go follow him on social media. And you guys know what to do on my end. But Heel Hustle, JW Universe, thank you guys for the VIP subscriptions. Appreciate you guys very much. JW Universe says AEW needs help because they are just trash nowadays. Adam Cole makes no sense. His faction are faces now. WTF. Yeah, we both didn't like that, bro. I don't know where it's going, but I joked with Jesse last night at the end of the stream when we went off the air. I said, I wouldn't be surprised with the way how stupid this storyline is shaping up, that Wardlow doesn't come back and align with MJF.
How did that sound? I mean, if it does, then that would be like that.
Yeah. Michael Evans with the 28 months. Mod, if you need extra help tonight. Thank you, brother. I think we were good. We got Big Hodges in the chat, Hooligans in the chat.
Are you taking some of the comments from your poll or whatever it was, or your thing, or you want to read some of those?
It's up to you. What do you want to do?
Sure. I'll do it if you want to do it. If you want to read through the super chat and go through it, but I think, some of the more louder talking voices, I'm going to see if they have a question that was on there. I think we should try to address it. And we'll be on time.
Yeah, let's see. Let me look at the thread, and there was a lot. There was 200 comments on today's thread.
Take a couple. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Let's see. One question here is, for me, this is from Underworld Champion. For me, it's a sense of direction for some talent. MJF Cole seems fine right now, but with Mox and Blackpool Combat Club just wanting to take over, I'm not seeing much of a final goal here. He's already got the title, now what? And seems to barely do anything against the EVPs. Similar story too. Yeah, again, we discussed that. That was my biggest gripe with coming out of last night's show. I mean, what the final goal is, nobody knows. But Drew and I have landed on that. We see what they're doing with the talent that they want to push. But the thing is, when this is all over, is anybody going to feel any differently about that talent? That's the biggest question.
And that's good. It all depends on writing and the booking of said talent, the stories that they tell. You know, you can, like I said, you can have the best entrance music, the best ring gear, the best move set, and you can put on the best match. Whether good or bad.
This is a good one from the Wrestling Bro. I would like to know how they can improve the look, feel, and presentation of the product that they're going to keep booking shows in these massive arenas. At the moment, the atmosphere is just draining. I feel the dead air when I watch at home, and it has a direct impact on how I take the show in. If booking smaller arena is not an option for whatever reason, then what do you do to inject more energy into the crowd and into the arena? Dynamite on a weekly basis in 2019 used to feel like a pay-per-view with how loud it was. Now it sounds like a library during finals.
Yeah, I think that AEW should put smaller venues, have a more filled house, a more packed house, and that will make the shows look, sound, and feel better. Truthfully, I understand a lot of people are like, well, couldn't they just shoot it tighter and couldn't they block off the things? You know what? An empty arena is an empty arena, no matter how many times you cut corners and do different things to make it look full. It still is not going to translate well on the television. So the AEW needs to put the hard lifting in place.
Nathan says, if Punk and the Elite had mended fences, where do you think AEW would be now? Would they still have creative issues, or would they still be around 750,000 viewers instead of hovering around 600,000 where they are right now? That's a very good question.
Say that first part again, I'm sorry.
If Punk and the Elite had mended fences, where do you think AEW would be?
Don't even get me started on this. Don't even get me started.
Go ahead. Yeah, this is why you're here, man.
That was the biggest. They had so much money on the table to have that. That would have sold out so many buildings. They could have done so much major business. And it seems like some people think put their egos aside, and it's a shame. Because realistically, that feud, because of the real life drama that was, the feud backstage, I think, real life always sells. Reality always sells. And that would have been some of the biggest money making happening in the WWE. It's a real shame that I'm not seeing the truth. It's one of the biggest fumbles in all of professional wrestling.
Yeah, I agree, man. That's the thing that basically I think a lot of people just kind of tuned out after. They were just how do you let that go? I'm done. I think a lot of people were done after that. Raymond says, do you guys see a WCW pattern? A billionaire who gets into wrestling for fun, gives out crazy contracts to ex-WWE stars, and they still can't overtake the WWE, who take ex-WCW guys and make them stars.
Tony will never be the. Will never have the affordability in terms of. I'm not talking about financial. I'm talking about to have the influx of talent that WCW had. Like WCW had Razor Ramon, Diesel, and Hulk Hogan jump over to WCW. Okay, and Bret Hart. Now they mismanaged Bret, but realistically, like they're not getting Randy Orton, Roman Reigns, LA Knight, John Cena, and no Rush, and flying over to AEW. That's not happening. So do I think it's WCW-esque? I think just because we're billionaires and Harrison is there doesn't mean it's WCW. I think Tony is a huge wrestling fan, but I think at times Tony needs to understand that not everybody has the wrestling degree that Tony has. Tony grew for the media, and a lot of the fan base is not, truthfully. And I know he wants to label them as sickos, and I get it. It's a good marketing tool, it's a good marketing tool, but realistically, like, I don't know what happened in Turkey in 2017.
Nor do I care. I don't really give a shit.
Not that I don't care, I just don't know. And I think Tony has that mentality that we should all know what happened, and it's not a reality, unfortunately.
This one's for Drew here. I'm someone who pretty much exclusively watches WWE, not in a hating AEW way, just that it is the way that it is. Why should I give AEW my time? What about it is better / different from WWE that makes it worth watching?
I'm not going to sit here and sell you on watching something you don't like. Don't watch it. I think what AEW does do is something that WWE doesn't, and that's give an opportunity to stars that point in time, all these other things were totally underutilized in WWE. Adam Cole was never, and the unfortunate injuries that Adam Cole has had, Adam Cole is never going to be a focal point of WWE television. All ever is now. Would he be now? Possibly. Yeah. But realistically, that's why I tuned into AEW, because there were stars that were going there that were underutilized in WWE. Some stars that were over in New Japan that realistically had a great following that I had really never seen before in the States. But if you don't like it, I'm not going to tell you to hate watch anything. I think that's crazy. Go develop a different hobby. Go do something else that you get enjoyment out of. Don't hate watch anything.
So most people pinpoint, this is coming from Adam Bowers. So most people pinpoint the downfall of creative when Cody left. But do you think it may have started a bit before? A lot of the AW fans wanted Cody to turn heel, and Cody said no. At that point, do you think Cody was thinking of exiting AEW? I know Drew and I talked about this in the early stages of TNT when he was with me on Tuesday nights. I don't know exactly. We'll never know what happened between Cody and Tony Khan, but the statement that
One day we will.
I think the statement that Tony Khan put out, the one thing that was jarring in that statement, you can find it online when Cody left. Tony put himself at the bottom of that letterhead and said, head booker, blah blah blah. He's got all these different hats. Signed Tony Khan, and I'm like, that's pretty weird because he was never like that before. Cody comes on in, he helps get this thing going with the Young Bucks. And they do that first All-In show that sold out, the Now Arena in Schaumburg, and it was a great deal. That's what basically kickstarted AEW. But with Cody exiting, I honestly think Cody exited because he was reduced to very little power when he started the company with somewhat of a decent say in a lot of different areas and aspects. And then by the time he was about to leave, I don't think he had anything left. And Tony wanted everything to go a certain way that maybe Cody didn't really find himself in, or Tony didn't want Cody part of it. I don't know what happened there. We'll never know. But I do think that there's a little more to that story than we would like to believe for sure.
I think that's a very valid point. Like, why would Cody stay when the one thing that he had in WWE was taken away from him?
Yeah.
Cody was, doing a lot of the great stuff, and I think Cody really gets underestimated and underappreciated. Cody did a lot for AEW, and I think Tony would tell you that himself. But I think at the end of the day, if the money is even remotely similar, I don't have any creative influence or creative stay. I'm going to go back to WWE because they want the American Nightmare, and they're going to know what to do with the American Nightmare because their production is top notch. They don't miss. So that's why I believe Cody left. I think the creative genius of Cody and CM Punk both were completely underestimated. And I think when Cody left AEW, I think it was a very old and I think that Kenny Omega does a lot of, or he did, I don't know if he does anymore, a lot of creative AEW as well. So I think he's to be praised for some of the stuff that's going on with that.
Christian says, when did we start seeing the decline? Cody's departure, Brawl Out, Punk leaving, etc. AEW's concerning decline in attendance viewership. AEW's roster being soft and can't take criticism. TK encouraging tribalism to create one of the most toxic fan bases in wrestling. I think Cody's departure hurt. I think Punk's departure was basically another blow that was worse than Cody's. And I do think, honestly, what really turned a lot of people off currently was when Tony aired the footage for All In. Because they did it in bad faith. It had nothing to do with any storylines that they wanted to believe. And I think a lot of people were kind of like, you know what? I can't support this. I don't know how you feel about that and the All In footage, but I think that was a huge blow to them that they didn't.
The question, I think there was a lot of things that if you want to pinpoint something, I think that Cody's departure was definitely something that I don't know. We get bounced back with that, and then the departure, those two major stars. The All-In footage, I think what they were trying to do, worked, but then all of a sudden it was done because I truly believe the way that they were looking things, more the talents that were involved in the elite hostile takeover, there's nothing hostile about some of these talents. Around laughing, all of a sudden, you got to be hostile, right? Mm-hmm. Kevin Nash and Scott Hall were cool badasses. still beat the shit out of it. You know? I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of these questions we honestly, especially towards the end of this thread, a lot of this we actually discussed in the show. I mean, I went through most of these and I kind of cherry picked exactly what topics we were going to talk about. Um, what do you think Tony Khan got Dave Meltzer for his birthday today? Oh my fucking god, who knows, man? I don't know.
Hopefully a Tyler or
Something. A lot of it has to do, honestly, a lot of questions in regards to the sleep attendance decline, ratings decline. I mean, we definitely discussed that.
I want to ask you this. This comes from Phil. The online toxicity from fans on this platform is another significant reason why people don't take the time to watch the product. And when they do, they go on Twitter or any platform that they have to bash it, but they think this is a major issue.
I do. You know, it's my job to do what I do. Like this is how I make a living.
This is your career.
When people say all I do is complain, I mean, would you rather me be a shill like some of the people in this space, or would you rather be upfront and honest? Like that's the way that I choose to be. But I do think that there are a lot of bad. I do think that there are a lot of bad fake accounts that do it purposely to get a reaction out of people, and those are the people that have a problem. They don't really care about what's going on. They're uninformed. They're misinformed. They don't watch the other show. If they're pushing one show, they are certainly not watching the other show. They just do what they can to try and generate whatever interest for whatever they're doing, and that's the problem I have, and that's I believe where the toxicity stems from, because people like me, people like Drew. I mean, I love doing this. I love discussing. I love debating. I love talking about pro wrestling. But if you think that I hate watch just for simple content, I mean, I was doing this without AEW. I love AEW. I want AEW to thrive, but when it's not, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it is. I mean, you should definitely appreciate the people that tell you what's wrong with your product, because if not, then nothing can change and nothing will affect.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of constructive criticism that should be done instead of just bashing. I think constructive criticism is key. I want to ask you this. Do you find your approach to AEW and how you review it to be harmful or constructive? I watch all of your reviews and love them and find them hilarious, but I understand how some people will see it as bashing or negative. What's your honest take on this? Before you answer that, I do want to say that I think a lot of people in this community need to stop trying to get over on each other. I think it's hard. I think there's a path and a way that you can carve out for yourself. With some of the people that are doing it, with easy, with some of the other people who have done this, and you don't need to try and stab somebody in the back to try and make a name for yourself or get over on somebody else's show and expense. I think that's a mistake. I think if you work hard and you put in the time and effort, you'll be successful. Stop trying to bash and get over on other people.
What was the question that fell out from the rest of me?
Do you find your push to AEW and how you review it to be harmful or constructive? I understand how some people can see it as bashing and negative. What's your honest take on it?
No, I don't find it to be harmful. I mean, do I always over accentuate whatever I do, because you know, at the end of the day, you know, I'm JD, but I want to be entertaining, and this is an entertainment platform. If I came on here and I didn't, you know, accentuate and have a good time and tell a joke and be lighthearted and kind of take a funny approach to some of the things that I talk about when it comes to AEW, that's what makes people want to watch. That's why I garnered the audience that I have. If I wasn't that way and I wasn't who I was when I'm on here, which is kind of just amped up to like 11 or 12, that's what YouTube is about. You're an entertainer at the end of the day. You're a content creator, and I deliver great content. I believe I deliver great content, but at the end of the day, I'm an entertainer. I love entertaining people. And Drew knows, because he's been over the house and had dinner, and he's been downstairs. We have had an old fashioned together downstairs. He's seen the car. He knows I'm not the way that I am online. Like, I have to be that way, because at the end of the day, I'm an entertainer. Like, do you want to listen to someone boring? Do you want to watch someone boring? I mean, there's plenty of people that do that. Do you want to watch someone that gives you a fake reaction while watching NXT? I mean, that's not me, man. It's like, I don't know. A lot of people seem to have a problem with it. They think it's me doing something terrible wrong, right?
I'll go one more and then we can get this.
Yeah.
I'm a day one AEW fan. I really enjoy the product for 2019. It's like now they're a shell of their former self and it's getting to their stories sometimes don't add up or it's just not exciting. I'm going to be honest, once we have left my AEW excitement. I'm still give AEW a chance, supported since day one. There's so much stuff I don't like about AEW right now, but I think the major issue is how they won't use some of the talent they're bringing in to get over some of the AEW talent they already have.
That just goes back to what we talked about, the overloaded roster and the fact that there's just too much for him to work with. Like, they have a great roster. They're one of the most talented rosters maybe ever. MJF, incredible. Swerve, incredible. Ospreay's incredible. Jay White, Adam Page. I mean, you go on and on. I mean, Adam Cole, Kenny Omega, Kazuchika Okada. You got look at the ladies in the ring. You got Mariah May, Toni Storm, Athena. You got Thunder Rosa, Deonna Purrazzo, Mercedes, Chris Statlander, Willa. I mean, there's just a fucking plethora of talent. I mean, Tony has a roster that anybody would be jumping over the moon to fucking match and play with. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to story. They have some of the greatest talent ever. And it all comes down to story and cohesive. Taking one show, going on into the next, back and forth, like Monday Night Raw to SmackDown, SmackDown to Raw. I mean, there's just too much for him to handle. I think he's in over his head with what he's done. I think it's an overabundance of talent that doesn't need to be right now, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, we're going to get some super chats. Thank you. I mean, all the reaction online about what we're doing here tonight, you guys came out and really got excited about it. So we really appreciate it, for sure. Michelle with a 10, AEW started dying when, first of all, AEW's not dying. They're just in a funk right now. Big one. When Cody left and took story and long-term booking with him, Cody saw the writing on the wall that TK not only wanted to own AEW, but make it his E-Fed. Hence where they are happy today. Damn shame. Listen, it's all right to feel that way, Michelle, but I asked Drew this question. Would you be a betting man and say a lot of that talent there is pretty upset with the fact that they may not be doing as much as they originally wanted or thought?
Sure. Yeah. I think that goes for anybody in any workplace where they feel like they're underutilized. Absolutely.
David and Boots, thank you for the $100 super chat. Appreciate you, you guys very much. Sidro, the 5. What 2 pieces of bread? Jesus fucking Christ, never these jokes. What did 2 pieces of bread say? As I lost you. Sidro is always with the jokes. Let me see. David Deering, Sidro. What did 2 pieces of bread say on their wedding day? It was a loaf at first sight. And what does Clark at Sperm Bank say as clients leave? Thanks for coming.
All right. Go second up with number 3. I really appreciate it. See you. Bye-bye.
Poppy Sensei with 12 months there. The red microphone looks good next to my name. Next is the gold mic. Good to see you again, Mr. Daydauer. Thank you, Poppy Sensei.
Good to be seen.
Advocate, 5 months. Love this team up. Wish to see this more often again. And Cody is seriously missed.
Cody's a valuable asset that he promotes to WWE.
Who's a bigger loss, Cody or Punk?
At this current moment, it's Cody, but I will tell you that Punk's playing ball with WWE and he's watch out, man. Watch out. Those are 2 major acquisitions.
Dubby with a $100 super chat. Thank you, Dubby. It's great to see you, Andrew. Thanks for being here. It's a real treat. Very excited for this streak. Thank you, Dubby. Always appreciate you.
We can keep it honest with each other, and at the end of the day, we're not going to interrupt the air and change it up to good.
No.
Just keep it honest.
Yeah. Jeray Wells with a 1. Thank you, brother. Corey Mitchell with a 20. Hire more writers. It's not humanly possible to write 5 hours of TV, not even including pay-per-views. AEW grew too fast. Stop holding talent hostage and worrying about WWE for fuck's sake. Did they grow too fast?
Did AEW grow too fast?
Yeah.
I think AEW had a lot of momentum out of the gate today. Had a back ton of talent when they were going to bring some talent in. But again, I think, we're seeing the 5-year, I would say the 5-year transitional period where some companies go through that. I do think they had a lot of success early on because they were the new shiny toy. And then I A lot of people wanted WWE to get better. They got better, and then they're like, all right, I don't want this. It's trying to start to back to what I've always loved. That's what I think happens. And I do think the stores need to get better. There's no doubt about it. But, we'll have to wait and see.
Zero Kaiba with a 2. I got a timeout for calling Drew a shill. What the fuck? I don't know.
You can call, listen, you want to call me a show, call me a show. When I was doing this with JD many, many years ago, the COVID era, I was the biggest WWE show when he was crapping all over that product. Now the biggest AEW show because I just try and keep things, buttoned up, and I'm not going to sit back and, like I said, make it personal, or if I don't like something, I'm not going to watch it.
Tony's buying this guy hotel rooms and flights over to all the countries.
That was the best. That was the best. But if somebody DM me like, yo, Tony flew you to All In, and you could fly into all these tables and pick you up in hotels. Like, yeah, we're right next to him. We hang out all the
Meanwhile, he texts me during All In. He's in his fucking backyard watching the show on like a projector screen.
Somebody else smokes cigarettes backwards. But you know what? That's filter first. For the most, people who know how to smoke cigarettes, but a lot of you are smoking backwards like that.
Cake with a $2 super chat. Sting is going to die and Mox is going to kill him. I hope so. That would give some emotional investment to the story, for sure. If Darby going to be the one to take him down.
There's something there, right, that makes you emotionally like, you son of a bitch, like that Sting. They could have done something different. I pitched this to you. They could have done something with -1, right? They could have had -1 be Darby or Cassidy's biggest fan more recently, like, hey, my new favorite wrestler had the toy, the action figure, you dress up with Cassidy as Halloween, and maybe Mox, breaks -1 sunglasses last week, takes his costume that he's going to work. This is going to sound crazy. Maybe he kidnaps the kid. I don't know. That's a controversial storyline. But again, they don't need to do just that. But something that evokes emotion. There was really nothing there for me.
I agree. Something should have been a little bit more risque as far as what they did. TF Motorsports with a 20. Hey, JD and Drew, love what you guys do. Keep up the good work, bros. OTS for life, says Thomas. Thank you, brother.
I would have a channel, by the way. We have a channel on there. No, I didn't sell my soul. I'm not being bought by anyone.
No, just go follow him on Twitter. He posts content on Twitter. CRJ219 with 36 months. I'll never forget TK for calling Bay Dalla a bald asshole.
TK called me that? Alright. Okay, Tony. Alright, John.
Okay, for the $2 super chat. Ratings talk started because Jericho lost to Mercedes. Lost to Mercedes? In the demos? I don't know. Maybe. Basically, the $4.99, how are ratings a pass or a passe metric when there are shows that are being canceled due to low ratings? Ratings give a company idea of public interest.
I'm going to say that 2024, and realistically, that linear television, linear cable is not what it used to be. And I understand that there was a time and place where Jericho and some others were on social media counting ratings and demos and everything else like that. But realistically, Nielsen ratings are old news. Go ask anybody. They're old news.
Man of 1,005 holes with 5. One of the problems with
Whoa!
AEW.
Yeah. That Dean?
Yeah. One of the problems with AEW is all the championships don't have prestige anymore, plus they quit on babyface champs like Wardlow, Swerve, etc.
They didn't quit on Swerve. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Swerve lost the championship to Danielson.
And Paige is I would have got Paige to win the championship. Hopefully that's still the direction, but
I would have liked that too, but you want to know what? They didn't go there. But I'm not going to feel like a spoiled kid at Toys R Us and start stomping my feet all over the internet. Like, they didn't go that way, so I'm going to watch and see where they go.
You can't complain about Paige and Jay White, though. Love both of those guys. I'll leave with
that promo was good. So was Fletcher's promo.
Yeah.
I thought Jay White hit a single or double. I think Fletcher hit a triple.
Man, Fletcher's a fucking a stud, for sure. I'll leave with the $4.99. When I first started watching AEW, I thought it was amazing with fantastic storylines and talented wrestlers, but now it's fallen short. Listen, man, you're not the only one that feels that way. Hopefully it gets better. Ben with a $7.99. JD and Drew together. Again, man, this is great to see. I hope you and your family are well, Drew.
Thank you very much. I hope you and your family are well. Thank you.
Tank Woe with the 10 months. 10 months with the smartest community in the IWC. Thank you, Tank. I mean, we do our thing. Kent with a 2. Injuries really hamper AEW. Example, Kenny and Okada. Yeah, I think the Kenny injury was one of the biggest blows that they've suffered in the last few years for sure, because I think to him, the story playing out there. You see where they were going, and to me, there's just a certain heart and soul factor that's missing when Kenny's not there, and they certainly definitely need that back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to say, no one's immune to criticism. JD gets it, I get it, AEW should get it as well. So should WWE. It makes content, it makes television, it makes whatever better. Criticism in its rawest form is the best form of advice or the best type of real-time data, truthfully. And you know what? Some of it's bad faith, obviously, but good constructive criticism is very, very
Twisted Creech 96 with a $50 super chat. I might piss some folks off with this one, but AW needs to start attracting kids and casuals instead of these sickos. Looks like I'm not asking for Muppets on Dynamite or Super Kitty PG like how WWE used to be in the 2010s, but something needs to change. That's a good point. Drew did say that before. Stop looking for the sickos and stop looking a little bit more casual. Yeah.
Wrestling is at best when it's a variety show. It deals with numerous different demographics, age groups, sexes, and that's what you need to do, truthfully. And I don't have to like everything that's on your variety show. That's the truth. But wrestling, when it's at its best, in my opinion, it's a variety show. It gets to all the demos. It gets to all the sexes. It's to everything that you would want.
Basic with a $9.99. Vince, Dixie, Jeff Jarrett, they never stepped away, and look at how their product suffers. Pride that allows one to not step away from their baby and watch it burn. Tony needs to
what about Vince? What about Vince? Huh? What about Vince?
Vince was out from there.
No, but I'm just saying, well, what about Vince when everyone wanted to step down? I mean, like, it's very easy to tell a billionaire to walk away from his $1 billion company. It's very easy to tell JD, hey, shut that off the script, all right? It's just not it.
Well, Vince just basically fired most of the board of directors and appointed people that would say yes to bring him back. So,
I got my theory on what happened there.
That's another topic for a different day, yeah. Chris Lloyd with 10. Statlander pinned Willow, yet Willow gets a title match. Why not have Stat go after a title first? Why isn't Jamie and Tony feuding? Tony beat her, and no mention of that from Jamie. Let's go back to what we talked about, Chris. The plot holes in the story, they don't really make sense. But I'm hoping that AEW kind of ventures back to that with Tony and Jamie, for sure. Herb with a $9.99. What a great show. I love how you two debate each other. I love how genuine and real it is. I would love to have more of both of you, as well as Jason and Jesse. Great show, bros. Thank you, bro. Edward Lou with a $9.99. Using NFL as an example. Who owns the Ravens? And who owns the Cowboys? Jerry Jones. Which team looks better? Point is, have specialists do what they excel in and trust in that one person can't do everything successfully. There you go. Okay, with a 5, you saw how fans got with Jamie Hayter missing 1 week of Dynamite. You think these people can handle a brand split? Fuck out there. I would try it, man. I mean, I would try it for sure. Jason, Stephanie Vacar effect is real with $5 super chat. We don't really know if that's the case. No policies are in place yet, but that's the going rumor. Heel Hustle with a 20 months. I 100% believe that WWE's getting better. Killed the aura that AEW had in its first 3 years. Tony doesn't have that same chip on his shoulder. I could see that. He doesn't have that same, gritty, I'm gonna battle you to the death type of attitude. It's like he's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of like slipped into bed and tucked himself in, I don't know. I'm on G with a $1.99. I hope SummerSlam 25 tickets are cheaper than Mania. They will be.
They will be. But I mean, they're not going to be significantly cheaper than MetLife Stadium.
Phil with a 20. Thank you, brother. I've been an AW fan since day one, and I've attended 11 shows. I'll always support them, but the online toxicity, bloated roster, constant stop pushes, and storytelling are major issues. We want AW to be better. Stay safe. Phil, always love you, brother. Fixes a bind with 24 months. Oh, wow, it's Andrew. Welcome back. Demeter.
Night.
Yeah. Demeter Drew, who is your favorite wrestler with earrings with a $7.99 super chat? That's his name, by the way. That's not the question, but I guess you can answer it if you want. Tony Khan T, you finna gotta need a book a shy street fight in Wisconsin. You know why, Drewy. Dirty story between MJF and Mox love triangle with Eva Marie and Lita. Who's your favorite wrestler with earrings? There you go. Thanks, Demeter. Drew Gilmore with 26 months. Sure. And glad to see both of you on here again. I battled haters all day on Twitter and supported JD, and this angry Italian is not backing down. Hashtag OTS Flag. Drew, love you, buddy. Thank you so much, man.
These are two angry Italians. Yes, right?
Yeah. Triple M. Yeah. Triple M. $2 super chat. JD, we appreciate the honesty. UDOs. Thank you, Triple M. Learning Sicko, Dr. Bropio with a 20. Thank you, brother. I do agree. I myself mostly stopped watching AEW and WWE after All Out, mostly because of the fan base and toxicity and the tribalism, and I myself just mostly are burned out and not invested in wrestling as I once was. Great discussion, guys. Yeah, that burnout is felt, man. I start to feel it too every now and then.
I hear you, man, and that's when on a playoff run, and it was like kind of nice to take a little bit of a break from professional wrestling and sports entertainment. Although I still watch it, I just watched it at my leisure. I didn't watch it like live, so I hear you. Sometimes you need it. Step away, get some fresh air, go do whatever you need to do.
BC24 with a 499. JD's delivery is the reason he's successful. He's polarizing. Half hate him, half love him. The ones that love him are the reason he lives off this.
JD has a fan base. There's no doubt about it. I knew coming into this, I was walking into the Lions, I knew what this was.
Everybody walking into the lines then when they're fucking appear on the show.
But
I feel bad for Jason on most weeks. It's like, he doesn't give a shit either, which is why I love him, but yeah. I feel bad because it's like, Jesus Christ, it's like I can't escape this shit.
He's bad.
No, they bash me, and then I feel sorry because that reputation I'm feeling it's gonna rub off on him. It's like then he gets inside. I say, why the fuck you looking? Why are you teaming with this guy, man? He's a fucking idiot. You know, it's like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry that I am the way that I am. I don't mean bad. Knox, $10 super chat. JD, we all watch you because of your delivery. It's why you have a dark horse and this amazing platform. Never change up because you hurt people's feelings. Can't wait to run some shirts with you. Absolutely, brother.
Stay away from the shorts, all right?
Yeah. He also says JD presented a lot of plot holes and valid questions for Mr. Baydala. I felt like we didn't get many straight answers. Felt like Andrew was deflecting.
There's no deflecting here. I said the stories need to be better, and that's it. I mean, the stories need to be better. Then you need to make me invest in not only the main characters of your show, but the secondary characters. You need to tell me why and who I should make an emotional connection with. I don't want to keep guessing. I also don't want to have to remember from 4 years ago. Maybe remember, now.
Yeah. Cake with the $2 super chat. Can we also blame Jericho for getting power backstage? I'm sure Jericho has power. Why he's on TV is another story. Tony Khan feared for his life with the $5 super chat. Constructive criticism can be very scary and very frightening if not done correctly. Okay?
Sure, but I mean, I'd rather have constructive criticism than just spewing hate, drifting garbage. Like, let's stop that. If you want to be in this realm, I think you should do it constructively. And, make sure that you're contributing.
MGM Ballin with 499 says, pretty cool to have Drew back tonight, but I was hoping to hear Go Stack Marbles on the Freeway. He gave it to you about 10 minutes ago.
Here, ready? You put the Go Stack marbles on the freeway. You smoke a cigarette backwards, and you probably have your shoes on the wrong feet.
Life after death of the five. Remember when TK took away creative power from people after the Acclaimed had a controversial line a couple years ago that got approved by others? I don't recall what that was. There was something going on about next step this week, but I don't know if it's still going on. Huncho agrees with the $10 super chat. JD,
That was paid. Talk about the statement from Tony.
yeah.
That was paid.
Huncho agrees with the 10. JD, forget the haters. Keep doing what you do best. We have support the OTS family. OTS Sicko. Thank you, Huncho. Jonathan with 5. Hey, guys, can we agree that AW's commentary is terrible? As a fellow sports broadcaster, who would you guys put on commentary across all of AEW? I stay away.
Wait, are they free agents? Are we talking about free agents, or I can just pick anybody?
I don't know. I guess you could pick anybody, but I stayed away from that because, that aspect is not going to change, so I didn't really put it into the notes, but I'm not a fan of Excalibur. I'm not a fan of Tony Schiavone either. I think he's fucking terrible on Collision. Nigel is great. Taz is fantastic. And even, what's his name? Daddy Magic is pretty good at what he does. Hopefully he grows into that role a little bit better, but if I had one choice, you know what my choice is. Yeah. If not, I would... If I'm Tony, I'm opening up the checkbook and I'm paying Ian Riccaboni whatever he wants to man that table every time. He's great. He really is.
I mean, if we're talking about anybody, I think you respect. I mean, we're talking anybody. I can put anybody.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get Tommy.
Yep.
Love Tommy. But I mean, we're talking anybody. I think that's a type of number that's never going to happen. So what I would do if we're actually talking reality is I'd have Taz, Ian, and I like Tony.
I'm not a big fan of Tony, but I think that's something that I really do feel needs to change, but I don't think it's going to. Thank you, Jonathan. Adam Hernandez with a 20. JD and Drew, Dripped in Red. Both of you bring the best out of each other. Love wrestling. It's the fucking. It says love wrestling and fuck the rest. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I mean, dude, wrestling is it's an escape from reality. You shouldn't get mad at watching professional wrestling. If you do, then
Timmy No Turner with its $10. As a brand yourself, I think you should start accepting fair criticism as well. My coworker asks, why does Vince get brought more up now than ever? Nothing disrespectful, and was blocked. Because everybody says that I'm a Triple H nose grab or fucking whatever. It's like, I compared Vince and Triple H because Triple H is not Vince. Like, everybody tends to bring up, like, why is JD shilling Triple H? Because look at where we came from. Look at what we got and where we're going. Like everybody thinks I should. I'm a known Triple H show because of what he did in Black and Gold. Why wouldn't I be happy over the news that he's running WWE? Look at where we were. Come on, man.
listen, you're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to like and dislike what you like, what you don't like. And that goes for everybody.
Shamrock with a 5. Do you think AEW would have been in a better place if they never brought in CM Punk? It seemed to have pissed off a lot of wrestlers. No, I think Tony did the right thing by bringing Punk back, and I think bringing him back was a testament to what Tony was doing with AEW. Punk wanted to be a part of it. If he didn't want to, he wouldn't have came back. But, the more that I see things go on, the more I kind of side with CM Punk and everything that he said about the company, to be quite honest with you. Life after death. 5 starts to come back and fight BCC promos on how he's doing it for himself, and AW gave up on him. That would be huge if he were the one to beat Mox. Ricky Starks? No. He's as good as done.
Yeah, I think Ricky, I don't think Ricky wants to anything to do with what's going on in AEW right now. I don't know. I can tell you right now, though, the Vikes must have lost. I blocked you really quiet. So I don't know. I got to go check, but I know Charlie and all those other guys over here on Thailand. What happened?
Uh-oh, Jesse, what happened? Vikings lost. Uh-oh, Jesse's a Vikings fan.
Is he?
Yeah.
So that's it. I don't know.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the notion that WWE being hot as death for the industry, and the reason AEW is down at the moment? Is this notion valid? Colby with 5. Yeah, it's a very valid notion, for sure. I don't think that's what they should really be focusing on. I'm not going to blame WWE for AEW's downfalls. They should just be booking better television. Abyss with a $4.99. One main problem.
The Abyss?
No. One main problem is that people just don't have the comprehension skills to understand what they are looking at. Problem extends to every facet of society. $4.99 about wrestling, bro. 91. I felt more energy in this show than I do from an AEW arena. Thanks for reading my question. Respect to both of you. JD, which cat did you choose? None yet, but I will be making a decision soon, for sure. Thank you, brother. Austin Sipes with a $4.99. Ring of Honor has to go, and TK needs to focus only on AEW. None of the shows flow together at all, and watching sometimes feels like a chore. Cake with a 2. Jim Ross had a banner year on commentary. I love Jim. Him and Swole Rose in the main event, perfect. And then Timmy No Turner with the $1.99, and we'll end with this.
Timmy No Turner, I like it.
Yeah, Timmy No Turner. He hated Vince booking, just wants you to move on. Okay. All right. Abyss with the $1.99. Do you think this is MJF's last AEW contract? I think it is his last AEW contract. That's just me personally. I don't know what to say. That's it, man. Any closing words before we get out of here?
No, I appreciate everybody who tuned in. I thank you. I hope this is what you guys wanted to see out us today. I know everyone thinks that they could jump on here better than everybody else. Realistically, this is exactly what it means to be. These are two very different opinions trying to find common ground and showing that two completely different IWC, if you want to call me that, personalities can coexist and not scream and yell and talk over each other. Because a lot of people can't have respectful conversations. I think that's what you need to do daily. Professional wrestling is not the end all be all. Politics is not the end all be all. Nothing is the end all be all besides your life and your family. You should value those more than anything in the world. So thank you for having me. I know this is a one-off. You can go back to your regular stuff. I wish you and everybody else nothing but success and happiness.
There you go. I appreciate you being here, man. As always love working with you. I'm sure it won't be the last. We'll make it count as always when it does happen. But thank you guys very much for all of your support. You killed it tonight, better than I anticipated. And Drew appreciates you as well. Please follow Drew on social media if you guys want some more wrestling content in the Twitter space. And you guys know where to find me. I will be live tomorrow night for a very big SmackDown show from the Birtgday Center right here in New York City. Until the next discussion, guys, thank you for joining us on this State of AEW address. Hopefully you got enough out of it and are satisfied, and we will see you right back here the next time Drew and I are together, man. Thank you for everything, and we will see you guys later.
SaveWithConrad.com.
I first heard about Save with Conrad through a couple of website podcasts listeners. Maybe 3 days and one after Ben the Toast and the Sun reach out, and I'm so glad that I did. It was an absolute fabulous process. I was on a transition mode, recently sold a home, and I was looking for the mortgage and the home purchase. Diana and the team at Supreme Lending was there to help me. They were absolutely fabulous. They were knowledgeable, responsive, and made the process incredibly smooth. And I'll tell you this, the online portal was an absolute game changer. It provided regular updates on every step, giving full visibility to where we were at in the process. And on closing day, everything moved so fast that my real estate agent was shocked. I'm telling you, I couldn't have been happy with the experience and would highly recommend it. Save the time that anyone looking for a seamless mortgage process. I'm Eric Wood from Franklin, Tennessee, and I got into my dream home with SaveWithConrad.com.
NMLS number 2129, Equal Housing Lender.
SaveWithConrad.com. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to 83 Weeks with Eric Bischoff. Eric, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing great, Conrad. Great to be with you and Super Dave, and I'm looking forward to an exciting day in Wyoming.
Hey, it's going to be fun. We hope you guys are joining us. We're going to do something pretty special today. We're going to watch the very first Nitro of the Vince Russo era. It went down exactly 25 years ago today. And you can watch along with us over on Peacock. It's season 5, episode 42. I can't believe it's been 25 years, Eric. Does it feel like it's been 25 years to you?
No, it feels like it was yesterday. It was September 10th, 1999. I'm driving down the road. I'm on my way to my office. Nothing particular big happening that day. I think I was going to roll in around 9:30, 10 o'clock. And I get a phone call from Harvey as I'm on my way to the office saying, Eric, come up to my office as soon as you get there. And the rest is history. But I remember it well.
It's crazy to think, too, there's like this lame duck period about 6 weeks after your exit before the very first Vince Russo Nitro. Of course, this happens at the very end of October 25th. We know, though, that Russo met with WCW on October 2nd, signed his deal, and informed Vince McMahon on October 3rd. Vince McMahon was returning from a UK-only pay-per-view Rebellion, and he finds out that his head writer had signed with WCW. And that's what we're going to be talking about here today. This is the 3-hour era of Nitro. So without further ado, let's get going. Get your Peacock ready. October 25th, 1999. That's season 5, episode 42. I'm locked and loaded on my side. Eric, you ready on your side?
Ready to go.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, play. And there's that cat's ass logo. You said before that's a Jay Hoskin thing?
Jay Haskell, yeah, Nick Lambros, who was originally assigned to us as an attorney for Triple Broadcasting, ended up coming to work for me at WCW. He was my vice president, but he was a good attorney that wanted to do more than just being an attorney, which I understand. Being kind of an administrative chain attorney is not always the most exciting job. But came over to WCW, left Turner Legal, came to WCW as vice president, and really wanted to expand into other divisions of the company. He wanted to be in charge of different divisions, and one of them was marketing. Hence, the decision to rebrand WCW in terms of its logos and sets, and Nick Lambros, who hired Jay Haskell. Rebrand WCW.
We're doing this show from Phoenix. There's 9,630 people who are there. We paid $217,857 at the gate. And we just opened, before we saw the opening show here, with Sting, the real-life Steve Borden. I say the real-life Steve Borden because my man wasn't wearing any paint. He's in the backstage area, throwing chairs. He's clearly upset. As a reminder, this is the night after Halloween Havoc 1999. What do you think of showing Sting here sans costume or makeup?
I mean, I wouldn't have done it. I understand why Russo thought it might be a good idea. He wanted to somehow maybe connect with viewers at a different level by letting everybody know that there's a real person behind the desk. So I get that. but it's a bad idea. It's not that it doesn't make sense in some ways, but overall, if you have to put a positive weight in one hand and a negative weight in the other, the negative weight would weigh out. It just doesn't give you good return on your investment. The character doesn't feel the same. Sometimes the audience doesn't want to know what their fantasy really looks like or what their hero really looks like under the mask. So they kind of blew it in that respect.
Briefly, while we're hearing Sting do a promo here, I want to run down what exactly happened at Halloween Havoc 99, just to give some context. Disco Inferno retained the Cruiserweight title, pinning Lash LaRue in 7.5 minutes. It was announced before the show that Rey Mysterio Jr. was injured, so the tag titles were held up, and they're going to be decided in a three-way match here, with Harlem Heat regaining the titles for exactly one night. And they beat Conan and Bill Pillman and Brian Knobbs and Hugh Morris. That just feels like a mess. Hey, he can't defend the titles, so here's 3 new tag teams, and somebody's going to win them. That's what we're doing. Eddie Guerrero over Perry Saturn, Matthew Pugh. Brad Armstrong over Berlin. Yeah, Brad Armstrong won a match on pay-per-view, 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Bootsy Rick Steiner regained the WCW television title from Chris Benoit. Lex Luger beat Bret Hart in 7 minutes and 46 seconds. We're going to do a Hogan Sting angle next. Hogan at first isn't going to come out when he finally does. He's in street clothes. He's going to whisper something to Sting and lay down. And then Sting covers him, and the ref counts 3. No bell ever sings. Bill Goldberg is going to beat Sid Vicious to win the U.S. title. Diamond Dallas Page beat Ric Flair in a strap match. And Goldberg beat Sting and was given the WCW Heavyweight title in a whole 3 minutes and 8 seconds. And that gets us to where we are now, where we're seeing Sting sort of dress down J.J. Dillon. And this feels, I'm not saying it is, but it feels like a heel version of Sting. I mean, he's even going to wind up putting the Scorpion Deathlock on J.J. Dillon. I mean, J.J.'s going to tap out. Of course, it's not a match. I don't know why it's tapping out, but what do you think?
It's muscle memory. That's all. It's just muscle memory. You got to flash back to the Four Horsemen days.
I don't even think tapping out was a thing in the Four Horsemen days, but still, I get your point. What we're going to do here is we're going to have JJ say, hey, I agree with you, but we're going to strip the belt because he attacked Charles Robinson after the match, and we're going to start a 32-man tournament starting with this television show today, and we're going to crown a new champion on November 21st in Toronto. So on the one hand, you know, he's giving him what he wants. He's agreeing that Goldberg shouldn't be the champion. But we're announcing a 32-person tournament. With the benefit of hindsight, have tournaments in wrestling ever worked? I don't think they've ever gone.
We'll talk about that in a moment, but I got to point something out. This was essentially what the issue was of Bash and Beat. That's the issue with the plan. We talked about this before. People will probably remember. You know, Vince Russo has his version of what happened to Bash and the Beast to this day. I have mine and Hulk's. But the idea that we pitched that eventually was kicked out, right? Ed Siegel sided with Russo, and Russo went into business for his own. Russo got his way. He got to shoot his version of what he wanted to do with Bash and the Beach instead of what Hulk and I wanted to do with Bash and the Beach, was to end Bash and the Beach in some kind of a controversial finish where, you know, Hogan walks out the door with the belt. WCW's forced to create a new world title because Hogan's gone. He ain't coming back. And then we have a tournament to create a new champion. Here we are. It's just an interesting comparison. It's really the same idea.
It's still weird for me to see Sting not in the backstage area not wearing paint, but just out in front of the camera without it. Here comes Goldberg, full head of steam. He's like a bull in a china shop out there with Sting.
But what do you make of seeing Goldberg back in the WWE scene? You know, we thought it was a one-off, but boy, there sure is a lot of rumor and innuendo that maybe he'll be at Crown Jewel, or maybe there's more plans with Goldberg. Do you think we've seen the last of Goldberg in WWE?
I don't know. I keep hearing these little tidbits. They laid a little bit, planted a little bit of a seed, and I think it's the kind of thing that they can decide to water that seed and keep it growing and keep it alive until they make a decision, or just let it dry out and die. I don't know. Here's my bet. Like you said, you got to make a bet. Not to make a bet. I would bet that we'll see go again. I would bet most likely it would be a Saudi, because the Saudis have a very large appetite for characters from the 90s. That's what their audience, the Saudi, is most familiar with, or had been for such a long time. So I think, to me, it seems like those were the last of that era of major talent that could still get in the ring and still go. Everybody else, and I know this because I was there for a minute in WWE. Every time that you could go through the list of legends that are available for an event, particularly for Saudi, because that's what they were looking for, they were all on do not touch lists. That was their category. They could be at ringside, they could run their mouth, they could do promos, they could do all that stuff, but you can't touch them. Those not on the do not touch list. At least he wasn't in 2019, and I suspect he's still not. So maybe, but I think it'll be exciting.
We're seeing Tony Schiavone looking all suited and booted here. He's got a colorful tie on. He's got a window pane blazer on. Like, how about Tony getting all dolled up here for the first Nitro in the Russo era?
Yeah, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. It's a new look for Tony. He looks good here. Got some weight. Got a nice suit on. Something that actually fits him. Usually Tony wears suits. Like, the suits fit him, but the arms are like 3 inches too long.
Yeah, he goes to Michael Hayes.
Huh?
He uses Michael Hayes' tailor.
Well, there you go. Yeah, but all you see is Tony's fingertips on the bottom of the company. So this would fit him really well. Let's get up.
So there you see one of the brackets, and there's the second bracket. And look, Medusa is in the bracket against a mystery opponent. That's real. David Flair has a shot to be world champion. So does Brian Knobs and Medusa.
Oh, wow.
This is right. Like, what are we doing?
Like, I didn't even realize this. I mean, I didn't watch this, so there's no way that I would have noticed it. I don't think about it, so there's no way I remember it. So this is like freaking news to me. Medusa getting a shot at the World Heavyweight Championship. Wow, how impressive is that?
Well, you got to remember he's fresh off of China being in a pretty high-profile spot.
That's a good point.
Right before he left, he was programming China versus Jeff Jarrett, and we know that Jeff Jarrett's going to follow Vince Russo in WCW, and China is going to be the Intercontinental Champion. Not to be outdone, okay, you got a lady who's the IC champ. What if we had a lady who was the world champ? And eventually that did happen at TNA for Tessa Blanchard. Backstage, we're catching up with the former Outsiders, and look who it is. It's Kevin Nash and Scott Hall with a big cooler, and there's Mike Graham telling them they're going to have to wrestle tonight. These guys are going to act like they're maybe a little tipsy, make some short man jokes at Mike Graham's expense. Yeah. It's interesting because it wasn't that long ago Kevin Nash was out there making fun of Arn Anderson for having a cooler at the shows. And 2 years later, here he is with his own cooler.
The wrestling business will get you eventually. You can try as you might to walk that straight and narrow, to be that straight edge character that comes that's successful. You can try. Very few people can succeed. It's no surprise. The work is
Well, here's the Macho Man Randy Savage doing a Slim Jim commercial. And I'm sure if Macho Man were here today, he'd probably be rocking some Tacovas. Tacovas crafts quality Western boots for everyone, from generational ranchers to lifelong cowboys to first-time boot buyers. Born in Texas back in 2015, Tacovas makes it easy for anyone to find their perfect boot. Every one of Tacovas boots are handcrafted with over 200 meticulous steps for broken-in comfort right out of the box. Whether it's a long day or a big night, your Tacovas are built to last and impress. And that's why Esquire loves them and says there's a reason we keep coming back to Tecovas. And from what I understand, Derek, this has been a regular part of your routine with Mr. Rancher himself out in Wyoming. How much you loving your Tecovas?
Look, I know we get excited about a lot of products here because we've got a lot of great sponsors that have been supporting us for a long time because our audience supports that. And I appreciate that, each and every one. And that's sincerely. But I also want you to know, we get product to test before we need to promote them. Sometimes, more often than not, I'm really, really excited about that product. There's so much innovative stuff coming down the pipe. A lot of stuff promoting on podcasts, so it's kind of fun. Tecovas boots, though, I got mine. I put them on. Oh, listen, let me back up. I know freaking boots. I live in the middle of Wyoming. I know boots. I've got a closet. I bet you I've got $10,000 worth of cowboy boots in my closet that I don't wear. I got blue cases, just beautiful boots that look great on a showcase. Gorgeous boots, well crafted. I wear them because they're not comfortable. I put on these Tecovas boots when they say they're kind of broke in right out of the box. They are not BSing you, people. I can wear them around the house like slippers. That's how comfortable they are. They look great. The fit is awesome. I walked all day in them. Comfortable as hell. Love this product. Love these boots. Check them out.
If you've ever wondered if you can pull off boots with your personal style, you owe it to yourself to put your feet in a pair of Tecovas. I got to tell you, they've got the best of the West guarantee where you get free returns and exchanges for 30 days. But here's the reality. You can't have a good time in bad boots. Right now, get 10% off at tecovas.com/83weeks when you sign up for email and text. That's right, 10% off at tecovas.com/83weeks. tecovas.com/83weeks. See site for details.
And that's 10% off on all really, really great price.
So we just saw a backstage interview from Norman Smiley. And now here comes Bam Bam Bigelow coming to the ring. This is a sad era of my Bam Bam Bigelow fandom. I didn't like what my man was wrestling in t-shirts. I need the full fire bodysuit. It looks cool. I just don't like this look as much. And I know it's a silly thing, but I can always tell which era of Bam Bam it is based on what he's wearing. And this is probably not my favorite look.
Is it just because of his gimmick, or is it just because you don't like the kind of stories he was saying to the people he was working with, or just nothing about it?
I just don't think Bam Bam ever was all that great in WCW. I don't think he was ever positioned all that great. Like, I loved his work in ECW, and that's what I thought we were going to get, and we just didn't. Now, I do love the idea of this match in particular. I mean, this feels like, we talk about Styles Clash, Norman Smiley and Bam Bam Bigelow. Come on, that's fun.
And it's fun for us because it gives us a chance to see just how good Norman is. And by good, I mean the ability to work with different people, different styles, and to be able to adapt and to do it really well. That's the mark of a real pro. And I think that's, I don't know, I don't remember seeing this match, but I would imagine that's what we see.
You're not going to see very much. Bam Bam's got a hurt back here, so it's only going to go like a minute and a half. Maybe that's why he's wearing the t-shirt too. Just he's injured, he's hurt, he's not feeling it. But hey, we got a show today. And look at this mustache on Nick Patrick. Goodness gracious, what a mustache!
Yeah, I think he was doing porn on the side this time.
That would make Tom Selleck jealous. That mustache.
Nasty Nick Patrick.
Oh, is that the deal? Nasty Nick?
Yeah. He was an aspiring porn actor.
Oh goodness gracious!
Just kidding, Nick. Come on now. He's got good sense.
What was his finish? Would he count to 3? Let's move on. He made every match a no holds barred. What do we do?
Never kicked out, but he always pulled out.
Oh, well, we got to move on. Hey, good job.
Really good fun.
Over the weekend, of course, we mentioned Halloween Havoc. The day before was Halloween Havoc, but 2 nights before in Las Vegas was a Mike Tyson fight. And allegedly, you were at that Tyson fight with Hulk Hogan in Las Vegas, the same town where Halloween Havoc was happening the very next night. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Do you remember ever going to a Mike
I've
Tyson?
never been to it. Was I in a Tyson fight?
Well, that's what was reported. I'm asking.
I don't recall ever being in a Tyson fight. I'm actually sitting here going, man, it was one of those trips to Las Vegas with Hulk and maybe don't remember some stuff. Because there were more than one or two of those. But I don't remember going to a Tyson fight with Hogan. I remember that because Hogan would have got freaking mobbed. Dude, that's weird. It's the first time I think I've heard about it. But I hope somebody can come back and say, here's a picture of you and Hulk at the Tyson fight. So I can call Hulk and ask him how it was. But I can't remember.
So listen. Yeah, I guess it was against Orland Morris. That rings a bell. I don't know.
Ghost Rider.
We've got a backstage interview now, and it looks like Kevin Nash has a cold one in his hand. He's got FUBU, he's wearing a FUBU jersey, and there is Scott Hall looking too cool for school. They're doing a little promo with Mike Tenay. We just recently passed Scott Hall's birthday. I saw you give him a shout out posthumously on social. Anytime I see Scott Hall, his anniversary of his birth or his passing, is it weird that I just think of Kevin Nash first?
No, it's not weird. The same thing happens with me. And I look back at moments or times that I, look back at fondly. Sometimes even the ones I don't. They were inseparable. They were almost one and the same. They truly were brothers, and in many ways still are. I miss Scott. It's really interesting because I was really not that close to Scott. We didn't socialize away from the business much. We did a few times, but not what people would think. But there's something about Scott that makes me miss him a lot. And I think it's because I got a sense you looked into who Scott Hall really was and what he was capable of being. And I think it's just this opportunity. It gets me a little bit, not my opportunity, but Scott's opportunity. And, the business's opportunity. So Scott would have been consistent where he could, how well he could perform mentally and creatively. He could have had an even bigger impact on the industry.
So we're seeing some clips and some highlights from what happened the night before to see the filthy animals here getting after Ric Flair. I know it's a silly thing, but I am seriously trying to see if this happened and jog your memory. It was one round, that Tyson fight, and I guess Tyson threw a punch after the bell, and that took down Mr. Norris. Mr. Norris did not get off the stool to start round two, saying that he had hurt his knee in the fall. Tyson accused Norris of faking the injury, and then he filed a $2 million lawsuit against Tyson, saying, I was promised a rematch, I didn't get it. I would imagine if you went to a Tyson fight and it was a non-finish, it was a no contest, and his opponent didn't start the second round, you might remember that.
Got screwed by Tyson. I'm watching this walking down the aisle right now. Tori Wilson looking back. Billy Kidman walking behind me with a video camera while she passes him by and gives him a nice little strike. No, but you're right. I would generally I remember that, but here's what I really remember. I would remember going to the building with Hulk because it would have been a lot of work. It wouldn't have been just, where's our ticket? Let's go grab a seat. There would have been crowds. There would have been a passage. I don't remember that. Now, it's possible. It's possible. When I was younger, yes. Especially at this point in time, I was in kind of a celebratory mood by this point. It is possible that Hulk and I went out and I was there and I just don't really remember it. It's a good podcast. I don't think I was ever there. I don't think that event ever happened. I'm anxious to find out if I had too much fun that night or if there's somebody out there writing bullshit that never happened.
We got the filthy animals in the ring right now. That means little promo time for Eddie Guerrero. Billy Kidman's here. Rey Mysterio's here. Conan's here. And my goodness, Tori Wilson's here. If you haven't watched this episode, this is already one of my favorite episodes of Nitro, and it's just because of Tori. Roll time.
It's my favorite entrance of all time.
Nobody dag misses me in that one. Hey, we got to mention some other little news and notes from the time. I can't believe this is real, but this is what's written in the Observer. There's been talk of Bischoff returning to either manage Hogan or manage Hall and Nash, according to one of the aforementioned three. It was even considered to debut him this week, but it was decided it hadn't been enough time since he was gone. The plan was also to keep Hall and Nash in the crowd and not do angles for Wrestle until December. That's been rushed as well. Eric, I somehow don't believe that you were ever in talks to come back as just a performer.
It's just more Dave Meltzer bullshit fiction. That never happened. Nothing that could be misconstrued. Nothing that happened that could be misconstrued even ever happened. It's nonsense. And just so you know how little Dave Meltzer understands, it's not like WCW could pick up the phone and say, "Hey, Eric, I want you to come back as a manager." I was done. They pay or played me. That bullet left the fucking barrel. Once that bullet, the pay or play bullet, leaves the barrel, you can't put the bullet back and tell somebody to come back to work. You just have to pay them. And that's where I left. So the idea that I would, first of all, to manage anybody that take any weights like me, I would have done that. Two, I didn't need to do it. Legally, there's no way they could make me do it. The conversation never happened.
The conversation should have happened when we were doing this angle. We just were shown the Billy Kidman video camera footage of burying Ric Flair in the desert. We've heard about this in years since, but I don't think a lot of people remember. One of Vince Russo's first creative decisions in his Nitro run was let's bury Ric Flair in the desert. Of course, we saw the filthy animal stuffed into the back of the ambulance there, run off with the ambulance to the desert, and now we're going to bury him in the desert. And listen, I get that from a Las Vegas perspective. You take a look at, really popular movies like Casino, and there's lots of conversation about burying people in the desert in Las Vegas, gangs and mafia and blah, blah, blah. I get all that. I think that makes sense. But it is a little silly to see a guy in his wrestling boots, his wrestling trunks, his knee pads, strapped to a gurney, and then we're going to pretend to bury him in the desert, but then show it on TV the next day. It's a little weird, a little stretch. What do you think of that creative?
Oh, it's just awful. Vince Russo likes to entertain himself. He writes for himself, and this is the kind of humor. And we're also, you're connected to mob movies, the idea of burying somebody in the desert, hiding the body. But there's also the burying of Ric Flair, whether it's in the desert or anywhere else. So you've got a double entendre going on here, which I'm sure is stimulating the neural pathways inside of Vince Russo's skull. And that's probably why he did it. He didn't do it because it was part of a great story, or it was an element of what could be a story. He did it because he got a kick out of it. He is literally burying Ric Flair.
It's written at the time in the Observer that this was borrowed from the movie Very Bad Things, which is a bit of a cult classic. I don't think it was a hugely commercially successful movie, but it's a wild one. Shane Douglas here is, he's here in the alleyway, and they're kidnapping Tori. How about that? That's Asia who's kidnapping Tori. And you see Shane Douglas there has his arm in an elbow cast. They're doing an angle, as a reminder here, that if Kurt Hennig loses a match by pinfall, he's fired. And we're sitting here and discuss that now with Mike Tenay. Something you and I got to discuss, because I can't wait to get your take on this. We've got breaking news while we're recording right now, Greg. I'm going to give you the news and let you process it for a minute here. Brandon Thurston has tweeted out that TKO will no longer consist of just WWE and UFC. TKO has announced it is acquiring professional bull riders on location and IMG from Endeavor. TKO has also announced a stock buyback program. So essentially, Endeavor is selling its sports assets, TKO, for $3.25 billion. So now it's WWE, it's UFC, it's on location, it's professional bull riders, it's IMG, they're all together, another $3.25 million deal. This is going to be something people are going to be talking about for weeks. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of different takes on it. If you're looking for some different takes, can I recommend Chris Van Vliet? If you love wrestling podcasts, and clearly you do because you're listening to this one, don't let the fun stop when this episode ends. Have you ever checked out my buddy Chris Van Vliet's show? It's called Insight with Chris Van Vliet. And man, he's doing some of the more interesting and in-depth interviews that you'll find anywhere in the wrestling space. And with big-time stars, The Undertaker, Cody Rhodes, Drew McIntyre, even Jesse Ventura. Hell, even I've been a guest there. It is a who's who of big stars, though, not me. Guys like Dave Bautista, and Adam Copeland, and Rey Mysterio, and Booker T, Christian Cage, and literally hundreds of others. I'm a big fan of his work. I have been for a long time, and if you've missed it, man, you've been missing out, and you've got a lot of catching up to do. Look for Insight with Chris Van Vliet on YouTube, Spotify, Apple, or wherever you're listening to this. And because I'm from Alabama, I'm going to spell it for you. V-L-I-E-T. Insight with Chris Van Vliet on YouTube, Spotify, Apple, or wherever you're listening to this. Eric, what do you make of this TKO announcement?
I love it. PBR, I've been real familiar with PBR for quite a long time. A very close friend of mine was the executive vice president of legal operations there for a long time. And we talked often about the types of deals he was trying to make in terms of sponsorship, television deals, and so forth. Jason and I actually produced a show, a reality show, for the PBR at one point. So we got into a lot of their events, got to meet a lot of the people, meet a lot of the bull riders. I'm a big rodeo fan here in Wyoming, obviously.
Me and these two pretty things going to break everything down for you.
That is a great
Start to
business.
finish on both these shows. Get in that shot.
A lot
Let
of
them
the
know what's on your mind.
background was
Strap in,
fabulous.
strap on, ready, snap, ready,
Really
go.
didn't have any passion.
I see that chat showing up already. Get in there. Let us know what's on your heart and mind. Let us know how you're feeling tonight. Hope everyone up there is happy, healthy, and safe. Like I said, you're Crafty Life Network. These two pretty things are going to use the song, really conversation for all the actions in the way. We're excited to move forward to it. I will remind you, amateur that KCYC Ironman Institute. That is the chapel that runs the show. That is Big Nick.
Ladies, women, boys, and girls, children of all ages, we wrestling for like network television, you feature tags, team champions, the tag team shows. Tell the world, the chef of the wrestling show, we're trying to include every night that I see with them.
All right, so how you doing, Anthony? How you doing?
Good. Big weekend of wrestling. I feel like we have big weekends of wrestling every weekend at this point. But yeah, we got a big weekend. We got Mount Glory. We got Halloween Havoc. Yeah, it's looking pretty good this week.
I agree. It's going to be a fun one. Lots of action, two cards that are very interesting. Halloween Havoc, full of its gimmicks and fun stuff. And Bound for Glory looking absolutely stacked with a lot of intrigue, a lot of possibilities, and their fair share of gimmicks and fun stuff as well. So, I mean, we're looking forward to this one, Nick.
Yeah. We're getting two stacked cards of both nights for weekend, especially with Halloween Havoc. We're getting the spooky season where we saw Delta, Zaraya, Zoltan, Zoolander, debut on NXT. So, is she going to be involved in Halloween Havoc? We thought she was going to show up for Halloween Havoc.
Yeah, got her a little bit early. Showed up at the end of Tuesday. I know there was reports out there really upset that CW cut it off. But I mean, I think that was what was intended. I don't think she was going to do much more than what she did. So.
Oh, no. So what I saw is in some markets they were on a 20-second delay. So it actually did cut off, got a whole thing. And they just didn't get it. It wasn't one of those that it was supposed to be much longer. Because it didn't go straight to 7 news for me. But it was some places were on a couple second delay. So it cut it off. Right.
No, okay. I didn't realize that some markets didn't get it because I got it perfectly fine. So I was a little surprised.
Right.
Yeah, it kind of depends on where you live in the United States. I think what people don't realize, at least with the CW kind of
like each type of market shows different things. Like I think it was a couple of weeks ago when they first debuted. I think Nick was like, they're playing The Big Bang Theory like they're playing on TBS or Dynamite, right? But for me, they were actually playing the comics before CW, before NXT aired. So it's kind of different where you live in the United States how the CW airs NXT in their program.
Interesting. But for those who didn't see it, we did get the debut, or at least the sneak peek at Delta Zaraya, apparently. So,
Sorry,
yeah, Zaraya.
Hey, Anthony, how do you feel about the name, sir? I clearly am not a fan. KJ, I don't know. I think you're more on the fence. You were comparing it to like when Walter switched to Gunther. Like now you don't call him Walter anymore.
The problem I have, sorry, go ahead.
I think because like I didn't know her outside of the
Yeah.
outside of what she's doing now, it doesn't really matter to me. I'm pretty sure they had to change the name for a reason. Do I care for the reason? Not really, but if they had to change the name, it had to be something. The reason why they had to change it. I know they've been keeping the names for other stars, so like Stephanie and things of that sort. So something had to give for them to change the name.
It's such a shit name. It's such a shit name.
Yeah, the name is terrible, but
Yeah, I just have no, I have no rhyme or reason behind it. I don't know what it means. Again, I don't think. I mean, when Gunther was in the same company, and again, Vince McMahon had a habit of like when he called up NXT talent, they would, they would instantly be given a new name. Walter becomes Gunther. That was a little annoying. I thought it was kind of silly. I mean, Delta entering the company. I imagine if they could have called her Delta, they would. I know there was a lot of talk about the CMLL star that has the name Delta already. So, yeah, Zura, whatever the fuck we're going to run with. Again, I think in no time we'll be calling her name. We won't want with it. Zaraya.
Yeah, once we figure it out. I feel like it's supposed to be like Daria, but with a Z.
Yeah, we'll see how they're going to meet again. I mean, we kind of joke about admission and stuff, but we'll see what they have in store for that. We'll see if she has an impact on the show. But before we get to what's going to happen at Halloween Havoc, we are going to jump into Bound for Glory, as that is the Saturday show. I know Anthony is really looking forward to this one, but we're going to get a lot of interesting matches on this card. And overall, I think we're looking forward to it.
oh yeah, absolutely. I think from top to bottom, and this card is stacked. From the pre-show with the Call Your Shot Gauntlet match, and a theory that I have that I will talk about when we get to a specific match. But with the Call Your Shot Gauntlet match all the way to the world title match with Nick Nimitz and Joe Hendry, I think they're delivering a stellar card.
Oh yeah, I mean, Bound for Glory is pretty much always kind of like TNA's WrestleMania. Between that and Slammiversary, it's like their top two shows. So they always have a stacked version never come out of Bound for Glory.
Absolutely. This is no exception. It's going to be a lot of fun. Someone saying it's going to be a 4-hour show. I really hope that's not true, but we'll find out. No. I don't see 8 matches, 4 hours. It seems a bit of a stretch. So
Yeah.
we will be.
I mean, we can do 6. We've done 6, so 4 ain't too bad. I'll take 4 if I have to.
Right. This one we're just going to talk about quickly and see if there's any theories on it. I have a little bit of a theory with it, but 20-person call your shot gauntlet match, basically Money in the Bank style. You win this, you get to call your shot. We've seen it used before. Moose has probably got the best call your shot cash in ever, maybe right in front of Alexander, his kid, and his wife. This will be interesting. What are we thinking about this?
So we got the Call Yourself Gauntlet, which is like the Royal Rumble, but with the twist at the end where you got to win by pinfall or submission, and then the Money in the Bank type thing kind of comes into play because you get to call your shot anytime, anywhere against the world champion of your choosing. So I have Frankie Kazarian actually there. I think Frankie Kazarian is the only choice. I know last year, like the first person I thought of was Jordan Grace, and she went on to win and call her shot against Trinity. And I think that's going to be the same thing here. They're pushing Frankie Kazarian to have a title run. I believe it's going to be a title run between now and Hard to Kill. But with the theory I have that I'll talk about when we get to that match. So I'm going with Frankie Kazarian here. He's winning this Hard Shot.
I agree. Because of what happened on Thursday, I can't help but think that's the only choice that makes sense. I don't know how he got in there. So that, I feel like you could start before the horse a little bit.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna just go on an outside shot here and just take AJ Francis because I feel like I always I don't know well enough. I can't call TBD with this because it's like still 15 or something.
So 14 TBD is crazy.
Right, so I guess can I take TBD? But if I'm taking out at least who's announced, like I said, I guess I'll pay it forward and just go to the comedic release and take AJ Francis. He's done fairly well in TNA. He's done a good job. He's been a prominent figure, I feel, a little bit in TNA.
Yeah, AJ Francis is not a bad shout because he was digital media champion for a time there. Huge juggling injury throughout the summer. So yeah, AJ Francis is not a bad shout to him.
Yeah, good thing. I know TNA.
Right. All right. And anyone out there has any thoughts on it? But no, I beat the top dollar now. There you go. But yeah, I mean, this is gonna be interesting, and we'll see how it plays out in the rest of the show. AJ Francis winning would be interesting. Yeah, getting him over the top rope would be the tricky part.
He's a big man. Yeah, well, I mean, he can do that pretty well. He'll just flop over like shit and maybe do it again. So now I definitely have to do that. He's not jumping over. You're not tossing him. He's just gracefully forward.
Exactly. Gracefully might be a stretch, but with all that being said, let's get into the first singles match of the show. Man, I can't wait for this match. I mean, this is going to be a banger. But Josh Alexander and Steve Macklin going at it.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Josh Alexander is on the transition on his way out, I believe, from TNA. And I feel like they're giving him the Deonna Purrazzo treatment from last year, where Deonna was kind of putting over everybody before she left Impact at that time. And I think they're going to do the same thing here with Josh Alexander, where he's already taken a loss to Joe Hendry. Amongst other guys, he's taken a loss to Nick Nimitz, one of them. I believe this is the time that Steve Macklin beats Josh Alexander. I believe last year they fought at 6 ago if Josh Alexander got the win. So Steve Macklin is taking this home at Bound Blue Saturday.
I was waiting for the Canadian contingent, but I'll get it. No, I agree with what Anthony said. I mean, we talked about it a bunch of times on the NXT streams of how there's been the rumor and the speculation, the thought that Josh Alexander could show up and do something with Ethan Page. I don't know the man's contract status, but Macklin's a guy that is going to probably be with TNA much longer going forward, I would feel. So, yeah, Macklin. This is realistically, if you weren't taking into account contracts, it's a point there.
Yeah, I mean, a tough one to call in either direction, two heavy hitters. I feel like Josh is due for a win. We saw him lose to Teska. He's been a little cold lately. I know what we're saying. I know that his contract is coming up. I know he's been vocal about testing free agency, which doesn't necessarily mean I'm leaving TNA. But man, it's going to be tough to keep him. I'm going to go Josh Alexander. I got to go Canadian on this one.
Yeah, you can't really bet against Josh Alexander as well. So, and like you said, it's not a dead sheet that he's going to leave. I think at the end of his contract in February. So it's not a dead sheet that he's going to leave. And if he, tests his free agency, he might not like where he's, the contracts that are presented to him, and he might show back up at TNA. So yeah, there's a lot of the next few months with TNA is kind of weird with a lot of the contracts.
Mm-hmm. Right now, it's 50-50 split. Slight Jack going slight Macklin.
Well, that's the thing, is if we weren't smartly viewing this and everything, and didn't know contracts, didn't know fight training, the hole in the wall and everything, this is a coin flip match. Because Josh Alexander is a huge top guy in TNA. Macklin's been a top guy in TNA. Both super talented, both really deserve their flowers and everything. So it's a 50-50 if you take out the contract stuff.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think we're going to get a banger.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it.
Still the show? Still the show?
It could surprise everybody. I mean, it is again two of the best in their company meeting one on one in in what could be one of the opening matches, a match that no title on the line. So it'll be very interesting that one.
A lot of the matches on the card really do have a potential to steal the show, and this is one of them.
Right. Alexander, the WWE isn't his wife an announcer? Yeah, she is the announcer for TNA. Oh, there you go, 2 for 1. There you go. We lose Ricochet.
We'll resign just like Samantha did, and then we'll just come over there, and the internet will lose their fucking mind for 24 hours. We've been through here now. The Samantha was the iceberg that we went through. Now, when that happens, we're done. We're good.
Right.
We'll see, folks. But all right, chat says Macklin. You two say Macklin. I'm going Canadian with Josh Alexander. So I mean, again, very, very interesting. But up next, this one is interesting as hell. We just talked about two big boys and a banger. This is right up the same alley.
This is the match that I'm probably outside of the Jordan Grace matches. I'm looking forward to the most because since Mike Santana stepped on the scene at Rebellion, I believe it was this year, and he's been on fire. And Moose taking him out before Slammiversary, where he can compete in that elimination match, really set the fire for Mike Santana, and he needs to have this match at Bound for Glory. I want to take Moose, but I'm becoming such a big fan of Mike Santana that I want Mike Santana to win at Bound for Glory. I think this is going to be a phenomenal match. This one, we'll get to the Kingdom match in the last one we just talked about. All have the potential to be match of the night. I think the competition for match of the night is very, very high for Bound for Glory. But I'm taking Mike Santana, and they're going to kill him. They're going to kill him mad on Bound.
We follow Josh Alexander and Steve Macklin with Moose versus Mike Santana, and we're saying that the card is packed and everything. Like, we're going from shorter, stockier beefy boys slap with meat to big boys slap with meat and everything that with this match. And like Anthony was giving all the praise to Mike Santana, I fully agree with ever since he was even when we saw him show up in like House of Glory and everything like that. Guys had breakout 2024 year 100%. Moose is still always kind of that top dog when it comes to TNA. And I mean, we know he's there for the long run. The man's got like 8-something years or so on his contract. He's TNA for life. So, yeah, again, if I'm just going to I think Moose is that. He's going to be always there. He's constant. Santana, I would love to see him in WWE, to be honest. I know I hate to say Phillips TNA, but yeah.
Moose has had a tough year. I think 2024, the system kind of bumpy. 2024, Mike comes in. Mike kind of feels like he's on the up, and Moose feels like he's on the down. I can't bet against Moose. Again, maybe it's a Canadian thing, but I'm gonna go Moose on this one. And again, I think this is gonna be a match to watch. We just talked about a potential match of the night. This one also has potential, but I'm not sure how committed Mike is to TNA long term. Moose might need this one more.
No, you might be right. Depending on like how long he's going to be like TNA. Moose is going to be there, forever at this point. So, and Moose has taken a lot of losses since Slammiversary. He's been on the receiving end of losses. So, I mean, I think Moose is a good choice. But I'm sticking with Mike Santana. I feel like I can't go against Mike Santana.
The chat is 75% against Mike Santana. You're on your own.
I thought it would have been close, honestly, because, like, honestly,
Right.
I'm a big fan of Mike Santana, and we've talked about, like, Moose could even be another guy that at least pops up in NXT. Like, we talked about him versus saying the Overfed is a dream match. If you want to give that to me now. So I don't think it's that, clear cut that Moose wins, but they're an upshot.
Yeah, 75% saying that Moose is going to win. That's crazy.
Right.
I'm on my own MDB, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be right too. So.
Santana isn't a big guy, though. He's pretty big. He's not a little man.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be surprised in toe to toe with Saturday, right? Boom, boom, boom. This one's interesting, and this has been an ongoing saga. The Monsters Ball.
Yeah, this has been a ongoing saga that at some point didn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Especially with the Stephanie Lander, I have to have surgery kind of bit, which it turned out to be, factual, but it just how they played it into it didn't really make sense. Big fan of PCO, and big fan of Matt Cardona as well. I feel like this would be a great match. It'll be a fun match. I don't think it'll be a match that'll kind of steal the show or anything. It'll just be that kind of fun, comedic match between these two. I'm taking PCO to retain though, because I don't know where Matt Cardona is in standing. I don't know. I know. That's the one I'm going to go around to get going. Glad I got that. This year, yeah, we have Hey Shadow. Hey Shadow. Get the moon there. You don't get any water here. Come on, Aaron. Look at the remote. They're watching football and fucking
up in the morning. I didn't sleep good again.
Not like that. This might be the best.
It's a steep story.
Choose a law firm carefully. The compensation received really depends on the lawyer you hire and the reputation of the firm. The best lawyers typically get the best results. So choose wisely and make the most important decision you ever make.
Huh?
Know before you go out, being certified closing.
College game day, you're ready to go. College game day, ready to go. I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm not watching college football all fucking day.
Coming
What?
up this hour, a monumental return in Rome for the first
Just
time in
Get your bags and get the fuck out.
Water is flowing at the historic baths of Caracalla. We'll look at the social and cultural mission, the elements of its complex, and the architectural wonder inspired the American landmark. Then we saw it happen with Christmas. Now it's happening with Halloween. This is why this month's holiday has extended its reach, its popularity, and is breaking in some big bucks. Plus, on the dish, he's behind dozens of award-winning restaurants worldwide, but his heart is in Egypt. Globe-trotting chef Michael Mina. We're going to talk about his new cookbook, My Egypt, and the mentoring influence behind some of his favorite dishes. And country rock band, the Red Clay Strays, is riding away following a dream performance at the Grand Ole Opry, and at the Ryman Auditorium. They're dropping their first live project next month. The first of the fourth for you and us. Saturday, Saturday. That was so much fun. Get up, all in it. But we begin this hour with a fourth crime that shook a small Pennsylvania town and has never been solved. 62 years ago this week, 9-year-old Carol Ann Dotson was delivered inside a Catholic church just steps from her home in Bristol, a suburb of
I want you to get the bag and
Despite
clean her out today.
to this day, Carol has never been found. But the case is getting some added attention thanks to a new podcast. The host is a well-known voice and a very different belief.
Oh, good morning, everybody. It's the Mike McNally Show. What a day we're going to have today.
Mike McNally has been a fixture on Philadelphia's sports talk radio for more than 30 years.
This is a way for you to stick up for Nick Sirianni. This is a backdoor way for you to give Sirianni a compliment.
Each morning, he squares off with the notoriously tough Philly sports fans.
Absolutely. He's taking, and he said, hey, but did you see the conversation he had with his quarterback?
And offers his own unvarnished opinions on the city's teams.
That's coming up. And also, our continued analysis of the Philadelphia Eagles winning yesterday, in spite of the coach. How was DNA collected back then? And obviously, it wasn't as scientific as it is today.
But now, he's lending his voice to a different and far more consequential effort. Over the summer, McNally launched The Coldest Murder, a podcast he hopes will untangle the mystery who killed Carol Ann Doherty 62 years ago. The case shocked the close-knit town of Bristol Borough, Pennsylvania. For McNally, who grew up in Bristol, the mission is personal. Why did you want to do this podcast?
When something traumatic like that happens in a little town like this, it is so unexpected. It stays with you for a really long time. And the fact that this is a court case for 60 plus years, but we really wait on it. It was just heartbreak to the town. I just remember the town, it was like there was a big town with a sun gun when it happened. And things were different. It wasn't the same freedom, and everybody was afraid.
I didn't wake up till like
On an October evening in 1962, Doherty's body was found by her father under a stained glass window in the choir loft of St. Mark's Catholic Church. She had been raped and strangled. The fifth grader had stopped in to say a prayer, just as the nuns at her school instructed her to do when passing by a church. Doherty's prized bicycle still outside what was now a murder scene.
I was standing on that part. My brother was at the end of the yard. And my mother came out of that side door, racing down the steps. to get the right there for to get us into the house.
Around 7 years old at the time, Miss Anelli remembered playing outside his house when he was a kid. His uncle, Vincent Paragalli, was Bristol police chief.
He called my mother to say there's something bad happening in this church. Get the children in the house.
I would go there and
my neighborhood.
go
The case
over that.
haunted his uncle for the rest of his life.
He kept a picture of Carol in his bureau to remind him that it was gut-wrenching for him.
And it weighs on Miss Anelli to this day.
Every time I walked into this church, the hairs on my arm would stand up.
Yeah.
I remember vividly. And I would never want to let it back
Even
then.
back then.
Yeah.
Lower down
Like,
then.
we had 2 newspapers delivered to our house, and I would always look at the headline and try to read the stories. And I saw these splashy stories that had girl being murdered in church. And it just shook me as a little kid. That image stayed with me for a really long time.
Investigated on 4 main suspects, but now it comes down to 2. Father Joseph Sabatish, famous pastor, who would later face accusations of molesting children, and William Schrader, a drifter living near the church at the time, who was convicted of manslaughter in Louisiana decades later.
Both of them were
How much
spotted
coffee do I got?
at the time of the crime. The priest was spotted at Marshall Street, and Schrader was spotted in the area near the church.
Is it
And
full
live
cup?
out. But they just didn't have enough evidence. to hold him.
Bill's back.
But every time they make a murder,
Was connected to the case, including a relative of one of the suspects.
before I killed a kid out of cold blood, commit murder like that? No.
And most recently, Doherty's sister, Kay. They had a picture of
I know the phone calls come up there and
bringing Carol's body up to the church. The first thing they knew was she was so cold.
huh?
Only thing left to stop this case is
Why don't the phone calls come
Miss
up?
Nellie believes the answer to this case, like so many others, lies in DNA evidence.
No, don't ever say
At this
that.
point, it's a matter of going forward and going through these very extensive tests to find out where they can match this DNA. And again, we're talking about multi-specific year. How much resources can they actually dedicate to that?
Now, those tests will happen. Investigators announced this month they will submit DNA evidence believed to be from the killer to a Texas lab that specializes in cold case murder. We have a pretty good sense of who we believe is responsible. Jennifer Shorn is the Bucks County, Pennsylvania District Attorney. What role, if any, did his podcast play in where you are now? So it's interesting. I mean, the media has been so helpful in the Tampa Stock News. So I credit what Mike was doing. It's fascinating, and his perspective as a 7-year-old who personally recalls collateral consequences that the community felt and suffered with Caroline's heinous murder. That may prove inconclusive. Unfortunately, there's no guarantee. It will really depend upon the quality of the specimens we're sending, and I hope we'll know sooner than later. At least thought about the possibility that you test this DNA evidence and it exonerates both of them.
And there's some mystery.
What are you doing?
That would be unfortunate. Because a lot of work on both of them on these two. I can't imagine that there would be some mystery person who would be able to elude authorities, elude suspicion and attention all these years. But if it is, that might make everybody sad.
Still, Miss Anelli remains hopeful that the mystery of who killed Carol Ann Doherty will soon be solved.
This is a really good little town. And that has been a stain on this town that I kind of want to, it's not going to remove, but I think people feel better about getting closure about who actually committed this crime.
Going?
We talked about how long this might take. It could take up to a year if it can reach the viability of that DNA evidence. And
What's the
again,
temperature of
it wasn't preserved because we didn't know about DNA evidence in that way, the things that they're looking at. I should point out both suspects are dead. This really is about closure, not just for Carol Ann, who spoke on the podcast there, but somebody like Mike. I met some of his friends in the town. They all still remember it so well. It impacted all of them at such a time. How could you forget? I just found it interesting. You launched this piece for the news of the test being going forward with the test. Right. And he was talking about the podcast. The investigation was always ongoing. Right. The whole case, we were still trying to find things. It's exactly what the DA said. This podcast has kept it in the conversation and kept it alive. And it's wonderful that it's at least now has the potential. Yeah. Well, congratulations on that. There's still much more to come, including the dish and our Saturday session. But right now, here's a look at the weather.
For today, we're seeing temperatures on the cooler side. Highs will reach into the low 50s to mid 50s. It's a mostly to partly sunny day. We do have a few spotty showers that will be around more so for the second half of the day. And also breezy. It's out in the northwest, that's upwards of 25 miles per hour today.
It's an early start to Halloween, and we're not just talking about this weekend. Some have been getting ready all year long. Up next, a look at where Americans are spending big during the spooky season. For what thing? CBS, Saturday morning. Mom jeans. She passed them down to you, but who passed them to her? Ancestry DNA can show you the people and places they came from. Your genes are one of a kind. Find out why with Ancestry DNA.
How much is your phone charge?
Some people just know they can save hundreds on phone insurance by checking all state first. You know, to check your full send first before selling.
High time! High time, guys! High time! High time! High time! High time!
This is more a little bit, please.
Check all state first before they can save you hundreds.
Hi.
You can reduce the risk of getting that your workforce together because there are places you want to be. Our civic effects, including the books and concentration of your contractor to reduce infections and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection is given the jarring to the credit. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection and allergic reaction or ketoacidosis.
Litter bag. When cat litters are so heavy, it hurts. If you suffer from litter bag, try Tidy Cats Lightweight. Now with astounding 21-day odor control. At the Tidy Cats Innovation Lab, we got your back. Tidy Cats Lightweight.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe Wade terminated, and I did it.
He did it. It was pretty devastating. Is bragging about the rights that he stole from American women, and Trump is promising to do more. In 2025, we're restricting birth control, trapping pregnant women, enforcing a nationwide abortion ban. The government should get out of my business, stay out of my business. That's not the government's business. In America, women make their own decisions. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message. Strawberries.
Have you tried these new Febreze carbon clips? And you intensity gap is you sort of control. You can turn it up. And that's or turn it down. Nice and left. You have 40 days of freshness.
Stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe acne and make him show off clear skin and less itch with Kisses, the number one prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change your stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's eczema specialist about some things.
Jordan up around?
Yeah. Are you foreign friends with us?
Certainty matters. Experience certainty with 4imprint. High quality promotional products, expert service, and guaranteed on-time delivery. Visit 4imprint.com. 4imprint for something. That was a clip from Beetlejuice on the House Person of the Year. It's coming up Halloween this year. The average person will spend more than $100 in the holidays. Some decorating and celebrating as early as June. Proving Halloween is no longer a Sunday of candy and costumes for kids, but an entire season for fans of all ages. When you're building a house, you walk around the corner and you see putting there the Annabelle. You would terrify anyone.
She's looking right at you.
She's looking right at you.
Danielle Plymouth College. Let's defeat the imagination of the Conjuring universe. What about an absolutely frightening cinematic series? How did I get in there? Sure, keep it out. From Annabelle.
I had circumcisions when I was younger.
It scored $2.2 billion at the box office and millions of loyal fans worldwide.
People who are fans of the film franchise, they will know every single character.
Former leads the production team at RWS Global, transforming New Jersey's Six Flags Great Adventure into Fright Fest. Now celebrating its 38th year.
So all of these houses represent a film in the horror industry.
Look at that, even Hannibal has a house. Next week, the food drive begins at a school. We will keep you up to date. Isn't it funny? He's broad shoulders, thick set, he's physically imposing, and when you're so frank, a scary guy when you meet him, especially in college with a mask and everything. Yeah, I mean, he's like the greatest guy. Yeah, hey, until they take their blue painted masks off. It's so true. Or they get rain masks. Yeah, but again, raising food collecting students for the kids of the 21st school district who conducted the drive. And next week, another story about Phil fans collecting money for breast cancer and for the military. Yeah, it's good. And by the way, I'm still looking for ideas too. Kevin at WGOV.com is my email address. If you have a great fan, a great related story, I'll do it.
There you go. And keep your eyes out for, Hannibal Lecter next home game, right?
Yeah.
You'll now know the story behind it. You're like, oh, there's that guy on TV.
Give it shout out to Hannibal. Usually it's on TV too.
Yeah.
Okay, the current temperatures in West New York, and most of it in the 40s. Are we all in the 40s? Oh, Dunkirk, you outlier, with the wind coming off the lake. Angola, yeah, a little warmer by the lake. The lake enhanced temperatures here. The lake is 60 degrees, so a little warmer by the lake in the spring. We talk about how it's cooler by the lake, right? That's the thing about forecasting weather by the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes can make you look dumb sometimes. You know that experience helps. Okay, your app isn't as good as a human from Western New York doing the forecast. And you can trust this guy because he's either our Western New Yorkers or been in Western New York for over a decade. Okay, and again, here we go. The lake enhanced precipitation, as we talked about. This rain is going to work across Western New York, but become very spotty when it does. Two chills to show you. Speaking of rain, Seattle's famous for it, right? It's rainy. Like Buffalo, it's not. The winters aren't as bad as most people think. And in Seattle, it's not as rainy all the time. But there are going to be some showers around tomorrow. There's a bit of a rain shadow that forms downwind of the mountain. So I think the rain in Seattle will be mainly in the morning. If you're going to the game, tailgating, maybe some rain. During the game itself, I think that there still is a chance for showers in Seattle. So 55 degrees. It'll be breezy with some showers around the game. Not a rainy game, but some showers around in the state of Washington. So that you just heads up. For us, here they come. And I got to pause. But just be aware, it's very spotty, quick-moving light showers, measuring it in maybe a couple hundredths of an inch. It's not going to ruin your fun if there's a way to put that up on the day one of the great autumn attractions we have around here. Tomorrow, if you're still trying to pick a day, a little bit more time with blue skies, lighter winds, and dry tomorrow. Again, just a spot shower today, but I think we're dry tomorrow. Again, just spotty showers. Outdoor plans are a full go. Warmer but windier this week. I had to add a slight chance of showers Tuesday, especially in the morning. Trick-or-treating, good news, kids. It's not going to be cold, not going to be snow. It's going to be in the 60s, but there's a decent chance of rain for trick-or-treating. Okay, and we'll monitor that. Hopefully it moves up or moves out. So a sprinkle or two possible today with a high of 53 on the breezy side today. Kind of a chilly breeze out of the northwest. Future 8 p.m. temperature. For your day tomorrow. Again, you're starting off. Winter gear, not a bad idea. If you're going on to church or chores, it's going to be cold in the morning.
but we do make it to 55 with partly to mostly sunny skies. Again, warmer on the windy side, Tuesday and Wednesday, gusts between 30 and 35 miles per hour for Tuesday through Thursday, bringing us rain on Halloween and colder temperatures as we turn the calendar to the left. We'll be back next week.
Our veterans risk their lives to defend our freedom. Our responders do the same every day to protect us. We talk about honoring their sacrifice, but still aren't doing enough to cope with the mental health challenges they face. I'm Pat Burke, and that's why I've written new legislation to pilot breakthrough therapies for our veterans, first responders, experiencing PTSD, anxiety, and depression, because that is the least we can do.
Assemblyman Pat Burke, looking out for us.
Northtown Mazda has great lease deals all month long. Check out the stylish 2025 Mazda CX-50 2.5S all-wheel drive. Lease for just $339 a month. Or get into the new 2024 Mazda CX-5 Premium all-wheel drive. Lease for $319 a month. Shop online at northtownmazda.com. Northtown, the official deal for Buffalo Bills and Buffalo Sabres.
Interventional radiology is a cutting-edge branch of medicine where we use minimally invasive techniques to accomplish things that usually or traditionally would require surgery. Most of our procedures are done through small little needle holes. You come in, you have your procedure done, you leave the same day. You don't have to stay overnight in the hospital. I take great pride in what we've established and built here in Buffalo. We're all sharing our knowledge. We're a team here. So it's not just one physician you're getting a team of 5 doctors if you need it.
There's DNA. Then there's repeating DNA. HDNA. It's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD. With the flame power to prove it, so inches of the world prepare for war. Get 3.9% PDR on 2024 Sierra heavy duty models. We are professional grade GMC.
Well, 9:22 now, and check this out. Scientists are using new technology to help replicate humpback whales or repopulate, rather. Ann Thompson introduces us to the revolutionary tool and gives us a closer look into the world under the sea.
It's feeding time for humpback whales off of California's Central Coast. Oh, I just saw a whale. Kate Spencer is our host.
Yes, indeedy. Monterey Bay is like the best restaurant in a food court.
Through the summer and fall, humpbacks dine on anchovies and krill to prepare for the trip to Mexico's warmer waters where the whales breed.
Oh, whales behind us.
Making this prime time for scientist Ted Cheeseman.
Yeah, they are. They can eat 10 to 20,000 pounds a day.
Oh my gosh.
So they're literally eating up to 20% of their body weight in a day.
Before you see the whales, you can actually smell them, because after feasting on anchovies, whale breath has a unique aroma.
An aroma that had seen the mere 50 years ago.
Whoa! Once hundreds near extinction, whales are now resurfacing here in Monterey in dramatic numbers.
And just the camera, photos from scientists and the public are helping researchers track whales from anywhere around the world.
You can really see that whale there. Right
Oh my gosh, look at the map.
There you go. There's the map.
Thanks to artificial intelligence, in real time, Cheeseman can match their tails or flukes that tell stories of where the whales have been and how healthy they are.
How do you know that's a killer whale?
By the parallel lines there.
The pictures are uploaded and matched on Cheeseman's website, Happy Whale.
This photo identification's been around for 50 years. But what we've done is automated it so that we can just gather as much data as
All today's photos.
Through AI, that images match other whales already photographed, like this one called Old Timer and Monet.
Our last recorded of Monet was back in February down in Oaxaca, Mexico.
In his lab, Cheeseman says it is facial recognition technology that makes this possible.
The AI image recognition extracts all the signal that's in there. Like, if you imagine on a face, right, I have kind of a big nose, that's part of the signal, right? Or, all the different features that it can pull detail out of to look for a similar photo.
Now, is it true that no two whale tails are alike?
Absolutely. Like a fingerprint or a face. Every humpback whale tail is the same.
And AI makes that recognition fast.
How long does it take you per photo?
We don't measure the time.
Over 100,000 humpbacks identified. Some migrate thousands of miles, navigating threats from fishing lines and waters warmed by climate change, making food harder to find.
Warmer waters produce less food, and so there's less fish. Less fish, less food for the whale.
But Cheeseman says the most valuable information gained may be human.
You connect with one whale, it connects you with the whole ocean. To have that healthy ocean, we have to treat it like it's part of our home, like it's a place we care about.
Using technology to connect and preserve the ocean for everyone and everything.
That was Ann Thompson reporting there. 9:25 now, and a look at this morning's headlines. A couple of police are investigating a crash involving a police cruiser on Goodell Street. City spokesperson tells us there didn't have any serious injuries in the crash. It was around 6 a.m. this morning. You can see there the front of the police car was smashed in. The SUV also had damage to its side. We'll keep you updated when we learn more about this crash. Early voting kicks off today across New York State. It's also the last day you can register to vote for the general election. Keep in mind, each county has different hours and number of locations for early voting. To find your polling place and the time for early voting, you can head to the featured section on WGRZ.com or your County Board of Elections website. Well, a judge has temporarily extended a restraining order that prevents the Kensington Expressway project from moving forward. A resident sued the state DOT, claiming the impacts of the plan to cap and tunnel a portion of the road were not properly studied. A judge also ruled that the East Side Parkways Coalition must post $10,000 bond, citing the cost of construction delays. And the Buffalo Sabres are home today in Buffalo, facing the Detroit Red Wings. They're wearing red and black goat head jerseys for Hockey Halloween today. The first 5,000 fans are going to receive a free goat head flag. They're encouraging kids to wear costumes and walk around a trick-or-treat trail inside KeyBank Arena. Doors open at 11:30. Puck drops is at 1 p.m.
Yeah, no weather issues coming into the city or out of the city for the Hamilton Matinee. For the Sabres Matinee, go Sabres. For your week ahead, again, warmer but windier, especially Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, with gusts between 30 and 35 miles per hour. Those Tuesday showers you see are just for the northern half of the viewership, really only in the morning. Most of your Tuesday will be dry. And of course, most of your day is dry today, just a spot shower possible in the afternoon, but a perfectly fine weekend ahead today and tomorrow. Tomorrow will be better because it'll be mostly sunny and lighter wind.
Okay, perfect. And I do want to mention, Ashley reached out about an event at the Silver Creek Firemen's Club. Kokomo Time Band is playing at 8 tonight to 11 p.m. So if you're looking for a weekend event, it's Halloween themed. That's what's going around. So we appreciate you joining us.
Are you here tomorrow?
Weekend. I'll be here tomorrow. We'll be putting bills in fire. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you back tomorrow morning to continue on WGRZ.
$2,000 shower or walk-in tub package. Plus, get our 12-month safest cash offer. There's only one choice. Great savings and unbeatable service. Wonder Showers and Baths. Family-owned, locally run. Hurry. This amazing deal won't last forever. Call 218-9906 today.
James Gardner is wrong about Mike Cain. It's something that happened 40 years ago. The truth. Mike Cain is a prosecutor who puts murderers, rapists, and human traffickers away. That's why police from Amherst to Buffalo, to our state troopers and county sheriffs, support Cain. Mike's department police want the district attorney.
I'm Mike Cain. For me, as prosecutor, it's about working with police to make Erie County safer.
might change for district attorney. When we lose a loved one, the memories stay with us. The Stone Art Memorial Company, we help families like yours turn cherished memories into a lasting memorial to your loved one. Our team will guide you through the process, and inspired by your memories, our art center will transform the world's finest granite into a fitting tribute that will be a source of peace and comfort to family. Learn more at stoneartmemorial.com or call us at 716-824-9278.
MSG Networks is now streaming on Fubo. Watch the Sabres, the Knicks, and more. Streaming live on all your devices. Plus, over 350 top channels. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
Know before you go with 4-1 letter, certified most happy.
Today on the dish, Michael Mina, Michelin-starred chef, international restaurateur, and cookbook author. Earlier this year, he opened his first New York City restaurant, Bourbon Steak by Michael Mina. Earlier this month, he released a new cookbook showcasing the foods of Mina's heritage. My Egypt offers a gateway to the flavors he grew up with, but took decades to return to. I feel very honored. Oh. I mean, I'm in your kitchen, which is awesome.
You can be here all night if you want.
At New York City's Bourbon Steak by Michael Mina, it didn't take long to understand why the chef is a global sensation.
We're going to cook a ribeye for you. Fantastic. Dry ribeye. And so what we do is kind of a reverse method of cooking in the sense that we butter toast the steaks at about 120, 125 degrees. We get it just under rare, and then we put it on a 900-degree grill and get the char on it. When you flip a steak, so many times people flip it and put it right in the same spot. You have to go to a different spot on your grill. That spot's the coldest spot now on the grill. At the end of this is the most important part of cooking a steak, the resting of the meat. You can't cut into the meat. You want that juice to settle into the meat. So a little bit of red wine butter on it. Oh, nice. And we'll just put it on the plate. And we're just going to go ahead and let that rest.
The cooking lesson was just one part of our visit. The other, of course, a sumptuous feast, including that ribeye.
I know you were eyeing.
I know. I mean, it's not fair to have me cook it and after or watch you cook it and not get.
Because I love ribeye. But, ribeye's not quite as tender as I like.
Yeah, but that's crazy tender. That's usually.
That's the butter country.
Oh my God.
What do you got on the book tonight?
Mina opened his first restaurant, Aqua, in San Francisco in 1823. 3 decades later, there are 30 restaurants in the Mina group. Born in Egypt, Ashraf Mina, as he was known then, moved with his family at age 2 to a small town in the middle of Washington State.
It was the second largest rodeo in the nation. So if you want to understand the demographic a little bit, it was hard growing up there. It was hard.
It looked like you.
It didn't look like me, and look, I didn't have it nearly as bad as so many people in the world have had it, so there's no poor me or anything like that. It's just when I had the opportunity when I was 18 and I went to online school, I went with my middle name, which was Michael. I had gone with Ashraf my whole life.
His family, who are Coptic Christians, left Egypt to escape religious persecution and give Mina and his 2 siblings more opportunity. Were 2 parents think of the fact that you wanted to go?
We're from that country and from a lot of countries. You get some choices like you can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer, and you can be an engineer.
Right.
You can be any one of the 3.
So that's it. Every one of those 3, yeah.
My mom was on the ground crying, and my dad was saying, Abba. That's the word for servant, basically. We moved to the United States. We did all this so you could be Abba.
But Mina says, to his father's credit, he then helped his son follow his dream.
His father flew to New York, and he went to the Culinary Institute of America. And he was so impressed. And when he came back, he said, if you're going to do this, this is the only school you can go to. And you have to do everything into this. Blah, blah, blah. You have a big speech. And it all worked out.
Very well. It's more than worked out.
And now it was their idea.
At age 55, Mina is now incorporating his background into his latest project, the new cookbook,
my Egypt. Many people don't even know. So what I wanted to do is go back to Egypt, see the foundation of the food that my mom cooked, and take that foundation, learn more about Egyptian cooking, and also then take my flavor and kind of infuse them together and create dishes to elevate the food. Like this fava bean falafel known as maya, customarily served with tahini and a tomato chicken salad, elevated to auntie tuna crudo. This is such a great combination. Fantastic. And a twist on traditional hummus, paired with foie gras, pomegranate seeds, and cauliflower. The recipes in the book won Gina and her team crafted over a 7-year journey, including 6 trips back to Egypt. Each time I went, I would peel back the layers. It was just so much info. It was narrowing it down to the true essence of what I wanted to come through. He credits collaboration for his success, including in his latest cookbook. As Nina writes, it is Egypt through his lens, wanting to focus through the eyes of others. A mango lobster salad, an appreciation of the prized North African food. Smashed potatoes, served alongside beef kebab, a tribute to the street food Nina devoured on the trip back. And you go for a dollar, you wrap up your newspaper and you cut it, and you put olive oil and a little bit of sea salt and a little bit of herbs on it. And you just walk around eating these potatoes. They're so good. One of his greatest ongoing collaborators, his mom. This salt-baked green, served as hot zucchini with a citronette sauce, is Nina's take on a dish from childhood. What my mom did was she would always wrap it in fig leaves. Okay. And so it does two things. It flavors it really nice, but also the skin comes right off of it. Nina's sentimental favorite, pusheri, an Egyptian staple. Chickpeas, lentils, and rice cooked with pasta, spicy tomato sauce, and crispy onions. That's like comfort food. That's straight out. That's the when you're going home, home on, she's making it. Right. Nina dedicated my Egypt to his family, his wife and kids, and of course, his mom and dad. My mom told me her picture wasn't big enough.
A new stimulus has been pushed through in the wake of alarming credit card debt figures. Officially launched this week, the aim of this new measure is to get 1,000.
A homecoming, Michael Nina says, was worth the wait. And I think I could have done this 10, 15 years ago. I'm really happy that I waited and really, took more time and got more experience. This will definitely be my favorite, because it's just the food, it just really always brings back amazing memories for him.
And if he's going to have mom make it when he goes home, that is exactly what I have brought to you. And this is the amazing thing that I thought he told me. So he took all those trips back to Egypt. He had never gone back to Egypt before that. He had a lot of family living in Washington State where he was, and he ate all the foods of his mom and his aunt, and he had those. But those trips back just changed some of that perspective so much. And he influenced chefs there as well. Really a wonderful
The best part of it is knowing that his parents got to see his success. They're living.
Even though mom's picture wasn't big.
Yeah, that's important.
Right now, here's a look at the weather for your weekend.
For today, we're seeing temperatures on the cooler side. Highs will reach into the low 50s to mid-50s. It's a mostly to partly sunny day. We do have a few spotty showers that will be around more so for the second half of the day. And also breezy. It's out of the northwest, gusts upwards of 25 miles per hour today.
Series definitely lived up to its hype. We'll have the historic play that decided Game 1 between the Dodgers and the Yankees. CBS, Saturday morning.
Asthma. It can make you miss out on those epic hikes with friends. Get back out there with Fasenra. Fasenra is an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma that is taken once every 8 weeks. Fasenra helps prevent asthma attacks. Most patients did not have an attack in the first year. Fasenra is proven to help you breathe better, so you can get back to breathing day-to-day activities. And Fasenra helps lower the use of oral steroids. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems or other eosinophil conditions. Allergic reactions may occur. Don't stop your asthma treatments without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. Get back to better breathing. Get back to what you've missed. Ask your doctor about Fasenra, the only asthma treatment taken once every 8 weeks. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
When we started Blue Buffalo, we made a promise to our boy Blue that we would create the best pet food we possibly could, made with the finest natural ingredients, and none of the things you find in many other pet foods. We call it the True Blue Promise, and it's our commitment to feed your pet just like we would feed Blue. It's what makes Blue Buffalo unlike other pet food companies, which have many different brands with different standards. We have one standard, the one inspired by our boy Blue for the well-being of your dog or cat. Because like you, we love them like family too.
Remember this? Can't believe we didn't always wear sunscreen. Let's not regret our sunny memories. Let's do something about it.
Number 7's Future Renew Serum reverses visible signs of sun damage with a world-first peptide technology. Number 7, don't regret, just reverse. Good morning with Volcolax.
Good morning. Yeah.
Try Volcolax Chewy Fruit Bites for fast and gentle constipation relief in as little as 30 minutes, making your good morning even better with Volcolax.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after trying a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling, as fast as 2 weeks for some. And even at the 3-year mark, many people felt this relief. Rinvoq can stop further joint damage, and in PSA can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
AbbVie can help you save.
Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball to right field. She is gone!
The heavyweight bout that is this year's World Series did not disappoint. In Game 1, the Los Angeles Dodgers got the first walk-off grand slam in World Series history. Yeah, baby. Freddie Freeman's 10th inning home run gave LA the 6-3 win over the New York Yankees. Game 2 is tonight at Dodger Stadium. So much more to say about that game.
I'm watching this.
Like a last minute. Oh yeah. Loved it. It's so reminiscent, and that is why you have it.
That's yours. It's 19.
The red clay series, the rocket.
Don't turn it.
Match.
Leave me the fuck alone, Aaron.
Right, 3 rounds. Yeah, it was 3 rounds on that one. Nice. Right, we are coming up to now 3,500 votes. This is bonkers. It's going absolutely crazy today for some reason. Like to not even be at the prelims and already have 3,500 votes is pretty crazy. So a big thank you to everyone that's voted. That absolutely could smash double digits, get to like 10,000 by the time we get to the. Well, I mean, it could storm past that as well. I mean, we're at 3.5. Again, we're not at the prelims. So let's have a look, shall we, and see how an extra 1,000 votes has changed things. So Holloway is still your pick. It's 65-35, so it actually hasn't moved, even though there's been another 1,000 votes dropped on top. So 65-35, Holloway by decision 36%, Holloway by finish 29%, Taporia by decision 12%, Taporia by finish 23%. So you lot think Holloway by decision is the most likely outcome. And honestly, I'd love it to go that way. My heart is with Holloway. My head is with Taporia, though. I think Holloway is a big name. I think a lot more people know of him. That might be a factor in the poll. But listen, he's got a great chance to get that championship tonight. Unanimous decision then. Here we go. So it is Farid Basharat that picks up the victory. Unanimous decision. And the right decision. Unlike our first fight of the evening, which was pretty bonkers. A.B. Jobson said, all Hugo does is spam and spinning elbows. Such a stupid style. So close to perfect again. I've got to start picking decisions. No one can finish anymore. A.B. Jobson, do you think it's the gloves? Do you lot think it's the gloves? Why are we not getting finishes anymore? They seem to have disappeared. Is it the gloves? A.B. Jobs said, very impressive performance, but Basharat, considering the weight, was shiz. 2-1. 3,500 votes, but only 289 likes. Yeah, we do need to pick up those likes, but we are ahead of where we should be. So Basharat's picking up the victory, and we move on. We move on to fight number 4. Let's change the text over for that. I think, is it going to be Nchukui against Barnett? I think it is. I think that's our next one. Kennedy Nchukui against Chris Barnett, I think, is our next fight. I'm going to write it. Most significant strikes in a single fight, 4-4-5 against Calvin Kattar. That was 3 years ago now. Well, over 3 years ago. It's going to be 4 years in January. Wow. That fight just, it lives rent-free in my head. They're talking about Max Holloway. So Holloway said people were calling for him to retire after that trilogy with Volkanovski. Could it be that Holloway is getting better? Do you know, that's crazy, man. He is trying to regain the title he lost in 2019. Do you know, time goes by so quickly. It's so crazy to think that he lost the title in 2019. I would never have said it was that long ago. He's got a mountain man. He needs to be the first man to beat Taporia. But Taporia thinks he can be the first man to actually finish Max Holloway. What a fight. What a fight. Metal Mama said it has to be the gloves, I would think. What else could it be? It can't be that everyone is just sucking at knockouts lately. Yeah. I think the gloves definitely are playing a part. I know they put it to Dana, and Dana was like, there's not enough sample size, there's not enough data for that. But, I don't know, something doesn't seem quite right. Okay, video package for Nchukwu against Barnett then. This is heavyweight division. This is going to be a lot of fun. Kennedy is on a losing streak. He's lost his last two. He's got big power in both hands. Moving up to heavyweight, is tall, is long. He likes to counter. He might not have the durability that's required, though. He can get exciting finishes. He's got a really good front choke. And he likes to stay in the pocket. He throws heavy hooks. He's very much power over volume. He can be a little bit of a slow starter. And we're not sure where he is with his chin these days. He's taken on Chris Barnett, who is short and agile and athletic. He finds ways to win. He's wild, is an exciting striker. He's got a diverse kicking game. He's got solid footwork. He likes to brawl in the pocket. He likes to blitz forwards. He is definitely someone that at plus 400 is worth a shot. He's worth a shot. He's plus 400. 30% of people on Tapology have gone with him. Look at him doing his entrance. He's dancing his way down here. But Chris Barnett, absolutely loving it. I'm having a little look at Chris Barnett in this position, you know. He's certainly having a good time. Look at him dancing his way down to the octagon. Chris Barnett bringing some much-needed entertainment here. So there we go. Chris Barnett making his way down. The Beast Boy Barnett. Born in Spain. And there's a lot of talk about us doing a show in Spain very soon. And got to think, if Chris Barnett can get a big win here, well, regardless, I would imagine he'll be on that card anyway. But, yeah, really fun. Making his way down to the octagon. Feel free to let us know which way you think this next fight's going to go. Taporia is going to take the head of Holloway, said Gabriel. What was the result of the Aslam fight? We haven't had it yet, but Taporia is going to murder Holloway today, says Gabriel. Pandit could be a reason people don't want to get too close anymore. This guy is great. I love Chris, said Metal Mama. How do you pronounce that name? Siuri. Hello, I'm from Georgia. Siuri, hello, my friends. Welcome. Hope you're well. Hope Georgia's well. Chim said, it would be wild if Max calls Taporia in the center. I think the start of that fight's going to be really interesting because Ilya said he's going to point and he's going to say, let's go from the middle. And, you know, I don't know what Max Holloway does because he's the BMF. He's not going to want to lose face. But equally, he's got a fight to fight and a game plan to follow. And I don't think that involves standing in the middle and swinging for the fences. Because against Taporia, who packs a punch, that is a very dangerous game to play. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting. The start of that fight's going to be very interesting. There are bets that you can place that the fight will finish within the first 30 seconds. Because if they do that, if Taporia does that and Holloway does that, there are people thinking that this thing might not go very long. And I don't know what Holloway does. I mean, it must be something he's thinking about right now. I mean, how do you not lose face in that moment? I mean, people love badasses. So if it's a great mind game, isn't it? If Taporia comes out and points at the middle, like Holloway did at the end of his fight with Gaethje, like, come and meet me in the middle right now, let's go, and Holloway doesn't do that, how does he not lose space in that moment? It's good, isn't it? It's really intriguing. I don't know what they do. I don't know how it plays out. I heard that Shinsuke is going to be on the show last night. Is that true? Well, he wasn't on SmackDown that we saw, and I have no idea what happened on the SmackDown that we didn't see because spoilers. I'll worry about that next week, so I don't know. The rumours were that he was going to be at the show in some capacity, but it was never said as to if he was going to be on the show. What do you like, Holloway or Taporia? Said Siuri. Yeah, my heart wants Holloway. My head thinks Taporia, to be honest. Again, Taporia is not a name that is known, I think, by casual fans. I think he's only like 7-0 in the UFC. I mean, if you compare their records, Taporia is 7-0 and Holloway is 22-7. So one guy has been fighting ages and has got 29 fights in the UFC. The other guy is 27 and is only 7-0. So I think Taporia, even though he's the champ, is still a rising star. He's still someone that people, certainly casuals, are finding out about. Well, they'll find out about him tonight because he is legit. He is legit. And Taporia, his rise has been incredible. Undefeated. Brilliant, amazing talent. And honestly, this is going to be a real task for Max Holloway tonight. Basharat Panthan Power, said Fahad. There's Hamzat the Wild Dagestani, said Chin. That's our co-main as well. Yeah, co-main is going to cook. Co-main with Whitaker against Chimaev. That's going to be a lot of fun. Dana said these are, and he could be right, these are the two best fights you can make in these divisions. Obviously, he was full of praise for this card, but it is a great card. Right, let's go. This should be a great fight as well. Really looking for a finish in this one. Two big heavyweights in there. Look at the size of Nchukwu. Nchukwu. Kick is really tall, really big. Kick coming in, but that looked a little low there by Barnett. So it seems like the venue is filling up a little bit. Barnett is backing up as Nchukwu is trying to put the pressure on. Barnett comes charging forward. Nchukwu manages to get out the way. Kick to the midsection. Inside leg kick there by Barnett. Barnett's got backed up a little bit here. Nchukwu goes back to the centre. Barnett backing up. Crowd are starting to make a bit more noise, which is brilliant. Oh, hello. We've got a few little spin teases. Barnett went for a little spin attack there. Nchukwu just sort of spun in response as well. Oh, lovely little kick to the body there by Kennedy. Barnett is backing up Kennedy, moving forward, letting his hands go a little bit. Kick to the body. Do you get the feeling that if someone just lands clean here, it could be good night? I'm really down for seeing a finish. Kick coming into the body there by Kennedy. Nchukwu backing up a bit as Barnett again. It's very close at the moment. 9-8, 10-8 for Kennedy. Oh, spin, kick, trying to go upstairs there, Barnett. That was good. Tries to throw left hand as well. So Barnett is back against the cage. Kennedy throwing in a few shots. And again, Nchukwu is throwing in a kick to the body. Barnett's up against the fence, and lovely shot coming back there by Barnett. Switching of stances, tries to throw in a kick to the body there, Barnett. trying to go upstairs there, Kennedy, as Barnett tries to explode from the side of the cage. Both guys quite cagey here. Neither guy wanted to really commit. I think they're really respectful of the skills of the other. Lots of kicks to the body. You can see that Kennedy has actually had the most success there. 11 body kicks for Kennedy. Leg kicks as well. Yeah, kicks are very much his main weapon that he's employing here. And I think it's given him the edge, yeah, 21-9. So Kennedy doing really well. Certainly with those body kicks. And again, and I'm sure that they're hurting. I'm sure they're having an effect. They're not the most savage kicks I've ever seen, but again, I'm sure they're having an effect. Couple of shots coming in there by Kennedy. Barnett on the outsides, circling rounds. He can't get away from the side of the cage. Kennedy does need to be careful, though, because if Barnett explodes forward, he might catch him with something. But at the moment, I would say that Kennedy, the happier of the two fighters. Barnett just grimaced there. I mean, I don't know if he's really hurt. How many leg kicks? Only one leg kick. It seems to be his leg that seemed to go there. Maybe the body kicks are really getting to him. He's right up against the side of the fence. Yeah, his movement is really laboured. Oh, he's in big trouble. He's in big trouble. Barnett's in big trouble. Kennedy is unloading on Barnett. Barnett is not firing back. Referee looks like he wants to stop it. Barnett goes down, and it's done. Kennedy wins. Kennedy wins. So he unloads on Barnett. Barnett crumples down. I think it must have been those body shots. 22 body shots. He's grabbing the back. He seems to be grabbing the back of his thigh, though. He's grabbing the back of his thigh. Maybe he's pulled something. Yeah, he did so well, Kennedy there. Kennedy, I thought, was potentially there for the taking. So he's done a really good job. So it looks like when he went for one of those spin kicks upstairs, he overextended the leg. So they think it's off one of the spin kicks. So it might not have been actually anything that Kennedy did. It might have been that Chris Barnett sort of did it to himself by going for a spin kick upstairs and really doing damage to his own leg. He's down and he's in quite a bit of pain here. They're putting ice on his leg, and I think his leg is pretty much knackered. I was looking at the leg kicks. I was like, I don't think like any of the leg kicks really landed or caused any major problems. But yeah, crazy. Very one-sided, said A.B. Jobson. Very one-sided. Taporia just wants to copy Conor McGregor. How do I watch UFC 308 for free? Well, I don't know where you would go, my friends. There's a few sites I'm sure you could visit. Watch Wrestling is one that might have it. Ed said, I get the hype man is getting, but Gaethje isn't the consistent. He usually cares about getting himself in bangers. I mean, in the fight against Max, he was swinging without any technique, says Ed. No, Kennedy seems like a nice guy. I love that. That's great. Kennedy just talking to the camera there. I think, was he talking to his wife, thanking his wife, and he thanked the Lord as well. That's great. Normally when the camera's on them, they just sort of like pose and whatever, but there he just said a little message down the camera. Oh, look at Barnett. Barnett has got out of the cage and he is struggling. He's currently sat on the steps. an injury during his introduction. That would be wild. That would be wild. Matt, shout out to you, my friend. Matt70, shout out to you. So Cormier just talking to Kennedy. Tom said that Wolves have just managed to equalise. Good for them. Good for them. They need to get away. Aren't they rock bottom? Or certainly in relegation. AB said the leg injury assisted it, but good TKO for Nchaku. He looked good at heavyweight. How are these two the same weight, said SoCal? Well, they're not. I mean, when you get to heavyweight, the difference can be vast. Between, I didn't see what they both came in as, actually. Have we got their weights on here? Chris Barnett. Let's have a little look. Full profile. So according to this, Chris Barnett 264 and Kennedy 241. So there was 23 pounds difference. Which, you know, if you think about the differences in the weight classes, that's monstrous. But in heavyweight, obviously, we don't really have. It's just anything goes, and it's flipping Wild West up there. But in all fairness, the more weight that you carry, it doesn't make you more dominant or anything, you know. I mean, really, you need to carry that weight well. It needs to be in proportion with your height. Otherwise, you're just carrying excess fat and having to lug that around. And, you know, if you're going to get anywhere, that's going to be a real problem for you. I can't imagine it's great for your cardio. I can't imagine it's great for your mobility and your movement or anything, so... what we got is? What's this? We got Poirier putting Connor down. Is this an advert for Connor? What's going on? There's Khabib. Khabib saying this was his last fight. What is this? There's Chimaev. Max Holloway. Look at it. I'm the best boxer in UFC. Max Holloway. Blessed. Is this just an advert for UFC? I don't know what I'm watching. I'm coming for everybody, said Chimaev. I'm guessing that those are all fights that are to do with Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi Fight Facts. This is the 20th UFC event. 11 events on Fight Island. 15 title fights. 11 Hall of Famers have competed. Hamzat is 4-0. Whitaker is 2-0. Right. Barnett has lost some weight, said Manta. Do your dance moves now, Barnett, said yeah, you loser. Oh, he brought a bit of fun and entertainment as well. And that's how he gets treated. It's a cruel sport. It's a cruel sport. Right, they're just talking about the history of Abu Dhabi fights as we should be transitioning over to the prelims. So that's the early prelims done. We should be going over to the prelims. These all run for 2 hours, and then it's time for the main card. So we are getting there. We are on the road towards that main card, and of course that main event, Ilia Topuria taking on Max Holloway. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We always try to be on about 500 by the time the main card starts. We've got 2 hours to find 160 some likes, which should be possible, but we can't take it for granted. Right. Let's get rid of this. We don't need the UFC Fight Pass anymore. We can turn our attention to TNT Sports box office. Lovely. Right, so who have we got out of Rakic or Magomed? I've got Magomed. I think that Ankalaev gets that one. He's 10-1-1, and a lot of people, myself included, think he's probably the biggest threat in that light heavyweight division for the champ. But it is going to be an obstacle for him to get past Rakic. Rakic is someone that has lost his last two, but come back from a couple of years away. He's got good grappling, he's got good wrestling, he's a dynamic striker. He likes to stay on the outside and mixes his kicks in very well. He likes to try and slow the pace, control the fight. I think there's a lot of good skills that Rakic has got, but I think that Ankalaev is someone that can wrestle, but his striking is probably his better attribute, and I think that's going to be a real problem for Rakic. I think Rakic is a great striker as well, but Ankalaev, I think, has just got the edge on him, to be honest. I think he's just got the edge. And I'm really looking at where Rakic can get the victory in that one. I think Ankalaev has pretty much got him everywhere. I think that he is, Ankalaev, a big problem for the champion. A lot of people have wondered why they've not just had Ankalaev go like next for Pereira, and there's a bit of a conspiracy theory that they're worried that Ankalaev could get the dub over the champ, and that could kind of ruin the golden egg, because Pereira is probably one of their biggest stars right now. I think he gets the win here, and I think he's gonna, give UFC a bit of a headache, because if that is their thinking, I don't think they're going to be able to keep him at bay for much longer. So, test tonight, but I think Ankalaev comes through. Right. We are at commercial break. Ankalaev by decision, says Abe Jobson. Tom said Brentford beats Ipswich. This is likely going to be a bad fight. Ankalaev will get shafted with no title shot. I don't know what's happening at the moment. Are we at commercial break or something? We've just, TNT Sports were just looking at the Etihad Arena roof whilst Michael Jackson is playing, which is pretty random. So I don't know if you guys are at commercial break or something. Honestly, we've just got a camera looking at the roof and it's just staying there, and we've just got Michael Jackson. Greatest moment in MMA history right now. I'm hoping for a finish, said A.B. Jobson, but I've got a really bad feeling this is just going to be a staring contest with some cage pushing, says A.B. Jobson. Right, let's change this over, shall we? Fight number 5. Magomedov versus Bruno Ferreira. There we go. We must be at commercial break somewhere in some market. But Night Barnett. 14 goals in 4 games, says Tom. Seems like a busy day. Last time I saw it is Man City 1-0. Someone fell asleep, said Alexis. I don't know what's going on. This is bonkers. Something's drastically gone wrong here. So, yeah, we are just waiting for, I'm guessing we're at commercial break somewhere in the world, and we're just waiting to come back for that. Next fight coming up is going to be Magomed taking on Bruno Ferreira. There we go. There we go. So, yeah, we have got a graphic now, and the camera comes down from the ceiling. Bud Light is the sponsor. So, Magomed 2-2 in the UFC. He's got a few cardio issues. He can tire. He's got great power, though. He's going to want to keep the fight at distance, and he's going to want to keep using his kicks and his front kick in particular. Bruno Ferreira is hittable. He's got one punch knockout ability. He hits hard. He's finished all of his wins. But if he is going to get a finish, he's probably going to need that finish early. If he keeps going, though, cardio can be a weapon for him. So I think that Ferreira gets it. I'm leaning towards Ferreira on this one. I think he might find an early finish, but you can't bank on that with these gloves. He might get an early finish. If not, then I think he might have the cardio to tire out Magomedov. So Magomedov is -150 favourite, but I am leaning Bruno Ferreira. Adam said, I wonder what the percentage is of fighters in UFC that are under 30 years old and over 30 years old. I would presume that most are over 30. That's a good question. I would actually presume... I don't know what I would presume. I always tend to see a lot around that kind of 30 age. I don't know, you know. I don't know. Let's have a look. I'll count on this cards how many we've got that are under 30. So we have got, so there's 13 fights, so that's 26 fighters. So under 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 26 are only under 30. We've got Liao, who's 30. Fakhretdinov 33, Silva 35, Hugo 31, Barnett 38, Kennedy and Chaku 32, Bruno Ferreira 31, Magomedov 34, Rebecki 32, Dos Anjos 40, Neil 34, Sequeira 34, Petrosian 33, Magomedov 30, Ige 33, Murphy 33, Rakic 32, Ankalaev 32, Chimaev 30, Whitaker 33, Holloway 32. So just judging by this card, it seems like the vast majority are 30 or older, with not many, certainly on this card, being under that. So I think the over 30s might get it, you know, but I mean, obviously this is a very small sample size. But I like that. Interesting question. Bruno Ferreira making his way down. Back-to-back wins for him. So he's making his way down. This is our first fight on the prelims. Yeah, Bruno Silva, I mean, he did lose, but he deserved to lose. Okay, so he's... defeat for the fat guy. We've had another 1,000 votes come in, so we're now at 4,600. Just having a little look, we have got, it's around about the same still, 65-35. So it's not moving. 65% of you think that Holloway's going to win. 35% of you think that Ilia Topuria is going to win. So very little movement on that at the moment. Bonkers, at least the games have goals in them, says Tom. It was a scrappy 1-0 win by City, said Bonkers. I am coming. Hamzat Chimaev, shout out to you. Good luck tonight. We've got, guys, Hamzat Chimaev in the chat. He's coming for the belts. I hope you do well tonight. I think you've got a challenge against Whitaker, though. Whitaker, definitely, if he can weather that early storm that Chimaev brings, I think Whitaker can find a way of causing some problems later on. but Chimaev early is going to be a big problem. Big problem. If Whitaker Chimaev was over 3 rounds, I would give it to Chimaev. Over 5 rounds, it becomes a lot more difficult. Metal Mama said, let's get those likes up. We're at 360. We need to get them up. We need to help Days out. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone joining us. Obviously, a big stream this for us because, I mean, it's a big show. One of the biggest, actually, of the year for UFC. So, a massive show as we are about to get underway with our first prelim. So, Magomedov against Bruno Ferreira. Germany against Brazil. Bruce Buffer doing the intros, and we'll be underway with this one very soon. Magomedov, 2 wins, 2 losses in the UFC. Bruno Ferreira, 3 wins, 1 loss in the UFC. Should be fun. He's not a crazy threat on top or on the back, but Bruno doesn't seem all that aware on the ground, as shown in the last fight. Where are they fighting, said Humble Rumble. They are fighting in Abu Dhabi. They are fighting in the Etihad Arena. Magomedov fighting out of Dusseldorf, Germany. Is minus 155 favourite, so we haven't seen much movement in the odds over the last 48 hours. There we go, both guys getting their intros, and we'll be underway with this very soon. Okay, we are talking about Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, but with the commentary team, but we don't need to worry about that. We are underway. As we've got Magomedov in red in the centre of the octagon. We got Bruno Ferreira in yellow. Oh, big kick there by Magomedov. Driving Ferreira back. Nice outside leg kick there by Magomedov. Ferreira is bouncing around, circling around. As Magomedov is just edging forwards. We've got Ferreira again on the outside, switching his stance. And again, circling around. And Magomedov can't pin him down at the moment. Ferreira using that lateral movement. But neither fighter engaging yet. Kick coming in there to the body by Magomedov. Ferreira is again switching his stances and again circling rounds. Magomedov keeping on Ferreira. Ferreira trying to find a way for. Oh my God, that was a lovely left hand. Magomedov, bang! Throwing in this big left hand. Ferreira again on the outsides. Magomedov really feels like he's got some serious pop in his shots. I have got the words nuclear power written down next to Magomedov. And we're already seeing some examples. That outside leg kick there by Magomedov. Ferreira, you can tell, just trying to stay out of range. Kick coming into the body there by Ferreira. Magomedov is following him around. Shot coming in there by Ferreira. Magomedov in the centre. Trying to find a way forward. We've got Ferreira circling around again as Magomedov is having a little look at the moment. Backing up a little bit as Ferreira is edging forwards. Magomedov, heavy outside leg kick. It's really low output at the moment. You can see it's 3-1. It is a bit more interesting than those numbers suggest, though. Kick coming into the body there by Magomedov. Ferreira trying to throw a kick back.
Talking to Johnny.
Magomedov is in the centre. It really feels like if someone lands something significant, someone's going to get hurt. It feels like Magomedov is going to land something on Ferreira. Ferreira's going to double over in pain, and then Magomedov can like capitalize. It's got that sort of vibe to it, that sort of air about it. But at the moment, output very low. Big swing and a miss there by Ferreira. Ferreira backing up as Magomedov tries to go upstairs. And again, it's blocked by Ferreira. Magomedov again throwing in a jab, throwing in an outside leg kick as Ferreira continues circling around. Kick coming into the body there by Ferreira. Magomedov bouncing around. Kick again going upstairs by Magomedov. Magomedov definitely winning this at the moment. He's thrown 17. He's landed 7.
I asked you to put them back on.
I did. One of them's broken.
Who
The one on the
is
end is
yes
broken.
said A.B. Jobson. I would say Ferreira. And Magomedov getting off to a really good start at the moment. I mean, what I would say is Magomedov is winning this round. It's sharing their predictions. So yeah, big thank you to everyone that joins us. It's really appreciated. Adil said, I missed you doing UFC. Had to switch on, but it's fun being here from a true fan perspective, said Adil. Oh, that's all we do. I mean, that's all we do. But yeah, I mean, listen, there's loads of watch longs, and I'm sure there's great ones. I don't get a chance to watch them because if I'm not streaming, I'm always doing something else instead. In the sense of, if we can't do UFC, it's probably because of WWE. So it's one of those. I try where I never want to miss a monthly one. I will always try to be here for the monthly ones. My only problem is if it goes up against like a big WWE show, but considering the same company that owns WWE is the same company that owns UFC, there should be no reason as to why that ever happens, like going forwards, because they don't want to put their two big brands going up against each other. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I remember Dana saying that there'd been talk of WWE me on mute. You won't hear this, but drop a like. It's appreciated. You can't hear me anyway, so it doesn't matter. This is an old one, by the way, and I got it secondhand. So don't go thinking that I'm like Scrooge McDuck, right? It's a secondhand version 1 scribe, but I use it for all my notes. It's very useful. Very good. You could probably get better. They've just released a new one. That's probably better, but I do find this quite useful. Good battery life as well. Flipping nightmare to carry round, though, in all fairness. It is a Kindle, so you can read books on it, but it's quite chunky and heavy. I don't really use it for that. I just use it for notes. It's got all my dreams in there. I use it for my journal. Don't imagine if I did. Yeah, I like to put my thoughts and dreams in there. Right. Days, this is why I can't mute you, said round 1. Well, it's fine, though. If you do, I can still find ways of sending messages, so do you know what I mean? Right, there he is. Look, there is Jemayev arriving. We're good to go, baby. We are flipping good to go. Travis said, I have UFC on mute, and I listen to your feeds. Travis, you are doing it wrong. Days, I just want to thank you for being the best guy. Dave, thank you, my friend. Guys, what's going on? What's all this loving stuff? Are you all feeling weird because we're on early? Don't know what's happening. Guys, don't like it. Told you this isn't flipping John Lennon, Yoko Ono peace stream, right? This is the UFC. This is blood, pain, suffering. Let's get on the same page. Right, main card is going to be starting very, very soon. So we've just ended a load of talking, and we are undoubtedly about to start another period of talking. So it is still going to be a little bit of a wait till we get to that next fight, but it will be worth the wait, my friends. It will be worth the wait. Right. Let's go back around. I watch your old streams, said Mr. Dow Jr., and I put it on in the background. It's calming. I'm not lying. I am that guy. So I don't think anyone watches my old streams. Even I wouldn't watch my old streams. That's what I've never thought of that. Like, you know, if you watched an event and watched it on, well, that would be awful, wouldn't it? 'Cause you can't interact with it. And we're probably talking about really old stuff like, oh, guys, I don't think COVID's going to be that bad. You know? I wonder what some of the crazy stuff was that we've said. Oh, guys, have you heard that, like, Russia might invade Ukraine? I don't think they will. Oh, man, I bet we're so wrong on, like, so many topical topics. You know, if we was to go back. Guys, do you know who I really like? Do you know who I love? P. Diddy. Oh, I've got such a soft spot for P. Diddy. What a guy. What an amazing guy. Well, I've probably chosen the wrong time to say that because the main card's just starting, and traditionally this is when a load of people go searching for the show. Traditionally, this is when the stream experience a bit of a spike. And those people have just walked into just walked in me going, guys, do you know who I really like? Yeah! UFC! UFC! Positive deal. Shout out to you, my friends. Sup days, you handsome boomer. I sensed a little bit of sarcasm there, so I'm allowing that one. A little bit of sarcasm, that is great. So, my friends, if that was real and you really meant that, I would be appalled because that is not what UFC streams are all about. UFC streams are about showering praise on P. Diddy, yeah. Right, hopefully this is going to start soon. We've just got a graphic. You look like you was involved in P. Diddy activities, said Draco. Let's go. For the record, I don't quite know what that means because I just know he's in hot water, and but This is where I actually turn around and say I don't actually know what he's accused of, which is genuinely true. I just know that he's being cancelled, and it's probably really bad stuff that we shouldn't be joking about, which will undoubtedly come and bite me in the ass in some fashion. Maybe that's what he's accused of. I don't know. But 619, we got 619 likes. Check us out. We're basically Rey Mysterio. Right, I'm from Indonesia and I support you, Max, said Rustam Erlan. Shout out to you, my friends. Frank said, Days, I just popped in and you is sus. Frank's got me. Frank's got me in his sights. Frank, you keep an eye on me, yeah? You make sure that I stay on the straight and narrow. I feel like Frank's watching the stream like, trying to work me out, trying to figure out if I'm a bad one. He's been accused of practically everything, said Alexis. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Things that we definitely shouldn't be joking about them, but you know. Hey ho. Right. Deadbeat Days said, Thika, shout out to you. I was a little bit worried because we were stuck on a flipping graphic for so long, and I was like, please start. I hope this show starts. Thankfully it has. So we should be going over to a first fight. About 10 minutes or so, I'd imagine. So they're just going to run down the card, but our first fight is going to see Magomedov 3-0 in the UFC. Flashy striker, fun to watch, does grab the fence a lot to try and avoid being taken down, and that is something which the refs need to keep an eye on. I would not be shocked if he does it here. He struggles against like good grapplers. He's got good leg kicks, he's got good movement. He can't allow Petrosian to get into that striking range, right? Armin Petrosian, 3-2 in the UFC, he lost his last fight. Striker, good boxing, good forward pressure. He's got a really good get-up game. He is going to try and get back up. And if Magomedov is leaving himself open, he's going to explode it.